Valendo.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the fifth workshop on communication networks and power systems. Our annual conference that is promoted by the postgraduate programs on electrical engineering, both the academic and the professional one. And of course, we are part of the Department of Electrical Engineering of the University of Brasilia. And in this opening session, we will have also a representative of the administration, Professor Cláudia Amorim, since we have the support of the university to promote this conference. And we have also to see that this conference is possible because we have strong support from IEEE. In this conference, we will have a presentation from a former president of IEEE. And in this session, we will have some words from our regional representatives, José Onira. And the conference is organized by two laboratories of our department, LAPSI and Latitude. So we thank the two laboratories because they are the responsible for the real work, and they have people from the two laboratories talking a little bit in this session. And for me, it's I'm really honored to be here as organizer, but I have to thank Felipe and Bruno Praciano because they are the real organizers of this conference. I'm almost a consulting person for them. And I must say that I represent here the postgraduate professional program on electrical engineering and the VTS, the IEEE Veicular Technology Society, our regional Centro-Norte Brazil section. And I say that this conference has a great contribution from VTS. And we will have a presentation from a former president of VTS, Alex Wingminsk. And the importance of VTS here is that since the beginning of the conference 5 years ago, VTS has supported us as our presenter for IEEE, which allows us to have our proceedings published in IEEE Explorer. So it's really important to have this support. And of course, I have to talk about the Power and Energy Society, that is our other supporter organization in IEEE. So having said that, I will call Professor Cláudia Amorim from she is our Dean of Research and Innovation of the University of Brasilia, to say some words, some welcome words from the university administration. Please, Professor Cláudia.
Thank you, Professor Rafael. Welcome to all you. If we have in a presential mode, I would say, please, visitors, take a look at the modernist architecture of Brasilia. But unfortunately, or fortunately, we are in this remote mode, so we must take the advantages of this kind of situation. Of course, it has a good side, and the good side of this is to be able to, in a short time, to have congregate so many people and so many organizations and so many excellent names to be here and to exchange information. So in the name of the rector, Professor Márcia Abraão, I would like to welcome all of you, to congratulate for the excellent organization and the excellent themes that you are approaching. For the University of Brasilia, there are two aspects of this kind of event that is very important to highlight. First of all, of course, the internationalization. We have, in the last year, we had the first politics of internationalization in the University of Brasilia. So this is an important point because we want to be more international. This is important for us, not only to be international as a formal aspect, but because this exchange, this kind of exchange and this kind of merging in the world, in the different words and different kinds of thinking is very important to have more interesting research and more innovation. And this is the second aspect. So this area is an area that is in the border to develop more innovation. And so this is another aspect, very important aspect for our university. So I would like to congratulate all the professors, all the researchers involved. I would like to thank all our speaking, international speaking, national speaking. In the name of the Professor José Roberto, I would like to thank all of you for the participation. And I would like to wish a very, very good day and a very good work here, and that this kind of event, can develop more partnerships and more collaboration between our institutions. Thank you very much, and a very good time for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Claudia. So now I will call José Oniran, who is the representative of IEEE in our region, Central North Brazil. And I'm joining Professor Claudia in acknowledging the presence of Professor José Roberto Boação de Marca. It's an honor for us to have you here. And immediately I call José Oniran to say some words for the contribution of IEEE to this conference.
Thanks, Professor Rafael. Good morning, everyone. First of all, let me greet my colleagues today, and I'd like to thank for the invitation on behalf of IEEE Centro Norte Brazil section. It's certainly an honor to be here again, even more especially for having Professor Roberto de Marco with us today for the opening of the event. This year, I was able to follow even more closely the planning of this edition, and despite the difficulties imposed by the current situation in which we live, I can guarantee that there was no lack of efforts on part of the event organization in order to guarantee an enriching experience for all attendees. Initiatives like this one are closely aligned with IEEE missions, foster technological innovation and excellence for the benefit of the humanity. And it's no coincidence that we have two Centro Norte Brazil section technical chapters of IEEE societies sponsoring this event: VTS, Vehicular Technology Society, and PS, Power and Energy Society. By the way, this workshop is also part of IEEE PES Day 2020. For those who want to get more information about this IEEE PES initiative, just access the official website of the society. Lastly, I'm sure that both the technical quality of the papers and the scheduled activities represent the importance that this event has achieved within the academic community and industry. Thanks again for the invitation, Professor Rafael, and a great event for all.
Thank you, José Oniran. And now I will call Kleber. Kleber is a former coordinator of our academic postgraduate program on electrical engineering, and also the representative of the Power and Energy Society. Please, Kleber.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the IEEE PNS chapter of the Centro Norte Brazilian section, firstly, I would like to thank everybody that helps the 50th WCNPS become true, providing us the opportunity to attend such a high-quality event. So during this month in which we celebrate the IEEE PNS Day, the WCNPS is an excellent gift that we can provide for our power system community. So it has been included in the program of both professional and student PS chapters to celebrate the IEEE PS Day. So as one can see from the final program of the CNPS, we will see high quality speech from experts and papers presentation related to the different power systems and communication networks research areas. Indeed, during this precedent situation that we have faced because of the COVID-19 pandemic, such kind of an initiative to share experience and technical knowledge allows me to believe that in the end, somehow we will evolve with our success and failures during this time, during this period. So that's all. Please stay safe, stay well, and have an excellent workshop for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Kleber. Now I call Professor José Edil Guimarães de Medeiros, that is our Chief of Department, the Department of Electrical Engineering. That is, of course, the place of this conference, and we are really honored to have you here. So please, Professor José Edil. Thank you, Rafael. Good morning, everybody. In the name of the Electrical Engineering Department, I would like to thank you, the organizers, for this event, and the IEEE for support. I believe these kind of events are extremely important for the integration of our researchers and students with the technical community. Thank you for all. I make mine the words of my colleagues here, and with no further ado, welcome all. Thanks for all the speakers and organizers. Have a joyful event and stay safe. Thank you, Professor José Edil. And now I will call Professor Hugo Silva Dias. I must say that he is also the representative of the IEEE ComSoc, the Communication Society, which is not formally a supporter of the conference, but of course, with the presence of Professor Hugo and him being the coordinator of the academic program on electrical engineering, it's natural that we have the support of the society. So we thank also ComSoc for this conference. And Professor Hugo, the word is for you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the workshop on communication networks and power systems. It's a great honor for us to be part of the organization of WCNPS. So these events make us very proud and help us to grow as students, professors, and researchers in general. As you can see, the speakers are of the highest professional qualifications. The papers to be presented here we will also produce it with excellent technical quality. And the organization committee, once again, is committed to the event, and in order to carry out with excellence of all the organization, with all the things that you can do to be part and to show and to see the event. So I would like to thank all the people who are working here. I would like to thank them, all the researchers and professors and the students that submitted papers and they stay here to be part of our community. And on behalf of PPGE and the ComSoc chapter, I wish all participants to enjoy WCNPS 2020. And thank you very much to be here and to be part of this great team in this day and in this event. Thank you.
So thank you, Professor Hugo. And now I will make the transition for Professor Felipe, that is the reorganizer of this conference. And I must thank you, Felipe and Bruno again for the organization, and wish all of us a good conference. And in the name of Professor José Roberto Boisson, thank you, the IEEE Society for the support to this conference. So I'm finished now, and I will ask Philippe to continue the control of this opening session. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Rafael. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank all the members of this virtual board. It's somewhat different in relation to what we were expecting in last year when I was invited to be the general chair of this event. I was thinking about to make conversation and to meet people face to face in Brasilia. But as Professor Claudia said earlier, I am very happy for being here today, even remotely, because this is a good chance, in my opinion, to rebuild ourselves. I am learning a lot with this new scenario. The pandemic is very challenging, but we have led with the situation for months, and I am very, very happy for having this opening session with my colleagues and seeing that the transmission is working as expected, even with all the difficulties that we have faced during these last months. I have to thank very much my colleague Bruno Graciano. He is now in Germany. He was my student, and he was my great partner, my great friend during the organization of this event during the last month. Bruno, thanks a lot. I think that this is a recognition that must be presented here to all the audience. And as a final I would like to thank all the audience. At this moment in YouTube, we have 62 persons watching us. I don't know if this event were in Brasilia, if we would have this audience. So I think we have to see all these problems as a different way to carry out all those things that we use it to do in our lives. So thanks a lot for all of you, all the audience. The event is with it's very interesting, high quality speakers, high quality papers. 60 papers have been submitted to this event, and unfortunately only 24 papers were approved for presentation. So it demonstrates the high quality of this event, and I have to repeat here that I am very, very happy for seeing this audience and all of these colleagues this morning. So at this moment, I would like to declare that the 5th workshop on communication networks and power systems is open. Please, I know that we are remotely in this conversation, but I would like to ask you to clap your hands as we would do it in your presence. Okay. Thank you very much. So at this moment, we can switch to our main event in this opening session. It will be presented, this is the first lecture of WCNPS. This lecture will be presented by Professor José.
I lost my, are you hearing me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, he's presenting your resume in YouTube, and just after that you can begin talking. I think Philippe has lost his connection to this meeting here in Meet. Kleber, you take care of the conduction now that Philippe is out.
Yes, for sure. Maybe
Okay.
Felipe has facing some connection problem. So let me see here. Let me check on YouTube if everything's okay. Yes, for sure. Just a minute. Let me put here the CV from the professor was on, and then I can read the CV. It's showing on YouTube. So Professor Boasson de Marca was the 2014 IEEE President and CEO. As an IEEE volunteer, he also held the position of Vice President for Technical Activities in 2008, Corporate Secretary 2006, and President of the IEEE Communication Society from 2000 to 2001. He's a full member of both Brazilian Academy of Science and the National Academy of Engineering. He was admitted as a commander of the Brazilian National Order of Scientific Merit recognition presented by the President of Brazil. He was elevated to IEEE Fellow in 1995. Professor Boasson de Marca served for 3 years as a member of the Brazilian National Council of Science and Technology. He served also as scientific director of the Brazilian Federal Research and Development Funding Agency, CNPq. He's presently a deputy scientific director in charge of engineering and computer science at FAPERJ. He received the PhD in electrical engineering from the University of Southern California and spent most of his professional career as a professor at the Center for Telecommunication Studies of the Pontifical Catholic University, Rio de Janeiro. He has received several awards and recognitions in Brazil and within IEEE. More recently, he received the Internet Governance Achievement Award from the Internet Authority in Brazil. Professor De Marca, please feel free to give us your speech, and thank you once more for accepting our invitation. Thank you.
Thanks very much for the nice introduction.
Okay.
And first of all, I'd like to say bom dia.
I am back.
Welcome back. Bom dia, meus amigos de Brasília e do resto do Brasil. And now back to English. Good morning to those in Americas. Good afternoon for those in Europe and Africa. And good evening for those in Asia. So now I'm very honored to be here, very pleased and honored to be invited to be the opening speaker of this event. And I'll try to now to share my slides. I may or may not be, let's see. Where we have to find, which I have to open, I guess, this thing. Yeah, is it sharing? No.
Yes, it's okay.
No,
It's not shared yet.
No?
Uh,
I don't know how to do that, but I'll try again.
no.
I guess this thing. Yeah, is it shared?
Okay, we are having some
connection problems.
we have some connection problems. We will try to overcome these problems. Let me talk a little bit about our program today while Professor José Boissin reconnects to our room. Here we have this opening lecture as presented earlier. Then we have the first session of Power Systems, the PS1 session. Then we will have another lecture, which will be presented by Professor Dr. Guangbin Zhang. And at the end of the morning, we will have another, I'm sorry, Professor José Roberto? Professor José Roberto, do you hear me?
Your microphone is...
I hear you, I'm back. I'm just
Okay.
trying to share my...
Okay, great.
Oh, I found it now. You should be seeing this now.
Great.
Great.
Yeah.
Yes, we are seeing.
Okay, so I have to see my presentation, that's the problem. I can't see it at this point. Anyway, can you see my slides? Hello?
It is not in
Yes,
presentation mode.
Huh?
it is not in presentation mode.
It is not in presentation mode.
Okay, so I'll share that to presentation. Okay, it's now okay now?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, it's okay now. Please feel free to start, Professor. Thanks.
My fault here, the computer ran out of batteries, and so I'm back now. All right, so let's talk about the title of the presentation is Smart Future Challenges and Opportunities. And through the presentation, I'll be focused at some point from mostly in smart and sustainable cities. So there are a lot of global challenges. Those are sort of more medium to long-term challenges. Most important is the growth of population, and that's causing several problems with regards to food, water, sanitation, safety, mobility. They're all in some way connected to the population growth. It's pollution, but also pollution has to do with the way we live, not only how many people we have. Again, with all the electronics we have today, the increasing energy consumption is going up a lot. And then there's a sort of a, so the population growth is mostly due to aging population. People are living longer. So that's good for us because we're living longer. It's bad that we are stressing the environment a lot. But the aging population means you need to pay attention to health and hospitals and so on. And finally, something people don't talk so much, but it's also part of what the United Nations is worried. In the middle of all of this, how can we preserve our heritage and culture? I'm not talking about short-term challenges like the coronavirus or all the political turmoil that we're going through in the world. Just more, those will be solved in short time. So focusing now on the demographic challenges, the problem is that we have the world population forecast to reach 8.5 billion people in 10 years. And in Africa, it's supposed to be doubling population in about 20, 30 years. But that's a big challenge. Also because people, maybe the coronavirus will change this a little bit. People more and more live in urban areas. And so there's a forecast of more than like 40, what they call mega cities in the world. And that 60% of the population or more will be living in cities by 2050. So there is a stress, a crunch in the city life. It's true that with the coronavirus right now, people are trying to move to the more rural and regional and suburbs. So putting some less pressure in cities, but I'm not so sure about after 3 years from now, this will continue to happen. But again, home offices and so on are helping. So the challenges are, as I said, a lot, and they are diverse. So people in Western Europe and Japan, they're getting old, so they're focused a lot in healthcare facilities. And you see today with the coronavirus how they stress this system is being, because a lot of old people are being hit with the coronavirus and need special attention. And also in Africa and some of Asia Pacific countries, there are a lot of young people, so we need more schools. Anyway, in summary, you're going to have to adjust the city infrastructure some soon, I guess, and we keep adjusting it, and that has a cost. And this cost can be reduced if you use some intelligence and sustainability in how we adjust this infrastructure. So, but the city concept is not as bad as people might think, because when you live in cities, you occupy only a small portion of the land area. So we live in land for agriculture and for parks, and so we can for nature. So that's good. So only 0.5% of the land area is used, and when the increase in infrastructure cost of city, it still grows less than linearly with the population size. So it has some cost advantage, cost benefits. Although people don't seem to see that, but it's some cost advantage. And I guess cities are not going away, even despite the COVID-19, but maybe change a little bit. So now the question is how can you manage the impact of cities and their resource usage in a smart, sustainable, wise way. So I guess everybody around has a talk has to show the sustainable goals of the United Nations Development Goals. And I see the sustainable cities is number 11. They don't say smartness, they say sustainable. But the question is, can you be sustainable without using the technology you have today? And these cities, they affect the quality of education, because people can, if the cities has better transportation, students can get to their schools despite the weather, for example. Of course, sanitation is an important item in being a sustainable city. And you can look at the right side, the impact on the climate and consumption, how consumption is being more responsible and so on. So then in some way, life in land, of course. So, and good health in number 3. So these sustainable cities can impact and allow the progress in several of the other goals that are expressed in the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. These are a definition of smart city. There's several. Dozens is maybe an understatement. We have more. But this one I like. I got a paper from some Spanish researchers. They say that use of ICT, a smart city concept is use of ICT to provide enhanced quality of life to citizens at affordable cost, very important, and optimizing the use of our planet's resource. Again, very important, that's sustainability component. Well, that's a short, good definition. I use my own definition that I wrote also. Use of ICT to allow citizens to have a long, happy, fun, fulfilling, and productive life. Some way this for me is what a smart life. So if you can allow people to have to fulfill their the promise and the potential and have a productive life, That's what you want for everyone. And happiness is important too, of course. Now, in Brazil now, and I injected some slides about the Brazilian situation, although this is an international event, but me being Brazilian, being based in Brazil, I felt it was important also to give some information about what's happening here to people outside of Brazil. So there's a Brazilian Chamber for Smart Cities, and they right now, it's in public consultation, they wrote a concept for or definition or smart cities. As usual in Portuguese, there are a lot of words, and I had this is slightly edited because I had to. They didn't have too many periods. The punctuation was not very easy to read, especially in English. So I did some change to make it easier to read. I'm getting old and my breath is not as deep as it used to be. So let's go. I'll read it. Smart cities are cities committed to urban development and sustainable digital transformation, taking into account its economic, environmental, and social cultural aspects. They shall act in a planned, innovative, inclusive, and networked fashion. They should foster digital familiarity, collaborative governance, and administration, make use of technology to solve real, concrete problems, create opportunities, offer efficient services, reduce inequality, enhance resilience, and improve the quality of life for its citizens, guaranteeing responsible and secure use of data and of information and communication technology. So this, we're going to see several of these words show up in other slides and international definition of sustainable cities, but this will probably be the definition for Brazil. And this effort is being coordinated by the Ministry of Regional Development. So as you saw from definition, there are different shades or types of smart stable cities in the concept. So smart economy, so how much we invest in our initial research and development, level of unemployment, inequality level, smart population, you want to have people follow and services, smart housing mobility, smart environment, pollution level, efficiency, and so on. Smart governance, and that's we think about the open, transparent, and participative governance. Not quite what's happening in Brazil these days, but that's a goal. It may be a goal for some cities, and maybe it's happening in some cities. Smart infrastructure, and like PS has its lightings, and then quality of life, health and safety. Usually, cities, they choose a few of those, 2 or 3, to evolve. And when they are talking that I'm becoming a smart city. So, for example, they may choose mobility, lighting, and safety. So that's something they chose as most important. So each city may choose some of these. They usually don't attack all of these immediately. And of course, have defined indicators of performance and how well we're moving towards the smartness goal. So like the United Nations has these targets for the goal 11 in housing, transport, participatory planning, heritage, and so on, public spaces, and secure land rights, and so mitigation of climate change. So they have different targets that somehow break down the overall goal, which they say in the top here, make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Smart cities started actually in the beginning, was mostly an initiative of the technology providers. They had some products. They went around and convinced the local leaders, political leaders, to buy their solutions. At that point, people not well equipped and didn't have the knowledge to understand what were the implications of the using IT in their cities, IT-based service. So in some ways, the vision of the city was driven by outside private interests, and we have to be careful because by use of Google and some others, they have all the data. They can still influence a lot how the city evolves. So then there was a second lab 2.0, when the government said, "Oh, okay, now stop. I have to decide what I want to buy, not you guys, what you want to sell," and they start to lead the discussion and what are the important services that the future wanted for the city, and then of course pay for it. And so they thought they could decide which technology solutions could be improving the quality of life for the citizens. Rio de Janeiro has, my city, had this operational center development, which was very good, works well. It's just one piece of a more elaborate smart city. But then you have all the agents, emergency agents integrate there to make decisions and have all the information from the sensors all over the city. So that has been working well. And in the beginning, it was just for mitigate landslides of the hills. But now it's a step forward. It was decided by the governments. And so that was one example of the, let's say, Smart Cities 2.0. And then we have 3.0, or human smart cities. That's a concept that's winning in the past years, that you have, in addition to being smart, the cities have to be human. Meaning the citizens are the main factors. So they said, one guy said, well, the cities must move from treating citizens as recipients of service and get them engaged in define the service in a co-creation mode. So that's what's happening most today. And sometimes you're going to find people speak about smart, sustainable, and human cities. So if you're going to find some acronyms that have the H and the S and the smart and for sustainable and intelligence for smart. So you're going to find some CIHIC, something like that. And so, so this 3.0, the cities are, as I said, the main drivers, and the technology develops are just the neighbors. So they allow for the service to be developed, for new companies to be created to offer services. And most important, they assume that this will help with democracy and to societal transformation. So people will be participating with all the IT, all the pervasive computer communication we have. We should be able to participate more in the government decisions. It's much easier to govern consult society and what's good for them. So instead, the government decide by itself what's good for the city, the citizens should participate on that. And so that's something which is happening now in several cities, ones which are more advanced in this concept of smart and sustainable cities. I'm not sure that's how it's going in Brazil, but that's something which have to start demanding. In some way, we can have this presentation being given to the whole world. The government can consult their citizens. So, and also people are talking about, actually, it's funny because I wrote about this in 2014 in an article that was it the newspaper, and that comes with Spectrum. And so that we want actually the city to be wise. Smart is just mostly the technology part makes that allows it to become a wise city, but a smart and sustainable city then can use the collaboration of the citizens and experience and knowledge to become wise. So in life, there's smart and wise are two different things. Not everyone who is smart is wise. So wise is a more refined classification for a city. So what's happening in Brazil? We're a little late, but so in 2017, the Brazilian Academy of Science published a book. The cover is right on the left here. So it's a scientific agenda for Brazil for the next 10 years. And chapter 8 was Sustainable and Intelligent Cities. I happen to be the coordinator for this chapter. And I've just been a very short summary. As you see, the topics addressed, first of all, social inclusion. For Brazil, that's very important. Can you use smartness, intelligence, and wisdom to improve social inclusion? That's one of the key items in Brazil, and now the effects of this house segregation that we have today. So number 2 is governance, social participation, political players. Then there was a very difficult topic to be solved, which is how multi-sectors can collaborate to define strategies. Not very easy. And the environment, so Brazil, urban environment, so green areas, pollution, sanitation, everything, and how can we deal with water, air, and land resource in a unified way? Urban planning, mobility. And then one section of this whole chapter dealt with technology, because as I said, this was just to enable the transformation of everything else, which I just mentioned, all the other 6 sections that I just mentioned. So these are very smart cities, are very multidisciplinary challenge. It does require people from different backgrounds to collaborate to solve the problem. And of course, as you know, it's not very easy to engineers to sit down with sociologists and urban planners and others to solve economists to solve a given problem. So, example of the challenges there are several challenges in this report. And it says here, in Brazil, there are more than 4,000 counties. I think there are 5,000 something overall. There are more than 4,000, less than 50,000 inhabitants. And several of them are located at somewhat long distance from main center. So these cities, most of them have deficiencies in sewage and sanitation and water quality. Actually, sanitation is only really available in about 50% of our cities. And so how can the cities manage a project smart city? They usually have limited investment due to, as you know, in Brazil, a lot of social obligation. I mean, the cost of public officials, the people working for the government is very high, both ones are active and retired. So you don't have too many people with good backgrounds, high-level university degrees and so on, in these cities, and they have difficulty attracting investors. So maybe we need to create some regional funding agents that could help in this. And maybe the most difficult one, that you need a mayor with a vision. Now, we're going to elect mayors in a few days, 4 days. So I guess you have to look for people that have visions that can really drive the city into the future. And the others are some challenging research. So we need to find methods of success. We develop methods for education and training, because our population has to be prepared to use the new service and the products. Not easy. So they really have to prepare our population to benefit from these new services. And we need to define new business models and new value chains, because you like to have, this is a great opportunity for new local business to be created, and because the problems are local, so we need local solutions. And that's something that would be a good opportunity for the citizens of the cities and for the people in the entrepreneurship talent to do it. And there are also some technology problems. Charles, I just wrote you here, develop methods to connect product and service using machine learning cognitive solutions on data produced by heterogeneous source. And that's an important thing, aiming at massive visualization of service. So massive meaning we want to reach everyone, and you want to be as much as possible custom tailored to individuals as opposed to general solutions. We just talked about metrics, and I don't think Brazil, the people have defined metrics for anything in this area. The United Nations has this list of areas, list of indicators, one or two for each of those targets I showed before. So one in how many people are living in slums, or proportion of citizens with direct participation in society, or average share of the built-up area, and so on. So for each of those 11 targets, in the section, they define, so there's just a number here, so you can read that if you go into your website. So Brazil also defined a digital strategy, and it's called EDB, Economia Digital Brasileira, and that was developed 2018. I don't know the status of that. That was in the chief of staff of the president at that time to continue. So I don't know how far that went in general, and we may be sitting there. But they have some 5 areas: infrastructure, R&D, innovation, education, trust, international presence. Trust in Brazil is a difficult thing. But anyway, in digital environment trust, so these are examples what those words mean. Does trust in digital environment, like we have consumer protection. We just had a new law that's coming into effect on privacy and protection of personal data, and all secured cyber crimes and defense. In education, there are other, but they most important to have IT teaching basic education, use tools, educational tools based on new technologies, and to make most important is prepare citizens for the jobs of the future. Things will change, so you cannot prepare people for the past. And that happens a lot, even in our universities. So smart cities is an ideal scenario for IoT applications. I'll go back to technology later on, but you see all the things that you need in smart cities, and they're all parts of what using networked sensors to provide service. And then in Brazil, there was an action plan in IoT, was carried on by our National Development Bank, and they defined some aspirations for Brazil, for example, increase competitiveness, improve social inclusion, as I said, one of the most important items in Brazil, foster a connected society, which are smart cities are part of it, strengthen production chains, and focus on local challenge. Again, local is an important word here. You're going to have opportunities for local business. And then they prioritize four areas: manufacturing 4.0, health, rural precision culture, and smart cities. So now BNDES is giving some grants according to this decision, for people to start living labs and observatories of development of smart cities. In Campinas, for example, in the state of São Paulo, there is a living lab being operated by several partners, including the CPQD and Huawei, and they are focused in security, transportation, lighting. So our Brazilian Chamber of Smart Cities, they also define the objectives. If you go to here, you'll find the usual expected topics like internet access for all, transparent, secure, and private data and technology governance, urban governance models, so the public sector will be a manager of the digital transformation, education, funding models, and local economic development. So they talk about all these things that we already spoke, and that most of them are international objectives. So let's talk a little bit before I finish. Maybe I'm going to be able to finish on time. I was afraid I would not be able to finish on time. So talk about technology a little bit. And as I understand, I look at the program, there'll be a lot of papers which should probably address some of these topics in much more detail than I will. I just raised some issues and show technologies that are being developed. But there are many more. It's a very is a top which has a lot of top device advances in research in lots of areas. So here are technologies that have some bearing in these problems to solve such challenges. Of course, sensor networks is probably the most visible ones. You're going to have to acquire data to use on different things to be able to decide on them, use intelligence on them. Wireless communications is another one. Of course, everything communicates wireless these days. And then how you use the computing and cloud and the services of they provide. And then, of course, people are moving some of the intelligence to the edge of the network. But there's a lot of cloud processing. And if when 5G services are around, they'll be based mostly on cloud architecture. And robotics and drones. Drones are very interesting devices, or so they can be used to monitor traffic. And I actually saw a movie recently. The drones are used to do health. So first responders, so people have a heart attack in the streets, and the drone will flown there much faster than the ambulance. And there they would be able to, they would carry some equipment that would help people be vital, to do some shocks to get the heart beating again. Of course, a lot of energy efficiency is needed, and a lot of things being investigated in this, even having service operating under the water. logistical transport, because now we're going to probably have different concepts of self-driving vehicles and convoys. And of course, data aggregation analytics in different ways that will allow, for example, to make decisions, but also to explain those decisions to the citizens, and they'll be able to follow why the decisions are taken. Data security and privacy, that may be one of the most difficult, and around these days, who owns the data created by cities? For example, Waze has a lot of data on how people move. Now, do they own those data? Then the city can use that data. How can we move to an open data scenario? It doesn't seem to be very easy. Machine learning is being used everywhere in wireless networks and in being able to analyze information. And then there are some more, like say, for longer term research, and for example, implantable device or next generation sensors, but also cognitive computing is also an interesting topic. So a lot of things that you guys can, I'm sure, are you working or can you work? This is a sort of layer model for those people here. I know the people here that work in communication networks, they like to see layers. They used to see layers. So these are structuring layers for smart cities, all the way from the new business models, innovation, which are in the top layer 6, the smart application. These two, the yellow here, have most of the intelligence there. And then there's a middle layers 2, 3, and 4, which started to have the connectivity and aggregation of data. I'll show that later in a bit. And then there are lower levels, which are pretty much the city levels, so the transportation, even the soil where the city is, infrastructure, and so on, in layer 0. So here's a breakdown layers 2, 3, and 4. You have data aggregation in the middle, data analytics, and the lower layer are the connectivity, wireless connectivity, and there are several options, sensors, actuators, and so on. And up in layer 4, how to do the visualization and integration of operating systems, so on, APIs. So this is just an example. I just saw on the paper the example of which I would call in the past a lamppost for the new Hong Kong city infrastructure. But see, it's no longer just a lamppost. Lamp is here somewhere, LED lights. But there's also 5G microcell, there's sensors, location sensors, environment sensors, and so on. So at some point now, our lampposts will be very sophisticated, allowing to collect data in different areas. And also services like Wi-Fi and 5G. A camera for security. And of course, everybody talks about 5G, is the new thing. They have lots of advantages. You see this orange flower here. I'll just call attention to 2 of them, which are very important for if you're going to use it for IoT and the smart cities, is that you need a very low latency that will allow a lot of new services to be offered, especially in health, for example. And you like also ultra high reliability. Of course, this is also very important in health applications, long distance surgery, and so on. People talk about 5 nines, which means 99.999% being on. And the latest, of course, we use also for, like, say, having convoys of cars. So you have to transmit information very fast, or otherwise the cars will collide. So these are very important, and this, I guess, the latest is not there yet for 5G, so it's part of the plan. But it'll take maybe 4 or 5 years for this the latest to go down to something close to a millisecond. You're going to start at 10 milliseconds and start to go down. So the final really 5G that will achieve most of the solution specifications will probably take some time now. And then, of course, connectivity, there are several, and for sensor communication, you don't need a very high data rate, probably low data rate, but you need a very low energy consumption too. So, and you may need a lot of range, long range for communication. So there are a lot of options that you can consider, including here in cellular. There's one called IoT narrowband, which has more range and less energy consumption and lower data rates. Sensors don't need so much high data rates. So there are several options now people can consider for their applications. Another very important development is this network slicing that 5U allow, that you can provide sort of a slice your network in different paths, or whatever you call it, some different networks, actually sub-networks, and each one of them may have different performance objectives. And so maybe someone may have low latency, others may have, for example, this one here, the green one, and others may have a different story, want a large capacity, for example, the blue one. So this will be interesting to be able to operate the network this way, and that's a development that's going on right now, and it's maybe people in this event will be addressing more detail. Other important area will be these self-configured networks, and I guess everything now has to be self-configured, self-optimized, no human intervention, and there'll be a lot of competition for resource. So there's a typical, and here also artificial intelligence can play a role in algorithms can do that, and you can sense, have the policy, implement the plan, and decide. We all done machine by the machine. Mobile crowd sensors, another interesting concept that we need today. Nowadays, we carry a lot of sensors with us in our cell phone, so we can do lots of intelligence gathering and data gathering just by our cell phones, and that it also can do opportunistic transmissions. And you're going closer to a base station, you can transmit that, and so there are lots of interesting concepts here. And also, it allows what you call collective intelligence, which you can use the intelligence of everyone, of the machines of everyone, to draw a useful service, a service that can benefit the whole community. The problem is that how we, and I guess raise one very good example of this, but in general, you have to motivate the person to participate. And so, in the last way, the person has a own motivation. I want to drive and I don't know the way, so I need ways. But there may be some disponibility of time or energy. Your cell phone is not fully charged. Should you participate or not? The social consciousness and the rewards you can pay him something, some micropayment for him to allow his phone to be used in the development of this crowd sensing. Well, that's an interesting topic of research. There are lots of interesting work done in this area and some algorithms, but I suppose that I forecast to be more and more used. And just last two slides. One is that has to IEEE, and IEEE has a lot of several activities in smart cities and related topics like IoT. So there's an IoT initiative which involves several societies. Communication societies lead, but there are also Sensors Council, signal processing, robotics. They are the four leading societies, and the Communication Society managing. The person who is managing is a former vice president of R&D for NEC in Europe. And then within this issue, we have a Smart Cities Working Group. And now they're planning some Smart Cities Summits, which are international groups. I think there's a planning for Morocco or for Mexico. They would start 2020, and now they start 2021 because of the pandemic. And they also started this IoT magazine, which I think is very good. You should take a look at it. I looked at it, and some very, very good papers there that are simple to understand, both IoT as well as smart cities. There's a Smart Cities Initiative led by Polish Society. Of course, this initiative is focused more in energy aspects of smart cities, but there are several societies participate. And the Smart Village, which is also led by PS with a significant funding from IT Foundation. And these have a focus on humanitarian technology, try to take reliable energy to regions and areas where they have a lot of deficiencies, like in Africa, several countries in Africa, some in Southeast Asia, and they also did a very good job in Haiti once. So to finish, I'd like to say that all these challenges, this is like this flower here, another flower, which sort of summarize the goals of the United Nations and what we should do. So we have all these challenges and have to preserve our planet. We have to give people a decent life. We have to try to guarantee prosperity to everyone, so that we continue to, the human race continues to prosper. And you have to do that, no doubt about that. You have to do it in partnership, like we're doing now to find a vaccine for pandemic. And I think that's important as a global partnership, despite some people think that multilateralism is not good, but I think it's very important to work together to beat this challenge, to conquer this challenge, and in peace, meaning that you want not only peace among societies, but also you want to avoid violence, local violence, and so on. Very difficult to work when we don't have peace. So these are 5 P's, and in some way they're called the 5 P's of Sustainable Development. I think that's a very interesting concept to end this talk. And so I thank you very much for your attention. I think that's very close to and now
Thank you.
I should go back to how do I should now? Any questions now? I welcome questions.
Yeah, we have questions now, Professor. Thank you very much for your nice presentation. I took note here of 5 questions from the chat in YouTube. I will read the first one. Kangwan Annalise asked you, how can electric vehicles change the load curve?
Can you repeat, please?
How can electric vehicles change the load curve?
The load of the roads? Is that correct?
The curve load curve. Yeah.
Is that
load characteristic.
I don't know if you're talking about electric load, that I don't know.
Electric
road load, then of course you're going to have people be sharing vehicles, shared electric vehicles. So that's the only way you're going to really reduce. If everyone drives his own electric vehicle, then it doesn't make sense. And so we need to have shared vehicles and share like public transportation, and this can be also controlled in some way that you don't need traffic lights to slow and the traffic and speed up again, so they can cross intersections automatically risk of accidents, or they can speed up the time you need to go from place to the other. Also can reduce the consumption. Now about electric load, of course it won't reduce. I'm afraid, unless I'm wrong, everyone will be having to charge these vehicles. So that may be a challenge, specifically in Brazil. If everyone starts to charge their cars at the same time, like when they come back from work, there's going to be power outage.
Okay. Thank you. The second question was asked by Professor Ivan Camargo from University of Brasilia, and he asks how this workshop can contribute to sustainable cities.
Olá, Ivan, tudo bem? Ivan, de falar que foi um membro do IEEE, sorry, English now. Ivan Camargo is a member of IEEE who was president of the Brazilian University. So I'd like to salute him. And well, that's an interesting question. So all these discussions are useful for people to talk about the challenges and find solutions. This workshop being online, visual, makes things a little more difficult because people are not too sure to go out for a coffee, a beer, and talk about the topics that are important. So in this case, I think the most important thing would be if people can decide to create some research group or to join these initiatives already in place in IEEE. So there are technical committees in both the VTS and Communication Society, as well as initiatives focused on this area. And so joining these initiatives can help people to join the work that's going around worldwide to meet these challenges. And similarly, UNB could also start some group on this. So it's just a matter of people taking the initiative now on to address these topics and meet the challenge.
Great, thank you. The third question was asked by Professor Rafael. Professor Rafael, would you like to ask live here in the room?
Yes.
I can read the question. Okay, you can.
Indeed, Professor José Roberto, thank you very much for your nice presentation. And as you talked about the people and about a WISE series, two of us in the YouTube channel were worried about the privacy and also the interaction with so many cyber physical systems, because you know, if the functioning of a cyber physical system becomes incorrect or faulty, or even if it becomes mad, there is a physical effect in people and so on. So the question is how to organize things so that people can trust in what we call the WISE series.
Well, it's a major question. Probably the question that the government has to address it in soon, maybe the federal government as well as the cities governments. So it has to do with also this who owns the data. Well, there are two things. First of all, you have to trust the elected officials of the city and the infrastructure of the city. And that will be much easier if you have this open government where people can participate and access information without any difficulty using websites. So that will help a lot. So maybe you must have a structure for the data that the citizens can access. Now, the question is that these tech giants, they have a lot of data on our behavior, and Google and Waze and all others. So now you have to limit their ability to, either they open their data to the cities, or you need to limit their way they can use the data, and limit a lot, so that people can trust it's not being used for reasons they don't know or they don't support. So that's probably one key item to go forward in the smart cities using IT to generate new services is the trust. And the trust in how can we guarantee that you have an open data structure and that the private service providers cannot use your data without consent or that the city government will be able to access this data. So that's a major political task for the government to address. I'm not sure that I answered your question, but that's what I understood.
Thank you. It's just for putting this perspective into our list of future questions to be solved or to be discussed.
One of the first ones.
Yeah, thank you.
The fourth question was on also such a privacy issue. So I will switch to the last question here, the fifth one, from Professor Kleber Mello. And he asks, Professor Demarca, from the technical perspective and regarding power systems, the Brazilian government has focused on smart meter technology and distributed renewable source integration. Do you believe it is the first step towards smart power grids? If so, in your opinion, what are the next steps? Which kind of regulatory incentives we still need to happen?
Well, that's a difficult question for me because I'm not a power person. But I think in the beginning, all the efforts I saw in Brazil in the power to have smart meters and so on, also was to make sure that you have, there's a lot of people who didn't pay for energy. Some in Brazil called gatos, but So when people are driving, connecting to the power grid without meters, without paying, so the major importance of the smart grid was, or smart use of smart meters, was to reduce that more people not to evade their bills for the power, the use of paying their use for energy. So there are several things. For example, I know in Minas Gerais people can already sell energy to the operator. Well, that for me is an interesting aspect of the smart grid. So we have distributed generation, and which is a really forward-looking good thing. So there, I suppose there's different operators in Brazil doing different things, and smart meters is good. And when we be able to, I don't know whether any state you can do that, to access your information, lighting information from your cell phone, be able to disconnect your energy from far apart, or to monitor that something is spending energy that you didn't expect, like your light was on. And so there's a lot of things can be done with your cell phone. I haven't seen this here. Maybe in Rio don't have it. But this thing about being able to distribute generation and be able to sell back to the company, and the company can manage all of this when times they need more energy, that seems to me a good step forward. Now, I'm sure some people which are in the power area, probably can give more examples of things that should be happening. If you have,
okay, Professor, that's all we have not other questions here. We would like to thank very much your participation here as this opening session presenter of this so nice lecture. Thanks very much.
Welcome.
And I hope you the best and good day for you.
Thanks very much. Thanks for the invitation. It's a pleasure to talk to you. Unfortunately, it was not live. It would be much nicer if we were together. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you. Okay, I would like to ask all the audience to give us some minutes in order to switch to the session power system number 1. Just a minute. Okay, let's start the session or system number 1. In this session, we have 5 papers. I am Professor Felipe Lopes, and I will be the chair of the session. The first paper is entitled High Impedance Fault Detection in Distribution Systems, an approach based on Fourier transform and artificial neural networks. The second paper is entitled Analysis of Traveling Waves Propagation Characteristics Considering Different Transmission Line EMTP Models. The third one is entitled Electromagnetic Interferences Between a Traction Line and a Pipeline with Real Soil Data. The paper number 4 in this session is a power transformer event classification technique based on support vector machine. And the last one, but not less important, is the paper Management of an Electrical Storage System for Joint Energy Arbitrage and Improvement of Voltage Profile. All the authors are already here in our virtual room, and I will now play all the presentations. I would like to say good morning to all the presenters, and please, all the audience is invited to make questions, to send questions in the YouTube chat. So good luck to all the presenters. Now we are starting the presentations.
Hi, my name is Gabriela Nunes Lopes, and today I'm here to present my paper called High Impedance Fault Detection in Distribution Systems, an approach based on Fourier transform and artificial neural networks. To start with my presentation, I must define what high impedance faults are, or HIFs. This type of fault is caused by the contact of an energized conductor and a high impedance surface. In this case, we are studying conductors of a medium voltage network, and the surface can be grass, cement, or even vegetation. The main problems caused by this type of faults are the electric arc, which is generated between the energized conductor and the surface, and it gives specific features to the current and voltage waveforms registered at the fault spot. It causes danger to living beings and it can ignite fires. The low fault current makes it difficult to be detected by traditional protection equipment, and there is no full solution for the detection or the location of this type of fault. So the existing HIF detection techniques are based on the signal's nonlinearity, as they can be extracted from the signals using signal processing techniques, as we can here use Fourier transform. And then we have a decision method, which can be artificial neural networks. So the proposed HIF detection method combines the FT to extract the current low harmonic orders and a multilayer neural network receptor to classify among HIFs and other power quality events. So the proposed method. First, we have the signal structure extraction, which we use fast Fourier transform with one cycle rectangular window sliding at each cycle, and then we calculate the fundamental and up to the fifth harmonic order. And our detection technique is based on the multilayer perceptor network MLP, which we use because of its high efficient level when dealing with nonlinear problems. The ANN is composed of 2 hidden layers of neurons, and for a higher convergence, we use the atom optimization system to the proposed methodology. So, to perform our simulations and get our results, we must first acquire our signals data. The test system we used was the IEEE 34-node test system, which you can see here in the screen. And we performed the simulations using HPDraw software. The HIF signals were actual HIF current signals registered at at a medium voltage network specifically built for this purpose. The test consisted of the conductor rupture and posterior contact with a high impedance surface, and the current signal were registered at the fault spot. So these current signals were inserted in the system nodes using a current source, as you can see here, and two switches. The switch S1 disconnects the conductors from the system, and the switch S2 connects the current source to the system. The tests with the other events were the capacitor bank switching, the linear load switching, the lateral branch switching, and the arc furnace energization, which makes the current features really look like the HIF's ones. So our simulation stages were stage 1, the data acquisition, stage 2, noise adding to the current signals, which were with white Gaussian noise with a signal-to-noise ratio of 30, 40, and 50 dB. The stage 3 was feature extraction, which was using a fast Fourier transform. The stage 4 was the decision method, which you can see the simulation parameters in table 1, and table 2 shows the database, which was for the groups of no noise 30 dB, 40 dB, and 50 dB for each event we tested. And during our decision method stage, we performed the training and the testing of the artificial neural network. We did it using the Python programming language and the library scikit-learn, and the MLP represents the results in two cases. In case 1, it's a detection method, which points out if the occurrence is an HIF or not. So in case 2, it is more like a classifier of power quality events. The results of case 1, which the goal was to distinguish the HIFs from other events analyzed, were used 5 training groups at the no noise, the 30, the 40, the 50 dB groups, and the mix of the 25% of the samples used for training and 75% for the tests. And in table 3, you can see the case 1 results. As you can see, 100% of average accuracy for all the training groups except for the no noise. And in case 2, which the goal was to classify the power quality events occurring in the distribution systems, we used the 5 training groups, the same as we used in case 1, and the best result was table 4, which we achieved an average accuracy of 98.28% of detection using the 30 dB noise as the training group. And we can see a confusion matrix for this best training group, which we can see that as in this case the goal was to classify the power quality events, the HIFs were all detected, but the confusion happened between the linear load switching and lateral branch switching, which are really similar events. So we can conclude that the proposed method went through 2 test cases. In the first test case, in which the main goal was identifying whether the occurrence is an HIF or not, the proposed technique showed a detection rate of 100%. The results also revealed the need to consider noisy samples on the training to expand the technique's real application. In case 2, in which the goal was to classify the power quality events, the method also proved to be efficient. So, the main advantages of this proposition are its high rates of correct classification, even when inserting the HIF in nodes far from the measurement spot, the wide range of non-HIF events that were tested to confirm the method's selectivity, and for future studies, the method can be applied in other test systems with topology variation. We would like to thank the authors of Federal University of Uberlândia, which you can see here in paper 1 for providing the HF data. And we can thank also CAPES and FAPESP, which supported this research. Thank you. Any questions you can ask me in this address.
Hello, my name is Luisa. I want to thank you, WCNPS, for the opportunity, and I'm going to present this paper. The title is Analysis of Travel Waves Propagation Characteristics Considering Different Transmission Line EMPT Models. Travel wave-based functions are gaining more visibility among electrical power system agents, and as a consequence, it's important to understand and evaluate travel wave propagation patterns to enable improvements in laboratory tests. So to do this, it's important to identify the patterns between different modeling strategies and which one come closest to real-world data, consider Franken's-dependent parameters and Franken's-independent parameters, and also investigate Earth-resistive effects on model wavefronts. When an abrupt voltage variation occurs at the fault point, voltage and current waves are generated and propagate through the line towards both terminals. Travel wave phenomenon can be explained by means of the pure fault circuit represented in this figure, in which Vf is the voltage before the fault, Zs is the line surge impedance, and Rf the fault resistance, and finally Vtw and Itw the voltage and current Tw's amplitude, and their respective equations shown in the slides. To analyze wavefronts and extract information from travel waves, you will use the DS filter, a filter that reproduces the fault-induced step change in the monitor signal into a triangular-shaped output. The DS filter has unit gain and extracts in reliable way TW's polarity and amplitude information. The DS filter is embedded in actual time domain relays, and all configurations and characteristics can be found in the instruction manual. And the DS filter used here was modeled considering according to this paper, and is also used the Clark's model transformation to decouple the signal into aerial mode and ground mode, aerial mode being TW1 and TW2, also known as alpha and beta mode, and the ground mode is the TW0. Two models was simulated here, Bergeron and J. Marty, being the first one model consider parameters constant in Franken's, and J. Marty emulates Franken's dependence of the line parameters within a predefined spectrum. And so was simulated ideally transposed, and untransposed line being ideally transposed mathematical process in ATP that calculates the line parameters in such a way that mutual couplings between phases are the same, and the transposed one used three transpositions blocks dividing the line into four sections of 160, 130, 130, and 1/6 of the line length, being the line length equal to 210 kilometers, source of 230 kilovolts and 60 hertz. Also simulate a single phase to ground fault, AG fault, and the tower structure in conductors data is depicted in this figure. So first, analyzing J. Marty and Bergeron for a fault at 11.9% of the line length for the monitor terminal, and being the signal for J. Marty the continuous line and Bergeron the dashed ones, and is concluded observing the figure and the table that J. Marty has higher propagation speeds and higher initial amplitude than Bergeron for a fault closer to the monitor terminal, and it's also demonstrated that different transpositions can result in different travel wave propagation. And from this signal, two different analyses are realized. Now the first one observe a longer time window, and the second by decouple the signal to investigate why there is the second wavefront here only when Bergeron is applied. So the first analysis for a longer time window is concluded that travel waves from J-MART model presents greater attenuation and dispersion than the Bergeron ones. And the second analysis, decoupled the signal using Clarke transformations, we can see that the second wavefront observing Bergeron signal corresponded to the ground mode here. And comparing the ground mode wavefronts from Bergeron model with those in J-MART models, it is concluded that TW zeros propagate much slower in Bergeron model than in J-MART, results in relevant difference in phase transients. Now comparing the decoupled signal with a real-world data record, which refers also to a single-phase fault, it is concluded by visual inspection that J-MART model reproduces more accurately the real-world transients, and this real-world record is reported in this paper. In these sections, earth resistivity values are varied, and simulated fault at 10 and 70% of the line length for Bergeron and J-MART models, but now consider only the model domain. And for fault at 10% of the line length, this is the sign of 10 for J-MART and the right one for Bergeron. So it's concluded that the earth resistive variation effects are more relevant in TW0 than in TW1, and also affect more the arrival times than the amplitude. And also we can see that the greater the resistive value, the greater is the TW0 delay, in which a low propagation speed is verified. For a fault at 70% of the line length, this is the sign for J-MART and the right one for the Bergeron. It's observed for J-MART over dumped travel waves, and J-MART also presents more attenuation dispersion as expected. And it's noticed that the earth resistive variation affects more aerial modes in J-MART than in Bergeron model, attesting that if uncertainty in resistive value exists, uncertainty in model wavefronts behavior can also take place. Aiming to validate the results obtained so far, the model travel waves propagation velocities are evaluated now over the frequency spectrum, and indeed, the fundamental frequency at 60 Hz. Ground mode propagation velocity is much lower than the aerial modes, which explain the reason that led Bergeron model to deviate so much from the TW0 results by using J-MART systems. And also TW1 and TW2 on this scale are superimposed, so in the next study it's used only TW1. Here we have the model velocity for TW1 component and TW0 component. Earth resistivity affect all model components, and nevertheless TW1 velocity is more affected at higher frequency component, whereas TW0 velocity is affecting the whole spectrum. And also it's possible to visualize that the velocity is higher for low resistivity. And finally, for the conclusions we have, it's J-MART model results in more critical TW's attenuation and dispersion. Different transposition schemes can result in different travel waves patterns. J-MART model results in transients more accurate for travel waves studies. So J-MART is indicated whenever reflected, refracted, or ground mode travel waves are under investigation. And also earth resistivity affects all model travel waves patterns, especially the ground ones. And so the use of frequency independent line parameters may result in significant representation errors of ground mode transients. And finally, the model transposition schemes and earth resistivity value can result in uncertainty on travel waves propagation times and amplitude. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Amaury, and I'm here to present this work titled Low Frequency Electromagnetic Coupling Between a Traction Line and an Underground Pipeline in a Multi-Layered Soil. First, we start with a little bit of context. The situation shown in this figure is quite common in most major cities in the world, where we have different facilities such as high voltage power lines, traction lines, railways, grounding systems and pipelines sharing the same space. In our case, the electric installations interact with the pipeline, which is not designed to conduct electricity through a variety of electromagnetic phenomena. This may occur due to a lightning strike, a short circuit involving the earth, or even in normal operational conditions. In this work, we are interested in the inductive coupling mechanisms which happen due to the exposure of a target conductor, the pipeline in this case, to the magnetic field surrounding the current that flows through the energized phase. The magnetic flux from the energized phase that concatenates with the target conductor induces a current of opposite phase, which on its turn causes the rise of the pipeline potential. This results in induced voltages in the pipeline metal, which may expose personnel or equipment to hazards due to touch voltages or stress voltages. The inductive coupling is a function of the current magnitude, distance between conductors, exposure length, and conductor layout, material type and the presence of coating, and in special the soil resistivity, as we will see next. The classic approach to perform electromagnetic interference calculations consists of representing the target line as the lossy transmission line shown here, in which the impedance Zs is related to the pipe material, the admittance Ys depends on the coating characteristics, and the inductive effects itself is expressed by means of this fictitious voltage source here, which is related to the mutual impedance between the source and the target conductors. The mutual impedance is given by the well-known Carson's equation, which expresses the losses due to the ground with a finite resistivity. As we can see here, Carson's correction term, delta Z, depends on the inverse Fourier transform of a cosine term, which may lead to convergence issues and numerical instabilities. A well-known technique to avoid performing numerical integrations in the original Carson equation is based on the concept of complex penetration depth P proposed by Derry. Under Derry's approach, we have a closed-form approximation for Carson's mutual terms, which are reported to provide accurate results for a wide range of frequencies. One point of attention here is that under Carson's equation, or Derry's for that matter, the soil influence is represented in terms of a uniform resistivity ρ, but natural soils are reported to be layered structures, often composed by 2 to 5 layers. In practical situations, the soil structure is determined from field measurements performed from the soil surface, which represents the apparent behavior of the layered structure. Working with arbitrary multi-layered soil models complicates a lot the mutual impedance calculations, because now we have the same difficulties as the original Carson equation, but with a recursive term that depends on the thicknesses and resistivities of each layer. In this case, a closed-form solution is not known up to this date. To work around this difficulty, we have proposed a technique that enables the user to model multi-layered soil structures using the original Carson equation. Without going too deep into the mathematics, the general idea consists of representing a soil composed of different conductivities, or resistivities for that matter, in terms of an equivalent uniform parameter. This approach has been proven to provide accurate results for a wide range of frequencies and different soil models, and is virtually compatible with any program that is based on the original Carson equation, such as the ATP. So now we have all the theoretical tools that we need. We can move on to the case study. Our system consists of an 8-inch pipeline, shown in blue, sharing the corridor with an electric traction line operating at 25 kV. We can see that the geometry consists of a parallel and oblique sections. In the circuit model, this is accounted in terms of an equivalent parallel section positioned 101 meters apart from the source electric line. The soil structure for this case is based on actual field measurements and yields a soil model composed of 6 layers. To test our approach, we have performed simulations using the circuit model and the uniform equivalent soil, and compared the results with finite element analysis, which effectively accounts for the resistivities of each layer. Results for this case are shown here, in which we have the induced voltage as a function of the pipeline distance. We can see that there is an excellent agreement between the proposed technique and the finite element model, with an error of less than 1% at the worst point of the curve. We also observed very fast calculations in the circuit model, which gives a considerable performance advantage over the finite element method, which required 13 minutes to run the model. Since calculations needed only 3 seconds to run, we figured we could explore more this model in order to understand how the soil resistivity affects the voltage response. In this figure here, we evaluate the effect of different resistivity scenarios and how they affect the induced voltage's response. What is important to observe here is that the induced voltage response increases with the soil resistivity, and that the deepest soil layer is the one that closest match the actual multi-layered response. In other words, if multi-layered methods are not available for some reason, one may perform a conservative analysis by assuming the soil to be a uniform structure with a resistivity equal to the value of the largest layer. On the other hand, if a more realistic reference is desired, the resistivity of the deepest layer provides a fair approximation of the multi-layered soil structure. So, in conclusions, we have that the proposed approach is viable and accurate, with errors of less than 1% if compared to the reference values. We observed an excellent performance gain of more than 99% if compared to the finite element method. We observed the prevailing effect of the deepest soil layer, and also that the induced voltages increase with the soil resistivity. This work opens space to a wide range of research possibilities, for instance, transient electromagnetic interferences, complex geometries, lightning protections, just to name a few. So that's it for today. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Lucas Simões. I am a master's student at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte, and I'll be presenting to you the following paper, which is called A Power Transformer Event Classification Technique Based on Support Factor Machine. The power transformers are vital and expensive components to power system. Therefore, they need to have fast and accurate disturbance detection and fault clearance. The traditional percentage differential protection, commercially available for power transformers rated above 10 MVA, might present some issues when dealing with current transformer saturation and inrush currents. To overcome this, many modern relays have adopted the harmonic restraint algorithms, which also might present some issues when facing low second order harmonic level during inrush currents, and it also presents some delay due to phasor estimation. Hence, some digital signal processing and artificial intelligence techniques have been employed to enhance power transformer protection. In this context, this paper proposed a power transformer event classification scheme based on support vector machines. The proposed SVM model, short for support vector machine, uses as input features the differential boundary wavelet coefficient energies, which are obtained from the current signals. And the proposed classification method is able to distinguish events in a power transformer among external faults, internal faults, and energization events. About the support vector machine. The support vector machine is a supervised learning technique which can be used for both data classification and regression. The main goal of the support vector machine is to partition data into two classes of data by an optimal separation hyperplane. This is usually achieved by mapping this data into higher dimensional spaces where it is easily to separate this data. This is the so-called kernel trick. And the support vector machine has the advantage that it is quite easy to implement. However, it has the drawback to be very sensitive to parameterization. Here at figure 2 we can see the event classification scheme flowchart, where here we have the acquiring of current signals from the secondary winding of the current transformers, and an analog to digital conversion in anti-aliasing filtering is performed, and then these pre-processing computations are performed from blocks 2 to 5 in order to obtain the boundary differential wavelet coefficients energies, which carries some important higher frequency components of the signal, and with them and disturbance detection based on the work by Costa is implemented. And if this block sees a disturbance in the system, it enables the support vector machine event classification block. This block stores samples from the differential energies from samples from this differential energies from phases A, B, C, and also negative sequence in order to form a feature vector. This feature vector has a length of 2 times 4, 2 for operating and restraining currents, and 4 for because of the A, B, C phases and negative sequence, and N is the number of post-fault samples considered here. And this classification method was assessed in this power system, which was simulated using the ATP software, and it consists of a power transformer with 2 Thevenin equivalents of 230 kilovolts in the primary winding and 69 kilovolts in the secondary winding. Data was acquired with a sampling frequency of 15,360 Hz, which means 256 samples per cycle for a 60 Hz system. And more details about the system parameters can be found in this work by Medeiros. These are the databases which were generated for this performance assessment. We can see so many external faults and internal faults that were generated while varying the fault inception angle and fault resistance, and also the type of fault. We can see also some critical events which are interturn faults and turn to earth faults, while varying the percentage of the faults involved in the fault, and also the transformer energization cases with and without residual flux in the power transformer. The datasets were divided randomly at a ratio of 80% to the training set and 20% to the test set. And each of the features was normalized between 0 and 1. An assessment of the effect of the feature vector length was performed, as we can see from the table 2 here. The 4 samples, the post-fault vector of 4 samples had the same accuracy as the post-fault vector of 8 samples. Therefore, the 4 post-fault samples vector length was chosen since it yields a shorter classification time needed to classify the event. And here are the C and gamma parameters, which are parameters needed to the support vector machine. They were obtained by using grid search plus a tenfold cross validation. And then with the trained model, it was assessed against a test set consisting of new unseen data, and this was the confusion matrix obtained with it. We can see here at the green boxes were the correctly classified cases, and at the red boxes are the wrongly classified cases. This shows us that the trained model had no misclassified cases with 100% overall accuracy. And as some conclusions in future works, we can see that the proposed data-driven event classification method was tested against a set of 590 cases with various fault parameters, and 100% overall accuracy was achieved with a classification time of approximately 260 microseconds. And such a high accuracy brings the possibility to explore more challenging events, such as evolving faults and also faults during current transformer saturation. Likewise, the simplicity of the support vector machine algorithm makes it feasible to embed it in the DSP or another hardware running in real time. These are the references cited in this presentation. I would like to thank you for your attention, and here is my email. If you would like to address me some questions, I'll be more than thankful for it. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Jonas. I'm a PhD student from the University of São Paulo, São Carlos, and today I'm going to present the paper Management of an Electrical Storage System for Joint Energy Arbitrage and Improvement of Voltage Profile. In the context of renewable energy sources represent a significant part of the world energy matrix, energy storage systems can provide ancillary services for the grid, providing conditions for greater participation of such sources in electric power systems. Storage systems have a high cost, which is one of the main concerns of the utilities company in their utilization. Due to its financial characteristic, energy arbitrage can help in reducing the time to obtain financial return. And also, with the improvement of the voltage profile, could increase the power quality indexes. Keeping that in mind, we propose a multi-objective tool that aims to maximize energy arbitrage and improve the daily voltage profile of the distribution network. To build our model, use the widely used 33-bus feeder test network with a base voltage of 12.66 kilovolts, a maximum load of 3.715 megawatts and 2.3 megavar, a substation at 1.015 pu. The model used was the OpenDSS from the storage system with 1 megawatt per 1 megawatt hour, efficiency of charge and discharge will equal to 95%, a minimum stage of charge with 315 kilowatt hours, and maximum stage of charge with 1 megawatt hour, with the energy storage system located at the bus 18. The market data used was the MISO market, a huge market from energy market from the United States that has day-ahead market prices and real-time market prices. Also, it take from them the load curve, and the node used to take the prices and the load curve was the Alta Fair Street. The MPSO as a multi-objective algorithm for optimization, and as the day-ahead market offered a 24-hour price horizon, we seek to optimize a set of operational decisions for the same horizon and take that one of the particles of the Pareto front, the non-dominated solutions, one of them as the set of solutions for the next day, and to choose that particle or that element of that set of operations, it's up to the system operator to choose that. In your model, the multi-objective optimization method used those equations, and the first objective functions is the energy arbitrage, and it's composed by the arbitrage itself. That is the way to evaluate the monetary value obtained by the sum of amounts spent with the purchase of energy when the storage system is charging, and the ones acquired with its selling when the storage system is discharging. Also, the energy arbitrage is composed by the cost of the difference between the total active losses calculated after and before the energy storage allocation. The second objective function is to evaluate the difference of voltage profile before and after the allocation. If you get a negative sign, we can say that the voltage profile was improved. To do that, we analyze in this index the number of voltage violations, the smallest and the highest voltage values that a particular bus has hit, and the voltage variation of all the buses. The constraints taking into account the power flow and the limits of the system operation. Also, the whole model and the test network and the simulation and the operation in real time was implemented and simulated jointly with the Python 3.76 and the Python language, and also the OpenDSS. So, an approach that so the multi-objective parameters was that ones we took from the several papers on the bases. So, and the simulation results from the period over here are the results from the whole year of 2003. The period chosen for the simulation is referred to as the year of 2013, and the results are presented in Table 2. In Table 2, it's clear that the proposed methodology has positive points, having the energy arbitrage analyzed without considering the operation costs added to the use of the energy connected to the grid. It presents a value of almost 2,000 $28,000. The comparison of the total losses indicates that the losses just increased by the approximately 3.59%. Despite this increase, looking at the value obtained for the difference of the costs of the energy losses, negative to almost $3,000, it's possible to infer that the system operator's decision to choose the best part was successful. The optimized use of the energy storage system results in a fewer cycles, which means longer equipment lifetime. The results altogether help to justify the investment of using an energy storage system connected to the distribution system. An approach that considers more than one objective defines not only an optimized solution, but a group of solutions that could be understood as optimized and of a good quality. The group forms the Pareto front and has elements that benefit the objectives employed in the search for solutions, and specific solutions may favor one objective more than another. Having said that, after the convergence of the optimization method for the respective day, the solution that presents the smallest cost difference generated by the losses in the lines of the distribution system is chosen, which is the decision. It is expected that the utility will benefit from the profit from the higher energy arbitrage and the reduction of operating costs caused by the active loss in the lines. So the particle or the solution chosen was this one. The day was chosen. The 9th of August 2003 was chosen to facilitate the results, the visualization of the results. We can see that the energy arbitrage chosen was for the particular chosen was $47 and an increase of with an increase of the voltage profile of 28, almost and between 28 and 29. The analysis day is one of the days that have voltage violations without the storage system being allocated in the distribution system. Thus, those figures, the figure before and the figure after, show the voltage profile before and after the allocation of the energy storage system. The voltage profile of the system has improved with the optimized utilization of the S. We can see here that this dark part is highlighted by the optimization. So we can see that the voltage profile was increased, and also the violations of the voltage was mitigated with the proposed methodology. By the conclusions of this paper, we can see that the results of this research indicate the successful use of the proposed methodology. It was possible to perform the energy arbitrage and improve the voltage profile, and consequently, by having an improved voltage profile, the grid presents a better quality in the energy delivered to the consumer. Another benefit of the proposed methodology is the possibility of the reducing of operating costs of the network by having the energy storage system considered in its operation. And those justifications for the implementation use of this type of thing connected to the network increases. We would like to thank those companies for the financial support, and thank you. Any questions?
Okay, very nice presentation. I congratulate all the authors for the interesting papers. We have some questions that we took note from the YouTube chat. I will start presenting the question to Gabriela Nunes Lopes. So thanks for being here today, Gabriela. The first question was sent by Gustavo Cunha, and he's asking you about what was the methodology used to insert the 30, 40, and 50 dB noise in your simulations? Was this insertion of noise done inside the ATP draw environment or by some external software? How were they added to the signal? This was the question made by Gustavo Cunha.
Okay, thanks for the question. So first, the current signals were acquired in ATP draw in the system substation node, and only then the white Gaussian noise was added using the Python programming language.
Okay, you have used the Python language to add noise. Okay.
Yes.
Let's make another question. Thanks. The second question will be asked to Luisa Ani. Thanks, Luisa, for being here. Professor Mello is asking you, in the case of double circuit lines or lines that share the same right-of-way, it is well known that zero mutually coupling is quite large. According to your finds, do you believe that it can even more jeopardize the performance of traveling wave-based algorithms that use ground mode in their formulation?
Thanks, Professor Kleber, for the question. Yes, a larger mutual coupling jeopardizing more the algorithms, but we also know by our studies that performing the correct transpositions can decrease the mutual coupling, so it's important to do in the right points the transpositions. But yes, a larger mutual coupling jeopardize more the algorithms.
Okay, thanks, Lisa. I think this is an important topic to be addressed in future works because, indeed, the coupling may change the way the voltage will behave in the system. So it's a good question to inspire future works, Luisa. Take these notes. Okay, the third question is to Amaury Martins. Professor Francisco Damasceno Freitas is asking, with regard the third presentation, that's Amaury's presentation, are the mathematical models considered simplified in relation to the process covered? Do the authors intend to evaluate other types of models?
Okay, thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Damasceno, for the excellent question. Well, of course, our work is heavily based on the original Carson equation, which was developed with the mathematical tools available in 1926. So, yes, there are some simplifying assumptions in this case. Which is mainly the fact that they consider the soil to be a uniform structure, which is not realistic in most practical cases. And also, the soil permittivity is not accounted for. So, yes, there are improvements. There is room for improvements in our methods. We are basing our future research on a work from some colleagues from Greece, where they model the generalized case. So we will probably have some good news soon on this area.
Okay, thanks, Amaury, for your answer. So let's switch to the question to Lucas. Lucas, thank you for being here today. Professor Kleber is asking, have you evaluated the performance of method for different sampling frequencies? Also, in your opinion, improvement in transformer models could lead to quite different results, for example, by taking into account free capacitance of transformer windings?
For the first question, The answer is no, but it could be tested for some future works. However, for lower sampling frequencies, some of the fault-induced high-frequency components analysis could be quite different and thus yielding different results. And for the second question, regarding different transformer models, I believe so that the results could be different, but if we take some new training stage with a data set consisting of these improved transformer models, such as stray capacitance, good results could be likewise achieved.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lucas, for the answer. Let's ask the question to the paper written by Jonas. Jonas, thank you very much for being here with us. This first question is from my side, is like a curiosity. Do you know how much open are the utilities to apply your proposed method? I saw that you have analyzed real data, but how much these utilities are open to apply and to take advantage of your solution?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Professor Felipe, for the question. And here in the Brazilian market is not open at all, because it's the regulation of the market is don't permit that kind of operation with the ASs, as energy storage. So because there is no regulation at all for storage system, but in America, United States, because of the not regulation of the market, it's even possible to perform energy arbitrage for final users, because they can put install the energy storage at home and buy energy whatever they want and whatever the time they want, and sell again to the network, because of the not regulated market. So it's even possible, it's a possibility to do that kind of stuff in United States market, at least, from my knowledge.
Okay. Thank you, Jonas. Thank you. So I'll go back to Gabriela to make another question. We have some time. Gabriela, the second question regarding your paper was sent by Professor Kleber Mello. He's asking, regarding the generalization capability of the artificial neural network, have you taken into account data from different power systems in training, validation, and test sample sets?
And good morning, Professor Kleber. So this is actually the next step of this research. In this step, which I presented here today, the difficulties that were posed in the test were the use of real signals, which are random by its nature, the application of the HIS in different system nodes, and the addition of high levels of noise, which is also random, along with the science. So our paper contributions are mainly due to the difference in the results depending on the noise level used in the training stage and how it affects the test. As we know, as you correctly pointed out, that the artificial neural network depends on the training stage.
Okay, thank you, Ella. The next question is to Luisa Vianney, question sent by Professor Francisco Damasceno Freitas. He's asking, resistivity changes widely in practice depending on the type of soil. Shouldn't we consider a statistical study on this topic? I believe that he's interested in knowing how much certain you have values of resistivity, or you would need to make a statistical study on these resistivity values.
Thanks, Professor Damasceno, for the questions. It is known that the soil resistivity changes a lot with the type of soil, the layers, and along the line. But in this, the biggest difficulty is the real data acquisition. So we use values that cover a lot of different types of soils. And the next research we are doing, we consider real data of from align with the different resistivity of soils, but now we just cover a different kind of soils with different values.
Kleber, it seems that Philip is out.
I'm back. I'm back. Thank you, Luisa, for your answer. And Professor Kleber. Several kilometers long. How to properly represent soils on ISO-MTP-based programs. Also, how this detailed model might improve the results toward reduced errors in comparison with real-world scenarios.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kleber. This is indeed an excellent question because we're talking about the future of this research. So, we have been working with great success by subdividing the transmission line into smaller segments. So basically what we do is to perform soil resistivity measurements at each tower location of a transmission line. And then each line span we may represent as a smaller lossy transmission line section, which we could implement by concatenating several LCC blocks, line constant blocks from ATP, for example. So, and actually, I'm happy to tell you that we have some results already to present in this very conference. Okay, this is a presentation on the third power system section. So I invite you all to participate and share with us the results. Thank you.
Thank you, Amaury, for your answer. Next question to Lucas. Tiago Souza is asking, Lucas, as the 260 microsecond delay corresponds to the time of 4 samples in your system, since you are using 256 samples per cycle, have you considered the time for the SVM execution and the classification time? If so, how complex is your SVM model, and how could this impact the classification time?
Yes, and thanks for the question, Thiago. Yes, I've disconsidered it in this paper because the SVM decision function, if we have the model already trained, the decision function is quite simple. It is almost a multiplication with an if after it, and even if we were dealing with 3 classes, which requires 3 support vector machines grouped, the classification time, even associated with the wavelet transform, would not surpass the time step of approximately 65 microseconds.
Okay. Thank you, Lucas. And a final question of the session, Professor Mello is asking, Jonas, have you evaluated that different load models could lead to a quite different solution to the optimization problem? Also, it is not clear at the end whether the location in which the ESS is installed is a variable to be optimized in your problem. If it is not the case, how did you choose the right places to install them?
Okay, thank you, Professor Kleber, for the questions. So I think I can answer the two questions at the same time, because when in a previous paper that I did in the beginning of the research, we did a process of allocation of the battery as a storage system. So we choose the bus 18 because for the purpose of this work, we can improve the voltage profile, because at the bus 18 that is allocated is not a variable for during the optimization process. Is stable for the whole optimization, because this kind of problem for energy arbitrage, a huge battery is almost the size of a truck, a huge truck. So there is a need to be placed at some place and stay there, and because the facility of the installation and this kind of stuff. So the bus is the 18 because it's the farthest from the substation, and in that place we can improve the voltage profile, because even without the energy storage system, there's some violations of the voltage indexes, and also we can get some good energy arbitrage. And for the model, we use the constant power model. And for the whole simulation, we said that in the open DSS as stable to not change to another or current constant or other kind of models. And also in this previous paper, we did a analysis that the difference of the models for the load model don't represent a significant difference in the results, but in the multi-objective optimization model it represents, because during using current model we get some extra time to achieve the convergence of the optimization, but the final result is not difference at all. The error is minimum.
Okay. I would like to thank all of you. Please clap your hands from your home, all the authors. I am very satisfied with all this presentation. Thank you.
Eu gostei muito, não entendi nada, mas gostei.
Is finishing now. And so I will start here the next event, the presentation of the lecture number 2. I just asked the audience for some minutes to enter in the new room here. Thanks. Okay, let's go to the next presentation. This is the lecture number 2, entitled Travel Wave-Based Fault Location for Transmission Lines, Chinese Experience. It will be presented by Professor Dr. Guangbin Zhang from Kunming University of Science and Technology, China. Professor Guangbin is an associate professor at Faculty of Electric Power Engineering, Kunming University of Science and Technology, China. He received his bachelor and master degrees from Kunming University of Science and Technology, China in 2007 and 2010, and PhD degree from Harbin Institute of Technology, China in 2014. He has published several journals and conference papers in this area of expertise. He is a peer reviewer of IEEE electrical power and energy systems, electric power components and systems, and proceeding of Chinese Society of Electrical Engineering. His current research interests include analysis, modeling, and simulation of fault-induced electromagnetic transients and power systems, travel and wave fault location for electric power lines, and novel protective relays and fault diagnosis for distribution networks with distributed generation. So, Professor Blanc, I'd like to say hello to you. Thank you very much for being here today with us. We appreciate your availability for presenting us a little bit about your experience on this hot topic, travel and wave-based fault location. So thank you, and feel free to start your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Philip. Morning, everyone. So I'm Guangbin Zhang from Kunming University of Science and Technology. It's my pleasure to be here to make a presentation about the traveling wave-based fault location for the transmission lines. So I worked in this area for several years, and we've developed both hardware and software about the traveling wave fault location devices, and also the algorithm about the fault location. So now I will share our attitude and some experiments we worked in China. The presentation here, I will introduce the outline. It includes about 4 parts. The first part is a brief introduction about the basic concept of traveling wave fault location. And then I will make a brief overview about the research, and also share the practical application of the traveling wave fault location in China. And then I will pinpoint some practical problems about the practical application of traveling wave fault location devices. And then we proposed the 2 improvement for the single-ended traveling wave fault location, because we think that currently the single-ended traveling wave fault location is doesn't work as well as the double-ended method. And then I will make a conclusion. Now let's move to the first part. So in China, usually the power plant, huge power plant, is on the west side of China. There are many huge hydrogen power plant, and also the huge load demanded is on the east side of China. So we need the long distance transmission line to transmit the huge electricity from the from the west to the east. Is about more than 1,000 1005 kilometers. So long distance high voltage transmission line may go across various rough terrain, and they are likely to suffer from all kinds of abnormal situations, such as lightning, ice, a wind, or earthquake. So they are likely to cause the transmission line's faults. So the transmission line's faults, we can divide it into two kinds of faults. One is a temporary faults, and the other is a permanent faults. For the temporary faults, they would not bring the power loss, but the isolation had been weakened, and the weak point for the isolator easily turn into the permanent fault by another fault attack. So we need to search the fault part after the weak point of insulator is found. We can replace it when the line has been planned maintenance. Temporary faults occurs frequently, and their position are very hard to quickly pinpoint due to unapparent post-fault mark. Another kind of fault is permanent faults. So these faults disrupt the power system service and reduce the stability margin for the power systems. The fault part should be found as soon as possible. In order to find the fault part of transmission line, so we need the fault patrol. So fault patrol is to find the reason, fault location, and fault condition of the line, and then to eliminate the fault in time. So there are three methods for fault patrol in the recent years. One is the drone, that is called unmanned aerial vehicle, and also the helicopter and mankind. So helicopter patrol and unmanned aerial vehicle is fast, but it's expensive and highly influenced by the weather condition. Unmanned aerial vehicle faces the problem that it cannot fly far away because of the limitation of the battery. Fault patrol by man is slow, but it's very economical and reliable. So that's why the traditional way, fault patrol by man, is the most common way in China. Apparently, it would take a long time if the patrol went to a wrong place. Fast and accurate fault locating for both permanent and temporary fault on transmission line is of great value to power transmission site owners and operators. So here we make a brief introduction or the brief concept about the traveling wave fault location. So traveling wave method uses the naturally occurring surges and waves that are generated by the fault using either voltage or current measurement at a high frequency. Usually the frequency is about over 500 kilohertz. So when a fault occurs on the transmission line, a fault often launches waves in both directions, which propagate from the fault point to the line terminals. So when the traveling wave arrived at the bus, at the terminal, usually it's a bus, it will reflect and then refract, or we can say transmit to the engine lines. So the velocity of traveling wave is almost the same as the velocity of the light. So traveling wave just calculates the fault distance by computing the time difference between the between the two traveling waves at the terminals, and then we can calculate the distance by use the velocity times the difference arrival time of each traveling waves. So traveling wave for the location method has many advantages. The most important advantage is it has a high accuracy. So theoretically, the error should be less than 300 meters. Besides, it's immune from the falling factors such as the fault resistance, electric arc, and does not affect by power flow, the parameters of the power source, and also CT saturation. And we do not need to know the exact ratio of the CT and PT. And even the transient high frequency response is different. So there is no how to say it will do not cause a huge effect to the fault location, traveling wave based fault location method. And also it can feasible for the both on-transpose and transport lines, and especially for the HVDC lines. So the traditional impedance for location method is not feasible, but the traveling wave method works well for the HVDC lines and also for series compensated lines. So the most common method for traveling wave for the location can be divided into two kinds of method. One is a double-ended method, and the other is a single-ended method. So for the double-ended method, so we place the device at each terminal of a transmission line. So the devices at the line terminal will measure the current and voltage that are the sum of the incident and the following reflect traveling waves. So for the double-ended method, the device is in the M bus set. So we assume that here there is a M bus. So the device is in M side measures the arrival time of the initial wave propagation from the fault point to the M side. And also the N side, it will capture the traveling waves from the fault point to the bus N. And then both devices exchange the measured arrival time to each other. And then the fault location, the fault distance can be calculated according to the difference about the two initial traveling wave arrival at the different terminals. So where the L stands for the line length and V represents the velocity of the traveling waves. So we can treat it as a fixed number. So double-ended method needs 4 parameters. So there are the 2 fixed values. One is the total line length, and the other is the velocity of the traveling waves. And also 2 measured values, that is exactly arrival time of the M side initial traveling wave, and also the arrival time of the traveling wave on the N side. So these 2 arrival time are very important for the double-ended traveling wave method. So we know that the initial traveling wave has a large magnitude compared to the following reflection wave. So it's easy to detect the initial wave front. Therefore, double-ended method has a high reliability. However, the drawback for the double-ended method is also very obvious. So the traveling wave devices need to be installed right here on both sides of the monitor lines. And it highly relied on the time synchronization and data communication. So the time synchronization is crucial to the double-ended method, and most traveling wave devices install its own GPS instead of use the GPS devices in substation. So let's see an example. Use the double-ended traveling wave for location method. So this is an actual fault location case, and the data captured by the real for traveling wave for location devices. This is the actual fault occurs on a 500 kilowatts overhead transmission lines. So it's a single phase B fault by the lighting in August 2017. So the actual fault distance is about 45.171 kilometers respect to the M side and 70.939 kilometers respect to the terminal N. The fault distance calculated by the impedance-based fault location respect to M is about 41 kilometers, and respect to the terminal N is about 66 kilometers. So now we use traveling wave captured at the two terminals. So the initial wave on the side M, so we can capture its arrival time is about 266.772 µs, and the other is 266.847 µs. So we substitute these two arrival time into the fault location formula, so we can calculate. We know the whole length of the line is 116.11 kilometers, and then we use this, we can get the fault location respect to the M side. So the area of the traveling wave fault is about 1.67 kilometers. It's about 1.4% of the whole line length is about 5 tower per. So the impedance for the area is about 4 kilometers. 3.4% of the line length. It's 2 times the area compared with the traveling wave fault location algorithms. So this is the practical case for the double-ended traveling wave fault method. So we can see that the initial traveling wave has the largest magnitude, so it is easy to detect. So the most important thing is whether we can capture its arrival time precisely. So it relies on the time synchronization. Okay, so this is a double-ended method. Another method is a single-ended method. So, which means that we just need the traveling wave devices as one side, and then it captures the initial traveling wave, and then it will reflect as the monitor bus, and then reflect as the fault point, and then it will come back again as a monitor bus, and then we can measure the difference between these two arrivals, and then we can calculate the fault distance respect to the monitor bus M. So we can find that this method only needs 3 parameters. One fixed value is about the velocity of the traveling waves, and a 2 measure value is about the arrival time of the initial wave and the first photo reflection wave. The most difficulty for the single-ended method is that it's hard to identify the first reflection wave from the fault location. And also it has advantage is there is no need GPS, so because we capture at the same point, so we do not need the GPS. Only one device we can monitor multiple lines for whole substation. So it's compared with double-ended method, it's more economical. Yeah, but because the difficulty in identify the second wave front, or we can see the first photo reflection wave front, so it has a low reliability. So usually it cannot be performed automatically by the microcomputer or microprocessor. So single-ended for location method needs to be implemented manually. So here, from the latest flowchart, we can see that assume that the transmission line is MN, and there is a fault occurs along the transmission line, and so there is the initial traveling wave arrived at the two terminals, and then reflect at the bus, and then reflect at the fault point. But due to the fault position is unknown, so we do not know which is the second, or we can say the first fault reflection wave. So sometimes the first following wave is remote bus the reflection wave, and sometimes it may be the engine lines reflection wave. So it is difficulty to recognize this waveform for the single-ended method that we need. So here is an example for the practical single-ended cases. So we can say we use the first initial wave, the arrival time, and then the first reflection wave, and then we compute the time difference between these two, and then we use the single-ended for location formula. We can calculate the fault distance is about 46.79 kilometers respect to the m, which is consistent with the double-ended for location, traveling wave-based for location method. Now let's make an overview about the related research about the traveling waves. So one is about the propagation of traveling waves on transmission lines. So some researchers do research about this, about fault type, the reflection and refraction coefficients to calculate the velocity of the traveling wave, and also some possible factors which can affect the waveform of the traveling waves, and also how to acquire the traveling wave. For the current, we usually use CT or Rogowski code, and for the voltage, it also can be captured traveling wave from the PT. And for the CCVT, for the initial traveling wave is okay, and also for the rest part, due to its poor high frequency response, so we usually use the specifical transducer to capture the voltage traveling wave. And also usually for the voltage traveling wave, we just need to capture the initial traveling waves. And then for the detection, the from and determine the arrival time. So it's based on the feature is that when the traveling wave arrives, it will create a rapid change in both amplitude and phase on the waveform So we can use the singularity detection for non-stationary signal method, such as differential or the wavelength transform, and so on. So the other research is about how to determine the velocity of the traveling wave on lines. We can use a fixed value, or we can online measurement, or we can try to eliminate it in formula by capturing more traveling waves, and also we can call fitting by simulation. This is more widely used for the cable. And also some people will develop to put the for location for more special lines, for example, cable, overhead and transmission, overhead and cable hybrid lines, and distribution lines and feeders, and also electric railway power supply lines. So in China, both current and voltage-based traveling wave devices have been used in transmission lines, and current traveling wave devices are more widely used because compared with the voltage, current is easier to obtain because we can just directly connect the capture devices to the CT, and also it's capable of executing single-ended for location method without the master station. And for the substations, they usually have the multiple lines connected. And for single traveling wave devices, if we capture the node voltage, for example, each node, so we cannot determine the fault from the which line. But if we capture each branch current, we use the current-based devices, we can easily determine where the fault occurs. For example, we place the devices at T2, so we can easily know the fault occurs on the transmission line between T1 and T2. That is not occurs on the other lines, but for the node voltage, it's difficult to recognize which line is the fault line. So we developed the hard devices to capture the traveling waves. It can capture 16 milliseconds, and to capture 8 AC lines for each phase. So it means one device we can capture 22 channels at the same time. So in China, we usually equip the traveling wave devices by pair on the two side substations of the important lines. So this is the actual traveling wave for location devices developed by our group. And this has put into practice for more than 10 years. So this device is installed in this Dali substation by myself. So it can connect as many lines of the substation as possible. It's up to monitor up to 8 circuits because it has 24 channels. So it can up to 8 circuit AC lines. And then we put the double-ended for location for this important double circuit line AB. And then for the rest lines, we just perform the single-ended for location. For example, AE, AF, AD, and AC, and BH. So these lines we can use single-ended method because only one terminal is installed as traveling wave devices. So therefore, the single-ended for location method is more frequently used than the double-ended due to the limitation of the traveling wave devices in the whole power grid. And another reason is that the double-ended method maybe becomes two separate single-ended for location because the transmission line may be changed. For example, new substation added into like this. So if we cannot add the traveling wave devices at the same time, so it becomes this kind of the topology. So we can only use the single-ended or traditional single-ended method. So this is the actual waveform we captured. So it has a 4 millisecond pre-trigger and 12 post-trigger window. So we can say that is the initial fault part. So there is a huge single freeze to ground fault, and this is the current waveform. So we can see that it's a single-ended single freeze to ground fault, and then the short circuit current, and then the fault will clear by the circuit breaker trip. And also we capture some non-fault lighting disturbance. You can see there is a huge high frequency, but then it will decay. There is no short circuit current. And also the multiple lighting finally caused the fault. So we can see this here is 2, 1, 2, 3, and lighting, and then there is a single freeze to fault occurs. So this is real data we captured at the Yunnan power grid. So one color stands for the one channel of the AC current. And we can see the waveform sometimes is different, and so you can see this is a two-phase fault, and the other most are the single phase to ground fault. And this is a CT situation. So for the traveling wave, we only use the initial part of this for current waveform. So when we zoom in, we magnify the waveform about the initial part. So for the faulted phase part, so we can see that it's obvious the initial traveling wave is very, very obvious. So compared with the rest following reflection wave. And also we found that the fault caused by lighting and the fault caused by non-lighting is quite different. The major is about caused by lighting that has a high frequency components compared with the caused by non-lighting. And also we capture the real bus fault and the lighting disturbance and the CT situation. So why we determine it's caused by fault is we can, by merging our result and the data from the lighting location systems. So we think that the hardware and for the transient traveling wave recorders is okay or is sufficient for both voltage and current traveling waves. And we think that the double-ended method can be performed automatically by computer, and also in China, it can be performed automatically. And single fault location need to be implemented by expert. And many digital signal processing methods have been proposed in decrease the noise waveforms identification and also determine of their arrival time. Here is historical data about the traveling wave in Yunnan, in our province. So we can find that for the average error compared with impedance-based fault location. So the traveling wave fault location has a much less error than the impedance-based result. And also this success rate for the traveling wave fault location is just to compute the double-ended method, because single-ended method is usually performed by the expert. And we found the problem for the traveling waves for the double-ended method is seriously dependent on the time synchronization and remote data communication. And actually, the single-ended method is more frequently to be used, but it's still very difficult to implemented by the machine automatically. Now we found that most multi-digital-based approach works well for the ideal digital simulated data, but do not work well with actual field data, because there is a huge difference between measured and digital simulated data due to the unprocessed simulation model, because of the limited knowledge of the fault source and the high frequency characteristics of the transducers. Besides, we found that there is lack of utilization of historical traveling fault data in local and remote database. Therefore, we provide some possible solutions. One is we try to research more robust identification for the first photo reflection view based on machine vision. This is for the single-ended method. And then we research on more reliable photo location method. We try to investigate the reuse method of the historical fault cases to support online fault location and the results refining. And also we need to research the optimal placement of traveling devices to achieve the balance between the functional and the economical object. Therefore, we propose the related research work and publish some papers. Most papers are published in Chinese. So due to the time limitation, here I want to share our two research work. One is a single-ended method for the location for the typical looped power network, and the other is a surge identification for the traveling waves based on the image line detection. So that is the next part I want to share. It's about our research work. It's two improvements for the most frequently used single-ended traveling wave for location. So we believe that make good use of the topology to simplify the problems. Here we propose a new fault location method for the looped topology. And second, we try to make the surge identification more robust. So we use line detection based on the digital image processing method. So let's move to the first part. So we found that the main drawback of the traveling wave method for the single method is the difficulty in recognizing the second wave form. And for the double-ended method, it strongly relies on the data communication and time synchronization. And actually, fault traveling waves spread on healthy lines. However, most current fault location methods only make use of the traveling waves on the faulty lines. Therefore, a basic idea is proposed to overcome the drawback is that we try to make use of the traveling wave on the healthy lines. So in China, especially in our province, we found there are many double circuit lines on the same tower. So it actually forming many looped networks within the power grid. So this is the actual 220 kilowatts power grid. So you can say most lines are the double circuit lines. There is only a few single separate lines. So when a fault occurs on the one circuit of the double circuit lines, so besides the initial traveling wave traveling along the faulty line, there is also a wave refract at the end of the faulty line and then transmitted by the remote bus and then traveling along back to the monitor bus to the monitor side A. So these two, and even for there is a third substation F, so it can transmit the bus and then to transmit it and then traveling back to the monitor bus A. Therefore, these two arrival time of the traveling wave, we can use their arrival, the difference of the arrival time to compute the fault distance. So here is a more clear diagram to show it. One, the initial fault traveling along the bus, and it will reflect and refract to the sound line and reflect on the faulty line. And at the same time, so there is a traveling wave go along to the remote bus, and then it will reflect on the faulty line and then refract, or we can say transmitted, to the other sound line. So for the double circuit line, so there is a traveling wave. So like the green arrow shows, it will arrive at the monitor bus. And also at this bus, so once it arrives, it will reflect and then transmitted to the others. So we call the red color, the traveling wave, is the dominant wave in the faulty line. So because this is the initial wave and then reflect, and then for this one, it's also the initial and reflect. So this is the dominant wave in the faulty line. And we call this green one is the dominant wave in the healthy line, because on the healthy, this is the source of the traveling waves. So arrival at the sun line. And the other, the blue line, so it's the refraction wave. So we call it the disturbed wave. So once we can identify the initial dominant wave in the faulty line and the dominant wave in the healthy line, so the green one and the red one, so we can make the fault location. So the main problem is we need to distinguish these two from the whole rest, the whole other traveling waves. So if we define in the current direction as positive and negative, this direction. So for the dominated wave in the faulty line, we can get the formula like this. For the disturbed waves, so there is a coefficient about the transmitting at the bus A, so it can be expressed like this. And also for the dominant wave in the healthy line, so it has one transmitted and then arrived at the bus N, and it has a reflection. So therefore it can be a formula like this one. So and the disturbed waves in the faulty line, we can get this formula. So the single-ended this method is based on the dominant waves in the looped circuit. It means we use this one and this initial faulted waves, and also this initial wave transmitted across the sound line and then come back to the monitor bus. So we use these two. So the method can be composed by three steps. One is to search the minimal loops composed by the faulty line and the sound line. And then we detect the dominant waves and determine their arrival time on faulty line and the sound line. And then we can calculate the fault distance. So how to search the minimal loop is that if it's a double circuit line, so healthy line is just the shortest sound part. And if there is no exist of a healthy line, so we try to connect the faulty line and find the shortest part between the two substations. So the shortest part such problems. So in graph theory, there are many methods we can use directly to solve this problem. Once we know the topology of the transmission network. And then we detect the dominant waves and determine their arrival times on the two parts. So for the faulty line, the initial wave is the earliest arrival traveling waves, and also it's the initial wave is just the dominant waves. And for the sound line, we found that the earliest wave having the same polarity with the initial wave of the 40 line. So because this is based on the deduction of the expression of the dominant wave and the disturbed wave of both 40 line and sound lines. And then we can just determine the arrival time of the dominant waves. This is the same as the traditional method. So here is the actual graph. So we can see the black color is the 40 lines current, and the gray color is the sound lines current. So we detect the initial traveling waves on the 40 line, and then on the sound lines channel, so we find the first traveling wave which has the same polarity with the 40 lines. So for these two rapid changes, we can use wavelet transform or many other signal processing to just detect these two arrival time. And then we calculate the fault distance is just by this formula, where LS stands for the length of the sound line, LF stands for the length of the 40 line, TS and TF is stand for the arrival time of the dominant waveform on the sound line and on the 40 line. So it actually is like the double-ended method, but it's just use the single-ended data. So here is a real case. So this is the real topology. There is a single phase to ground fault occurs on the transmission line AE. So we can find, we place the traveling wave devices on substation A. So we capture each line's current waveform. So once there is a fault occurs on AE, C phase to ground fault. So we can know that there is a loop composed by AE, EF, and AF. So we use the line AE as a 40 phase and also line AF as the coupled sound phase. So we use this initial traveling wave, that is the dominant wave on the 40 lines, and also the dominant waves, which means goes transmitted from E to F and traveling back to the substation A. So we can capture this and determine its arrival time. So on the same side, so by compute this difference, we can calculate the fault position. So this is the actual fault occurs on this network. So the error is okay, and the dominant waveform on the sound line is not affected by the fault resistance, and it's much easier to be detected than the first reflection wave on the 40 line. For example, here is the 40 line phase. For the traditional method, we need to detect the initial wave and the first reflection wave, but here this reflection wave is very weak. But however, for the sound line, so we can see that this feature is very, very clear. So compared with the initial wavefront, so it's much easier to detect. And then the other advantage is it can be capable of locating the fault on the unmonitored line in a triangle loop. For example, we place the traveling wave devices on substation A. There is no devices on B and C, but a fault occurs on BC, so we can use the initial traveling waves arrival at substation A to locate the fault on transmission line BC. And this method may fail on two extreme cases. One is these two dominant wave arrival at the same time and with the same amplitude and with just the opposite polarity. But this is only one extreme cases, and it can be known before we perform the fault location. And the other is maybe for the sunline parts. So maybe the green one will become later than the blue one or the yellow one. So the earlier arriving disturbing waves may occur on the sun parts in such transitional network. But also it can be identified by the features, because the blue one and the yellow one, they have the opposite polarity and a weak amplitude. And also, even we use this raw waveform, we will calculate the fault location is equal to the line AC or the line length AC plus line CD. So the fault position is invariable. So this method is actually a fault location based on two-terminal data, but it's a single-ended method. So the data communication at the end of line is implemented via the sound parse. So it has the advantage without the two-ended communication and time synchronization, and easier to detect the dominant waveform, capable of looking faults on the monitored line in triangle network. Also, it has a limitation. It needs existing loop, including the faulty line, and the result will be a full effect more by the error of the total line length, because we added the length of the sound line compared with. Or the fault reflection wave, more robust. So we.
I'm sorry, just a minute. We lost a connection here. Let me try to fix this problem. Okay, I think that's okay now. Go on, please.
Okay. So this is the actual single-ended wave current. So we found that the first wave and the following wave. So we found that by human being it's easy to watch the second waveform, but for the computer, so because the noise is different, so we cannot see it very clear. So we use a half transform to detect the line from the waveform. So we capture it, and then we do a line merge, and then we can use the digital image process to recognize the wavefront. So here the main key point is how to determine the rational window. So because the total line length is known, so we can determine the window by this means there is a pre-trigger and the post-trigger. So we use the tau equal to the total line length. So the time, the traveling wave along the total line length. So once this window is determination, it can ensure at least the two fault points reflected in there are two fault point reflector window in this data window, and then we try to recognize whether it's a fault occurs by the nearby fault identification. So by use the different to zoom, so we can nearby fault is recognized based on the consistency of the maximum line length and the initial shared slope as the different window scales. So after that, we can recognize the traveling wave, which made a good result, and similarly, the human being, like the expert, recognize the result. So the advantage is insensitive to local defect, and it ignores the micro singularity and ensures the macro insight, reliable, intuitive, and clear, and improves the reliability of the single-ended automated traveling wave fault location. So to summarize, we believe that the performance of the traveling wave relies on high-quality waveform recording devices and robust for location algorithms. Double-ended traveling wave have more strictly depended on hardware, we think that. And we believe that the single-ended traveling wave for location method is more dependent on the for location algorithm itself. So we believe that there are two key factors for the traveling wave for location. One is the reliable identification for the wavefront, and the reduction of the dependence of two-ended data exchange and time synchronization is another key factor. We think that make good use of the topology of the power grid will simplify the problems. And we think widely collecting and analyzing actual fault data will help us to improve the traveling wave for location performance. So that's the presentation. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Guanbin. Do you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Great. Great. Thank you very much for a nice presentation. Very interesting topic and great experience on fault location based on traveling waves theory. We have some questions which were taken from the YouTube chat. I wanna just to before reading here the questions to inform to the audience that you had problems in your camera, right? So that's why people is not seeing Professor Guanbin, but in the transmission I am presenting now your photo and short bio, just to people to see you. But at any time we can switch back to the slides to clarify the questions. Okay, the first question was sent by Professor Amaury Martins from University of Brasilia. And he's asking, it is from transmission line theory that velocities are affected by the line impedance and admittance, which in turn are influenced by the soil resistivity. Based on your experience, how soil resistivity variations in the spatial, the longitudinal, and isotropy affects the performance methods based on traveling waves? Have you ever observed discrepancies in cases of highly heterogeneous soils?
Okay, thanks for this question. So for me, this is also a very interesting question. Because when I'm a master student, so I do a lot of work about the digital simulation. So I think that depends on the model we choose. So if we chose the Bigelow model, so the attribution will be very much more obvious than we use the frequency dependence model. So that is for the digital simulation. And however, for the actual fault data, so personally for me, I think that the soil resistance is not a big problem. So because we use, you can say for this, we use the filter. So we use a high band filter and to capture the traveling wave. So this is actually not the primary waveform. So this is the traveling wave, the compassed by a high band filter. So we can amplify the high frequency. And so we know that there are more decay for the zero mode theoretically, and for the error mode it works okay. But actually this form we do not need to use the phase to model transformation. We just use it directly in the phase current. For example, if A phase to G ground, so we just capture the A phase. And if the C phrase to G ground, we just capture the C phrase. We do not want to use the phrase to model transform, because we think that we capture the 24 channels at the same time. So if we use the error model, it means we need to use the A phrase to minus the B phrase, the sound phrase, the current. And so if the two channel is not equal, or the data quality is not equal, so if we minus directly, it will be quite extra the disconnection of the waveform, so it will disrupt the waveform. So we just use the waveform on the phrase, on the 40 phrase directly. And then why, I think the reason why we do not see there serious decay on the zero mode is because that in China, most transmission line for the high voltage transmission line, so there is has a over, it has the, not only the conductors, but also has the ground cable. So the ground line on the tower, and the ground line is also connects the tower directly. So actually, the zero mode is not only goes through the soil, but goes through from the conductor. So when single phase to ground follow. So that means the soil resistance has no effect, has less effect compared with the transmission line if there is the ground wires. So in China, because our traveling waves install on 220 or higher voltage, for example, 500 kilowatts. So for these lines, usually it has a ground wire. So, and the ground wire must be connected to the earth. So we think this is also there is a problem. And also we found that for the 40 phrase, also it has an error mode part, and the zero mode part is only less than one third components is zero mode part. So, and for the actual form, you can see for the initial traveling wave front, there is no the rapid change is very sharp. So we think that the soil resistance has less effect on the current traveling waves. So that is my personal attitude.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. In this answer, I think that you have clarified the response for two other answers regarding the zero mode quantities and also about the filtering process. You said that the zero mode is not used, or at least is not usually used in China. And you said that you use a high band pass filter, right? To filter all these transformers. Okay, so I will switch to the last question here from Professor Kleber Mello. And he's asking, regarding the example you described from slide number 14, you mentioned that you could connect up to 8 transmission lines on the substation. However, one can understand that in order to carry out you may need to know the operation condition of each remote bus of those lines. Therefore, you need to get the data from different substations in the vicinity of the line. If it is the case, do you also need to know the system operation conditions? If so, do you also need to use data from SCADA?
Okay, thanks for this question. So this, I think it means it refers to this page of the, and a very good question. So usually, I think our method do not need to know the online data of the remote the the situation of the remote bus. For example, like the substation A, so we capture all the data of this substation. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. For it can capture these 8 lines. So for our method, these 8 lines, it means that we can capture its the working power flow. So if we capture the power flow, we can know that the operation is the line AB1 and AB2 are already put into practice. So according to the current, we can know whether these 2 lines are put into practice or not. So we just need to know whether these 2 are connected or not connected, because in China, these B buses, if the 2 transmission lines are put into practice, so they must be connected as the same node. So we cannot allow to use the 2 separated buses without a connection. So this is in China. So we want to these 2 terminals to connect as one bus. So once there's these 2 lines has a power flow, so we mean that these 2 has a composed loop. So once it composes a loop, whether the BH or BG is connected or not, it will not affect our method, because for single-ended method, so we just know that is more than 1 line is enough for our single-ended method, because the reflection and the refraction do not affect by the others. So whether this is on or off, they do not affect the polarity of the second wave we used. So this is, we think that we do not need to know this situation for the single terminal at A. And also this one is the same. So because we know the AC, line AC, whether it's on or off, so we do not need to know whether line CD is on or off. So we can just capture the working power flow. So we can know whether this so this 2 is okay. And only one case is for this, if it's not a double circuit on the same tower, or like it's a triangle error. So if the EF is connected, so for this method it will do not know. But if a fault occurs on the transmission line, so we may know through its path, we can know whether the EF is on or off. So that's the main concept.
Okay. Okay, Professor Landbin, unfortunately, we do not have more time for questions. I would like to thank you very much for your presence here today with us. I know that it's late in China, so I say you good night. Thanks a lot. I appreciate your participation here. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, thank you for your invitation, and thank you for all of your attention. So yeah, I hope in future so we have more opportunity to share our ideas. Okay.
Great, thank you very much. I will switch to the next presentation now.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
We'll have now thank you, Guangbin.
Bye-bye.
We'll have in some minutes, we'll have the presentation of a special lecture on communication networks presented by Professor Dr. Ahin. I would like to ask the audience for some minutes just to prepare here the virtual room. In some minutes, we start. one, now.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I would like to thank you again for the audience in our conference. And now we have the next lecture from Professor Achim Hetberg. And so Professor Dr. Achim Hetberg worked since December 2017 as professor for Human Machine Interface Technologies at University of Applied Science, Halle-Lippstadt. Previously, he worked since end of 2014 for HELA as a methodology expert and for inventing a PhD program. Furthermore, he is still extraordinary professor at Karl von Ossietzky University, Oldenburg. He received his master's diploma in computer science and economics in 1997 and his PhD degree in 2006 from the University of Paderborn, Germany, where he studied computer science and economics. He graduated in 97. From 92 until 97, he was employed as a working student for the University of Paderborn and C-Lab. And from 97 until 2000, he worked at C-Lab industrial projects together with D-Space and Siemens. From 2001 until 2006, he worked as PhD student and researcher for the C-Lab in the field for embedded system design. Afterwards, he worked from 2007 until 2008 as a postdoc at C-Lab and managed EU projects. In 2008, he became a professor of complex integrated systems, embedding systems at the computer science department at Karl von Ossietzky University, Oldenburg. Professor Hetberg is a founder and the general chair of the International Embedded System Symposium. Furthermore, he's active in several conference workshop committees and reviewers of journals. He's a chair of the IFP Working Group 10.2 for Embedded Systems until April 2012, and chair of IFP TC10 Computer System Technology since October 2019. Professor Hetberg is author and co-author of more than 180 scientific publications, look like books, journal articles, and conference papers. His general research interests are in real-time system and hardware-software architectures. His current focus lies on design methods, optimization for embedded system architectures, and for human-machine interface technology embedded system. So, Professor Achim, you talk about deep learning-based approach for user monitoring in autonomous driving. So, Professor Achim, many thanks again, and the word is yours.
Thank you, Bruno, for this nice introduction. And again, if I would do my introduction, would be much more shorter, but it's okay. It's nice to hear also sometimes what you already did, and then sometimes you feel very old, but it doesn't matter. It's okay. So let's go to my talk. And again, thank you for the nice introduction. So I talk today a little bit about what we do with deep learning-based approaches in this area of autonomous or automated driving. And we have I'm a special chair at this university. I do a lot of research. I'm an so-called, in English, I'm an endowed chair funded by a company. And we do research together with this company. And today I will show a little bit about that. And also I will show a little bit what we do in general. So it's not only that we work for the company, we do also a lot of other things in research. So go ahead. I hope this will work now. Yes. And so to give you a little bit of motivation, what we are challenged with in the future. In the future, because the behavior, what car owners and car users want definitely will change in the future. Nowadays, we are used to have a car at home, which, by the way, standing mainly. There's also, I can tell you, a nice research, 95% of the lifetime of the car is not used. So think about, we're using a resource that is very cost efficient, it costs a lot of money, and we're using it only for 5% of the lifetime. But this is a waste of resource. So that's also why it also changed. It changed, or it will also change a lot. And the crisis we see right now coming from, we're having right now in the automotive industry, we would even see in some years, now due to Corona, it comes only earlier. But we would see that. And I talked this already about several years ago. that we will see that. But what I want to show you here with this slide is it's very easy. 78% of car owners will demand connected features in their vehicles, because in the future they assume, hey, my car will drive me, or the service. Now thinking also about it will be not nobody will probably have an own car, you will have a service. And the car will be a service taking you from point A to point B. Then you even have to don't take care anymore how I found a parking spot, nothing anymore, it's gone. You can order this service, and in the future, this will be ready when you want to have it. Like we use today already with Uber. I mean, a lot of guys here from Brazil, you know Uber. Uber works very well, and now you have to think about taking the driver off. The car will drive in an autonomous manner, and then this car is not more a car, it's also interpreted as a service. So and here you can see there's a nice research done even in 2014, what people wanted to do with the car. Hey, I want to read my email in the morning when I go to work. Yeah, for sure, why not? I want to chat or I want to do some other things. But nobody asks anymore, I want to drive. Because also when we're thinking about an electronic car, I know it's really nice to drive due to the acceleration. But in real, it does not make so much fun if we have a combustion engine motor. It's different. So in some sense, it will be also boring after some time. That's the reason why it also will probably change if we only have this fully electronic car as a feature. Probably this will change a lot in that area. And there we figured this out, and we were thinking about together with the car industry what we can use and what we can do to still help them to sell something. But also there, the mindset has to change tremendously. Right now, all the car industry always thinking about, or the value of the stock value is always how many units they sell. No, this will change. They will change. It is how many times the customers are using their service. This will be the new value. And we will have this soon in some years. Quicker than the car industry think. And that is a drawback for the car industry. It's a good thing for the customers. So we will see. Okay, but then when we go to this area that the car will drive in a dynamic and also in an autonomic manner, so then we need a lot of things. We have to look at the drivers. What are the technological challenges for the driver? We need also high performance computing because these cars will drive in an automated way. So therefore we need also artificial intelligence, and we need to the connectivity a very good one and also a very good network, probably 4G, 5G in Germany will be Germans know what I'm talking about. Even sometimes in some area we don't have 4G. I can tell you sometimes network in Brazil is much more better than in Germany. I know this by myself very well. So then this driving technology will enable also new functionalities of the car. And that is also a challenge we have to do, because then we have to figure out significant changes for the OEMs, so for the car manufacturers. It will change a lot because we have increasing number of functionalities. We have a higher functional complexity. We have a much more higher acceleration innovation cycle. Right now, they are used every 7 years will be a new car. Hey, it's a lot of time now. I mean, if you're thinking about a mobile phone, okay, you cannot compare the complexity partly. There's also a lot of complexity, but they probably have every year a new version. Why not having this also in this area? I mean, I know that the car industry wanted to come from the 7 years even to 3, and they don't get there because it's right now how they develop. It's tricky, and I'm nice. I see some of my friends are here, and they were coming from car industry. They know what I mean. So, and then we have to adapt the business models, and then we are in this area. We have efficiency and electrification. We have this autonomous driving. This is buzzword bingo in the middle. So all this comes into the game. These are some projects we're running on where I was involved in my role as professor with PhDs, where we are already working in this kind of area. And there you can see that we're doing all this kind of research and we're working here.
Achim?
Professor, you are not hearing you anymore, and you are not seeing your screen anymore.
Professor
Achim? Professor Achim?
He's not hearing us.
We are with some problems here in the connection. Professor Ahim is
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. So it's all right. So sorry, it seems to me we have a technical problem. So I don't figure it out because for me everything works. But probably you can't see my screen and you can't hear my voice. So I go one slide back a little bit, and you can see, because I finish here, and I said that this is a big challenge. All we can have here, it's a big challenge for the car industry. But there's even much more. If we look now inside the car, and this is where I think the connection breaks, then we have this EE architecture. That is the electronic electrical architecture. That's a fixed term we have inside the car. And there we have also some new, let's say, some new requirements coming, not even only from the customers, also the OEM have some new ideas what to do. Because connecting the car to the cloud, collecting data, sell this data, make some other business models. This will be a future for the car industry, be a course. Why? They don't produce any burning motor with a combustion engine anymore. This is gone. They have an e-motor. E-motor will be all the same. It doesn't matter if you have an e-motor from blah, blah, blah. It's always the same. It's an e-motor. So this value, what they have, is gone. Then they have to look for different kind of values. And that is why we have to change also this EE architecture. Sure, then we have also thinking about probably how does the architecture internally looks like? Is it a domain computer with probably one unit or more units? Because nowadays, when we look inside a car, in a mid-sized class car, we have more than 100 microprocessors, more than 100 electronic control units. This is a nightmare. This is a nightmare. Think about the complexity of the connectivity. Think about sensor fusion. Think about you want to have these cars as automated cars. Think about you want to make updates. Wow, it will not work. In this case, really, I have to say Tesla is very good because they have one domain computer. And still the Tesla model, which is already 10 years old, you can update. With a car that is regular car, forget it. Totally forget it. You can't update because all the electronic control units running closely to 100% utilization. So what you will update? You cannot bring new functionalities inside. It's already full. That's it. That's one of the big issues, and that we have to change also. Sure, then at the end, you need sensors and actors. This is also what we have. So and there also you need a well-defined design methodology, how to do that, how to bring it, how to make it work. We're working here also together. I'm not sure if my other colleague, Professor Henkler, is here. We work together in this software platform for embedded system and also in the Aramis project, where we develop some kind of methodologies to support these challenges for the future. So, and then also for sure, what we can already do right now, we can read already traffic signs. This is what we can do already. We can have a lane detection, a light source detection, even we can have a pedestrian object detection. All these kinds we can really have. And this is also a challenge, a big challenge that we will have in the future. So, and by combining everything, because what we want to have is this kind of levels. So level 1 is the driver only. Level 2 is already assisted. Then level 3 is this partial automation. Then we have conditional automation, high automation, full automation. And guys, for full automation, we need really, how should I say, we need a lot of trust also in the system. Also, the driver needs trust, because in this case, driver is totally out of the road. Well, where we are here right now. We are with partial automation, sometimes in between. I would say we are here in this level, with a little bit the link to this conditional automation. In all the green levels, the driver is still in full charge. And when we go to the blue levels, the driver go more out of that. Because what we have to do then, for example, we need some new features also. We need a semantic path planning. Yes, we have to do that. We need visual localization. The car has to decide, for example, when we make this turn, can I go now? Is there a traffic light? Is there a pedestrian who want to cross? Is there another car coming? So we have to check all these kind of things. This is challenging. Huh? And sure, also we have, if we want to have also this free space recognition, the car parks totally autonomous manner, then we have a lot of challenges there. Also, we did also a lot of research, as you see on the bottom line, in this kind of area where we are working with. And now coming to some other problem we have also there. This was only a little bit of motivation what I give right now. Now, this you all know, we look all on our smartphones. I mean, if you're sitting in a train station, done. If you're sitting somewhere, also done. But this situation is not acceptable. We should not do that. So, because we don't look in front. I mean, even this car, you have to drive by yourself. It has probably some assistance system, but it will not protect you that you hit someone or that you hit something. And this we should try to avoid. So therefore, we need some intelligent things to figure out what is the driver or the passenger doing inside the car. And this is what we are working on also, because then you need also some human-machine interface, different views of a human-machine interface. This kind of human-machine interface has to be, first of all, very interactive and also should have a dynamical behavior. The HMI design in the future will be the central part of your car. And then you need a good specification and also a good implementation. Also there we're using a model-based design approach to generate this kind of systems, also to have the high potential of reuse and all this kind of things. And then we have also a graphical user interface, for sure. We need this for an HMI. And then we can have different kind of things. We can have touch-based system, language control, gesture-based, or some other interaction-based systems there. And the mixture will be there. I can tell you, we're working on this already, and there will be a real mixture. You will speak to the car, you will do some gestures inside the car, and something will happen, or you will touch something, and also some control will happen. Then 3 major aspects covered by this specification and the implementation. So first of all, this is visual design. So how does it look like? Then also what kind of interactions you can do. And you have to think about all the data and the functionality which is behind that you need. And that is also the challenging part on that, by the combination of all these 3 aspects. Yeah, there we have to take care about, to thinking about that. Okay, so let's go further. In the future, probably we'll have something like that. Here you can see a head-up display. And a head-up display, it's very, very good, because then you look in front, because you have it on your front window. Then you can touch it there. You can activate some functionality there. Probably you can also only make some gestures there, and then the things are done. But that is a challenging industry.
Hello everyone. We had again a problem of connection with Professor Ahim. Please, we'll solve this problem.
system.
Okay, that's okay. Go on, Professor.
You can continue.
Yeah, I have to free my screen. Jetzt einblenden. Yeah, okay, einblenden. So sorry again for this inconsistency, but my network was always working. So sorry for that.
Don't worry.
I have a really good network here. I really don't know. Probably Google don't like my talk, therefore, Google, sorry, don't like my talk, therefore Google Meet take me always out. I don't know why. Okay, good. Talking a little bit about history. So where we are coming from. So usually previously we have knobs, we have mouse, keyboard, voice control, gesture control. This is not new, it's old. It's already old. But we bring in it in some new stuff. We bring in this in new technologies. I mean, voice control, now everybody have Alexa, Siri, however you would call it. I mean, there are a lot of systems. And nowadays we will put it into some other functionalities. As you see here on this screen, there's already a touchpad inside a car. There are no, in the future, there will be no knobs anymore. Everything will be controlled by touchpad. That's very good, but it's also some drawback because a button, you know exactly where it is. You can, if you drive your car for a long time, you can go there with your hand and you know exactly where the button is, and then you, without looking on, you can use it. But therefore, you need some technologies also for the touchpad. And this is what we also invented together with BHTC. We give haptic feedback. I come later to that point already. And then you can use also this touchpad in some other areas for your smart home, forever. I mean, here you have a gesture control. You go in front of your screen, you make some gestures, and then you can, for example, make the music louder or turn it off, go to the next sound without touching it, even by gestures in front of the panel. That is a new future. And we can see also, I mean, here we can see with the Tesla, it's really nice cockpit. I mean, you have only one device where you can control, and there you see in the Tesla that we have one big control unit in real. Okay, except the steering wheel. But here you do all the control only via this panel. That's nice. That's also good, a high potential of reuse and everything. That's very, very good. And for sure that we can also have at home in smart home, so different kind of things. But what we wanted, my talk was today also a little bit about what we're doing with deep learning here in this kind of area. So what we want to try is facial expression or gesture recognition. This will be another important enabler in this human-machine communication interface inside a car. So probably your car will figure out, oh, this guy is sweating, turn the climation unit higher. So then cooling down. All this kind of things in an autonomic manner. So you don't have to do it by yourself anymore. Your car knows better than you. It sounds weird, but we are on that way. So what we want to do is, here's a nice picture. We want to figure out all this kind of different facial expressions of the human being. That's challenging because we all look different for sure. And so that would be also hard to figure out. I mean, for example, if some it's easy. I mean, that you can see. This guy is totally upset. She is still, it's happy or surprised. But then some gestures, I mean, this is really clear. This is happy. That woman here. But the others, sometimes, is he lazy or is he sleepy? There's a big difference. I mean, that we have to figure out also. There's research what we have to do in this area. What we're doing here, we're using neural networks. I think I don't have to go so much into detail. It's a simple neural network based on a convolutional neural network, only to show that we have this input layer and output layers. And here you have some different hidden layers. There are more hidden layers, not only one, there are more, much more. That you will see later on the other slides, which I go soon to. That you can see here, for example, you see we take this input data, then we have the first convolutional step, then we make some pooling. Pooling means we figure out specific regions. With this pooling area, we go again in the convolution, do another pooling. Then we have the fully connected layers, two in a row. And then finally, we have the softmax, that is the output layer. So this is the network that we set up to do this facial expression recognition. And then what we're based on, we're using some official free data sets that we have. Here are the data sets that you can find on internet. Then we only have to normalize the pictures. So we take a 48 point pixel out of every, make all the same. And then also we replicate the data. That means we mirror also to have the person from the other perspective. And so in this case, we generate our training data. We do it already with a grayscale image. By the way, that's sufficient enough also for if you have a color image with grayscale to do this detection is already sufficient enough that we figured out. And this is the emotion we wanted to figure out: anger, disgust, fear, happiness, neutral, sad, and surprised. So then we make a training with our data. And what you can see here now, you can see already the output that we can figure out happiness very well. 92% certainty factor, we can figure out the person is happy. That's good. I mean, even disgust is good, or neutral, it's acceptable. Surprised, but anxiety is less than 50%. So this is like guessing. So we have to do something more here. We have to make our algorithm better. We have to figure out if we have a right data set, that in this data set we're using, are there not enough people inside who look anxious? So this also can be the root cause why this is so bad. So this we have to figure out. This is still research. We are going in this area and we work on that. That's still research. Then here you can see our model, how it works. That is our student who did it. And she takes then the trained net. We have the trained net here, the final network structure with the trained data. Then we take the picture from the camera, make the pre-processing, bring it also 48 pixel that you can always see also here in the down of the picture. And then we can figure out what the person is: sad, anger, neutral, surprise, happy. You can see it works also with other people. And even when more people are in the same picture, it works perfectly. And that you can see this is a system that we have already running. Now you can ask, well, why we want to have this in a car? Yeah, that's very easy, because think about your own driving. Sometimes you are distracted. You don't pay attention because you were thinking about a lot of other things. Then you are distracted. Even you use your smartphone, you are distracted. And that we can all figure out with that. And then we can do some counter activities to bring you to the attention. That is the main idea of what we bring. This brings also value to the car industry. New things we can put there. And for example, I give you already this example. If we were able to figure out that you are sweating, we can use, for example, put the climation control unit more on. You can see on the left picture. Or whatever, with this distraction and with all what we feel, we can turn the radio we can play you famous music to bring you in a better mood, or we can put the interior lighting into a special mode that you feel more happy. Whatever. There are a lot of things that we can do in this area. And this is, some kind of nice that we can do here. And what we have here also is, this is the next step where we're also working on to monitor the user health. I mean, a lot of people, you all have your smartphone, which gives you already some health data. Some have smart watches, but we can put also some sensors inside the seat. And then we can monitor how the person feels. Yeah, whatever. We can do a lot of things there. And there are a lot of sensors for a lot of things, really. We can measure your blood pressure. We can measure if you have fever, and all these kind of things that we can measure, combine it with our data from our wearables, so from our smartwatch, from our smartphone, and then we can do something. We can, whatever, we can say to the car, or we can, if the cars are connected, we can tell to the cars behind us, hey, the person in front has a problem. His illness is not good. Take care. So, or we can also, the car in the future, when it's an automated car, can give a call to whatever, to some health, to the doctors, or to an emergency, or even can try to park on the side. All this kind of things. This is good, what we can do to observe in the future. We're not only saying more the driver, we're talking about passengers now, because probably there will be no driver anymore. So we can do a lot of things more. And even when we combine this, even with the facial recognition, we have a new value, a much more new value. By the way, we submitted this week already a project in this area. I hope that it will come in this IETS recall where we're working on here. And then there's another thing that we can do. I mean, if we have all this combination of data, then we can even put it, we can evaluate it again by some deep learning networks, and then we can really observe and can also predict something of the person. What can be in the future? There's also some new values and some new services the car manufacturers can bring inside a car. And guys, this is not a joke. We're talking with the car industry about that, and they're also very interested in this, because this is a new value they can offer to the customers. This is what they really want to do. Here we have also the idea, because we have this dynamic number of data sources, and here we have a platform that allows a connection then of these different data sources and make some evaluation of this data source. And that we can bring also to some cloud services to make some further evaluation of it, sure. If we bring it to cloud, here in Europe, we have to take care about the privacy. So we have to de-identify the data. So it should be data in the cloud, should be not saying, oh, this is probably Mr. Redberg. It should be totally anonymous. So this we have to take care. But why we do that is exactly what I already talked. So, for example, if something happens with this orange car here, then the other cars will be informed. And that brings also some, we can share not only the health data, we can share data about the streets, we can share data about the traffic and all these kind of things. We can bring there and we can share it with the other car, and then we know exactly what are the situation on the street. If there will be a person that needs help, all these kind of things that we can do. Here we will probably also prepare another project in this area in the next year to do this kind of things. So then what we have a little bit commercial, I would like to do what we have in our lab. So we have here a driving simulator. We're using the Kala software, also OpenCV. For the deep learning, we use TensorFlow, Keras. So we will set up a usability lab. Partly it's already there. So where we have a driving simulator. By the way, this seat is movable. So if you make a left curve, then you also feel like you go in a left curve. If you brake hard, you feel it. If you accelerate hard, you feel it also. So it's really combined with the software. And so then we have also hardware in the loop system running there. So that means we can put on some real devices from the companies we are working with, bringing them here and then making also some, what you usually do in a usability lab, you do some user tests. You observe the user have to fill out a questionnaire, they have to follow an exercise, then we can measure the time, we can make video of it, and then we can figure out if this device is well designed from the human interface or not. Because the thing is, you are only allowed to look right now by law 2 seconds, not in front. That means if you give them the exercise, for example, with a new device, turn the climation unit to 24 degrees. So first of all, we start always with the same setting. Let's say it is on 20 degrees, and then the user, we give them no time. They have to go in and do this task while they are driving. And then we allow them, this we do by a so-called shutter glass, only to look, the shutter glass will be only 2 seconds open. Otherwise it will be dark. So that means then when it's dark, he drive, he look in front. So then we can measure this. And if we, in total, if we measure then how many units, these 2 second units we have, if this sum is higher than 12 seconds, your user interface is not good. You should fulfill your task within this 12 seconds. The less, the better it is. Okay, this is what we have here. So now coming to a little bit more, coming close to the end, coming a little bit more to the spatial control, feedback. I talked already about that. So, I mean, we have a lot of things. You can have this, we call it push haptic. So it feels like you press a button on a panel. What it is, you get a small current in your fingers. Don't worry, it will not hurt you. It really feels like you press a button, but you touch on a panel, like you touch your smartphone. But there you don't feel nothing, and here you get a little bit the feeling that you press a button. Then you have also this search haptic. That means also here you get a little bit feedback also by this current in your fingers. And sure, then you have also a lot of other haptic controls. Here you see it looks like you have a wheel that you can turn, but it's only on the display. So it only looks like that. Yeah, it is not like that, but it looks like that. So how we can do this? Behind the surface of the screen, there's a little bit a network with different current loads, and there's something like a matrix structure, and then we know, okay, there is a button, then we can bring the current in the area of that button, and when the user touch, you have this feeling. This is easily explained. It's a little bit more complicated, but I only want to make it easily explained that you understand how does it work. So that we can really do, but that is haptic feedback. So that means also here, what I said at the beginning, you can touch without, after some time, you can touch like you have in the car without looking anymore. And this is nice. This is really nice, what we have. And customers like that, I can tell you, customers like that. So then we have this haptic feedback, which will support the interaction with this modern display. And you can have different virtual buttons. That's also great, because then you can change also the button layout. So the user can personalize the controls. That's another value. That's good. Yeah. Then what we do this force sensing and haptic feedback. This prevent also the activation for features. So this you have to also take care, not that you come there close to the button and it will be activated. This is already done. We solved this issue already. I mean, BHTC solved that, and this is already done. This will not happen. And and what we have here, we can adapt it to the customer's requirements. That's good. So whatever your customer wants, you can say, okay, you can do that. I mean, you can even do nowadays with all the icons on your smartphone, you can change. And that you will probably change also here. And this is nice. It's a completely new control of the car, and it will really play the central unit of it. So what we do then, we did some years ago together with Technical University of Munich. When we started in that area, then we do first take a partner who's already much more involved in that, and then we do this. So then we make really tests. We do some usability tests with real cars, and the driver, we have different kind of drivers, test users, and they get an exercise. We have a test track, they drive on the test track, and then they have to do the exercise, whatever, change the radio channel to that, turn the music on, play this song in your playlist, all this kind of things, a lot of other things, not only this, but also turn CT thing on and all this kind of things that you do with the central control element. And then we can evaluate the user, some values. You have the system usability score, the user experience questionnaire score. Then you have also, you measure the operation time by hand. Now you take a stopwatch and measure it. And then you can do some heuristic evaluation of all this data. And then we come to this nice figures. And here you can see that the system usability score at this time, this was a new product. We tested at this time, and you can see this was not so good. I mean, good was it when this green line would be here. But at this time, this was the first version of the product, was not so good. So it was improved already a lot. And I think if we would do it now, we would be between good and excellent. These are different values we can measure. This we do in this kind of usability labs. And even when we do when we go into cars and make a real test drive, we can do a similar thing. Okay, I think this slide I will skip because I'm running otherwise totally out of time, because this is only a design methodology, but let me skip it here because I put this only in if I was quicker, but I'm not, so then I will directly flip to the last slide. And then I already come to an end because then I consume my whole time, I think. So we apply this deep learning method for this HMI and for the control of the cars. We have this human-machine interaction with the device in the future. Yeah, guys, this will change a lot. I mean, there will be a lot of innovations in the future that we will see, and it will really have a big impact to the car industry. I mean, this kind of display that you can see here, not in this shape. It's also, we can adapt the shape to the needs of the customers. And where it's already in, if you buy a new Porsche, I know even it's too expensive for me, but if you would buy a new Porsche, you have it already inside. Or if you buy the new Audi A8, it's also inside with this haptic feedback, with all these things you have already inside. It's also partly you can do also gesture control, because as you see here, there's some free space here underlined. There's a camera, and this camera will detect the gestures. So, I mean, if you want to flip from one screen to the other, you only have to push like this. I hope you can see my hand in it's like swiping, like you do on your phone, and you even did not touch the pedal anymore. So this is really nice features that we will have. And sure, we have to bring trust inside everything. And that's one of the biggest challenge. Trust to the customers. Customers have to trust the system. I think the young people will trust much more than the older people, but we have to grab also the older or mid-aged people to bring the trust inside. So that means that we have to do a lot of research in this case also to show that these systems are safe by the functionality. We need the design methods for that. And sure, we have to cover also the real-time aspects. This is very important for me because I teach real-time systems. So that's a very important factor for me to have all this kind of things inside our new and modern systems. So now I think it's the end, so will not stress you too much with my speech. And sorry for the inconsistency, but it was not my network because I looked directly always on my router. It's in front of me, and this was always stable. So it cannot be on my side was not the problem. By Google, this Google Meet kicked me out twice. So sorry for that. But thank you so much for your audience, and I'm open for questions now.
Thank you very much, Professor Achim. We have here 4 questions for you. And here we have a question from Dr. Maya from Aeronautics Institute of Technology. So, Dr. Hetberg, I am always amazed with deep learning ads and the future early adopter of self-driving cars. But there is something that bothers me, and I like to know how your team is advancing this. How are you handling a black swan event type, such as a terrorist group reverse engineering the algorithm and jeopardize people's safety or even their privacy in autonomous drive domain?
Yeah. Okay. First of all, we are not really taking care about the autonomous driving itself. We do only this driver monitoring inside. But I fully agree with you. I mean, using deep learning algorithms for autonomous driving, there are a lot of research in that area. And I have to say by myself, I have a little bit afraid of that because this driving autonomously using deep learning approaches, this is a hard real-time task because if something runs in front of you, the car has to interact immediately in a well-defined time. There is a deadline. This is a big challenge. Probably we have to combine it not only with deep learning algorithms. This we have to combine with very traditional algorithms to avoid that you hit something. And in this case, really, because there's also, sometimes I found this really strange because there's a lot of research. People say, oh, we have to figure out this is a cat, this is a dog, that's a human. It doesn't matter. We nor have to hit a human, we nor have to hit a cat, we nor have to hit a dog. I mean, we have to avoid. It doesn't matter. So this is really a thing we are aware of it. So I can tell you, I'm also a speaker in the German Automotive Union, VDR, the German guys know what I'm talking about. And we have a research group. I'm leading one of the research groups there. And this is a research group about software and electronic, where we directly talking about it. Really, we're scared about that as well. So we're really thinking about, okay, for autonomous driving, we can use as an assistance system these deep learning algorithms. But in real, we need also very traditional algorithms to avoid that we hit something. So really to take care. I mean, the deep learning algorithm can have control for a certain time. Yes, I fully agree. But in some critical situation, we have to switch probably back to very traditional algorithm where the car really make a hard brake. We have to take care also if this is appropriated in the right situation, or also still have to do a handover to the driver. But that is also a big issue. I can tell you, because if in the future, handover to driver for us who have a driving license makes sense. But in the future, we have the young guys even have no driver license anymore. They don't know how to drive. So then it doesn't make sense to give them the control of the car. They don't know what to do. So this is also scary. So there is a lot of ongoing research, and we are aware of it. Also in this automotive union, we are really aware of it, and we talking about this already a lot. By the way, we have tomorrow also a big meeting from this Forschung Automobiltechnik, so research in automotive, and one of this topic is like that. So this, I hope this is the answer I can give right now. I cannot say right now. This is we solved it with there. I'm also scared.
Okay, Thank you very much, Professor. We received more questions here, and a question from Mr. Anelis. How do you verify and validate your AI model right now?
Yeah, verify and validate. That's a good point. I mean, validation, I mean, this is, first of all, this is not such a critical one. I mean, we did not do automated driving. Then we have to do much, much more. Here, I think we validate by doing this user tests. We making really user tests. And then we figure out by also questionnaires how the user feels. I mean, this is the one aspect. And sure, the other aspect is a safety relevant feature. First of all, then we have to follow the ISO 26262. And if you follow this kind of approach, then you have to do all this testing that you have on the V model, starting from unit tests, from integration tests up to system tests. And this we have to do then, and this is the validation we have to do, for sure. I think this is, a very traditional approach. But what we are doing with our human machine, this is only, we make tremendously user testing. This is, by the way, what all are doing if we're talking about the human machine interface.
Okay. Another question now is from Professor Rafael de Souza. What do you think about parallel processing and overlay networks to deal with the many data flows for different purposes in the car?
Yeah, this is a nice approach for sure. I mean, parallel processing we definitely need also for this deep learning networks. I mean, and then this is like, we're using it already for big data, and this will join also inside the car industry. We did a project 2 years ago where we already looking on what kind of design languages we have already, this OpenCV and all this kind of things, which supports the parallel execution and which is already applicable and adaptable for the car industry. This project is not finished, still working on that. It's also a project that comes from this German Automotive Union. What we have right now is only some guidelines, but it's not really, because it's also a little bit, it will change, has also impact to the whole development process, because you need also the right engineers a software engineer to understand that something goes in something in parallel. It's challenging. I hope you all agree with that. But then you need the right experts, and then you need also the right design methodology. Probably then you need also a new domain level language. And this domain level language this will be a research project that we will start next year, setting up a domain level language for the automotive domain, exactly for the support what you ask.
Okay. So we have another question here from Professor João da Costa. What are the proposals of the German automotive industry in terms of HMI that will be better than the Tesla?
Joao, Joao is my colleague. Joao, this is a very good question. Yeah, this is a very good question. I mean, first of all, I don't want to say that this Tesla car, it's really, it's nice. You have the central element. Yes, that's nice. Tesla has no haptic feedback. In this case, it's really bad. I really like Tesla, but in this case, it's really bad because you have no haptic feedback. You have to look always, if you want to do some functionality, you have to look on that panel. So, not good. They are aware of that. Tesla know it. They also, I think they are not so quick right now, but from my point of view, they have to, because this is a must they should have, but they don't have. So really have to look there, and then it's good. So coming to your question, what are the German car industry? Yeah, they're better than Tesla. That's a good point. That's a really good point. I mean, first of all, the car industry is probably not so aware of it, the OEMs by themselves. They go sometimes to the suppliers and asking for, hey, what do you have new? How you can help us? What we can do better? And this is what BHTC is already doing. It's not only there's one other company here in Germany who do that. And these are the two big companies who working in that area. And I think it's even the car industry did not know in which direction it will go, because there's a lot of ideas when you talk to them. They are not really focused, I have to say. And so that's also for a supplier company sometimes not so easy to support if there are no real requirements coming from above. I mean, then the only thing is you have to can propose some new ideas and can show them, hey, this is a showcase, or we can do it in this way, or we can do it in this way. And then they can select out of that. I mean, but you cannot say really, they are not so advanced right now, Joao, to say you're in real. They still a little bit struggle because they don't know in which direction it will go.
Okay, so thank you again, Professor Ahin, for the nice presentation. It was a pleasure to have you here with us today, and thank for clarify everything for us. And thank you again for accepting our invitation to be a lecturer in our conference.
It would be a pleasure to be a member of your conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So Professor Rafael, do you want to say something to close the session?
Just to thank Professor Aching and to excuse us for this timetable problem. And of course, your nice presentation is contributing so much to this conference that we had to have your presentation. So thank you very much for providing this time now.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you also.
Thank you very much. So
thank you, Professor Ahin. Great pleasure. See you soon.
Okay. Thank you. Bye bye.
So, thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Okay. So now we have finished the first part of day one and WCNPS. So we'll have a little break. And then we come back with lecture number 3. Okay, so see you soon. Audience can wait at 2 p.m. when we will start the next event here. Okay.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Okay.
tempo passa, mais aumenta a graça em te viver. Yeah. E sai sem eu dizer o tanto que eu gosto, não escondo quanto gosto de você. Yeah, yeah, yeah. E o coração dispara, tropeça, quase para. Me encaixo no teu cheiro e ali me deixo inteiro. Eu amei te ver, eu amei te ver, eu amei te ver. Eu amei te ver, eu amei te ver, eu amei te ver. Quase ninguém vê. Quanto mais o tempo passa, mais aumenta a graça em te viver. Yeah, yeah. E sai sem eu dizer o tanto que eu gosto, me desmancho quando encosto em você. Yeah, yeah, yeah. E o coração dispara, tropeça, quase para. Me encaixo no teu cheiro e ali me deixo inteiro. Eu amei te ver, eu amei te ver, eu amei te ver. Eu amei te ver, eu amei te ver, eu amei te ver. E o coração dispara, tropeça, quase para. Me laço no teu beijo, abraço teu desejo. A mão ampara, calma e encosta lá na alma. E o corpo vai sem medo, descasca teu segredo. Da boca sai, não para, é o coração que fala. E o laço é certeiro, metades por inteiro. Não vou voltar tão cedo, mas vou voltar porque eu amei te ver. Eu amei te ver, eu amei te ver. Eu amei te ver, eu amei te ver, eu amei te ver. Eu amei te ver, eu amei te ver, eu amei te ver. Eu amei te ver, eu amei te ver, eu amei te ver. Burum, burum.
É isso aí, como a gente achou que ia ser. A vida tão simples é boa, quase sempre. É isso aí, os passos vão pelas ruas. Ninguém reparou na lua. A vida sempre continua. E eu não sei parar de te olhar. Eu não sei parar de te olhar. Não vou parar de te olhar. eu não me canso de olhar, não sei parar de te olhar.
É isso aí. A quem acredita em milagres, a quem cometa maldades, a quem não saiba dizer a verdade. É isso aí. Um vendedor de flores ensinar os seus filhos a escolher seus amores. Eu não sei parar de te olhar, não sei parar de te olhar, não vou parar de te olhar. Eu não me canso de olhar, não sei parar de te olhar. É isso aí. A quem acredita em milagres, a quem cometa maldades, a quem não saiba dizer a verdade.
É isso aí. Um vendedor de flores ensina seus filhos a escolher seus amores. Eu não sei parar de te olhar, eu não sei parar de te olhar, não vou parar de te olhar. Eu não me canso de olhar, não sei parar de te olhar.
Dona desses traiçoeiros, sonhos sempre verdadeiros. Dona desses animais, dona dos seus ideais.
1, go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to start again with our new section of the double CNPS. So today we're going to see a lecture provided by the Dr. Ali Hushia from the University of Toronto, Canada. The lecture is entitled Power System Protection in Presence of Converter Interfaces Generation. So let me give some words about Professor Hushia. Professor Hushia received the BSc and MSc degrees in electrical engineering from Isfahan University of Technology and the University of Tehran, Iran, respectively. We received the PhD degree in electrical engineering from the University of Waterloo in 2014. He joined the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering at the University of Toronto in 2018. He was a postdoctoral fellow with the Center for Applied Power Electronics, University of Toronto in 2015. He was with the Electrical Engineering and Computer Science Department, York University, Toronto, from 2015 to 2018. His research interests include protection and control of renewable energy systems and smart grids. Dr. Hushia is an editor of the IEEE transactions on smart grid and the IEEE transactions on power delivery. He is also the guest editor-in-chief of the special issue of the IEEE transactions on power delivery on resilience-oriented protection, control, and monitoring system for power grids. He is IEEE and SIGRE. He has received the Exceptional Reviewer Award from the IEEE Transactions on Power Delivery, Best Reviewer from IEEE Transactions on Smart Grid, and Sanford Fleming Award in Teaching Assistantship Excellence. Dr. Hushia, thank you so much for kindly accepting our invitation. Please feel free to start your lecture today.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me share my screen with you. So Clever, can you see my screen now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so let me. Okay, well, thank you very much, Professor Kleber Mello, for introducing me. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers for putting together this amazing group of young researchers. I attended some of the presentations this morning, and I was amazed by the talent and enthusiasm of these young researchers. We have a very vibrant group of Brazilian students in our university, University of Toronto, so my experience of attending these presentations today was kind of reminiscent for me, reminiscent of the engagements I have with our Brazilian students at the university. I also like to thank the organizers for inviting me. This is an honor, and I see that this whole thing is streaming on YouTube, so it's not just an honor. You guys are also making us famous. Since I don't hear any feedback, I just want to make sure that you can hear me well.
Yeah, clear.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you. So in today's talk, I want to talk about one of the main themes of research in my group within the past few years. So we've spent a fair amount of time working on different aspects of protecting systems with renewable sources, and renewable sources are typically integrated with the grid through some power electronic inverters. So hence the topic for my presentation, power system protection in the presence of inverter-based resources. And I will frequently use the acronym IBR throughout my presentation, just for the sake of saving time. So this is the agenda for today's presentation. Looking at the papers that have been accepted for this conference, I noticed that people are coming from a very diverse set of backgrounds. So some of the attendees might not be very familiar with some of the fundamentals that are required in order to follow my presentation. That's why I'm going to start with a brief introduction to inverter-based resources and some of the old known challenges for protecting systems with IBRs. Then this will set the stage for the main part of for the core of my presentation, which is looking at how some of the protection methods that used to be thought as the ultimate solution for protecting systems with IBRs may face certain challenges, certain unexpected challenges. I will focus primarily on distance protection, and for distance protection, I will look at three main elements: the impedance measurement element of the distance relay, the directional element, and the phase selection unit. And then at the end, I will look at some of the very recent developments in terms of both the publications that I have had and also on my engagements with different IEEE standards and grid code developers. So first, let's take a look at what we mean by inverter-based resources. So for conventional systems, we all know that we have synchronous generators in those sources. These sources are, the stator of the generator is directly coupled with the grid through the main GSU of the plant. And then whatever current the generator generates, we're going to see that at the relay location as well. Well, that's not usually the case for inverter-based resources, whether it's a wind source or it's a solar source. Usually there is this a back-to-back power electronic converter. Let me. There is this back-to-back power electronic converter here, which receives the power from the source. It tries to regulate the current here such that maximum power is extracted from the source, whether it's a wind source or it's a solar source. If it's a wind source, the control here involves some mechanical controls as well. But if it's a solar source, everything is just power electronic based. And then it dumps that power into this DC link here, which has a voltage of VDC, and then it's the job of this grid side converter, which is the interfacing inverter of the source, to extract power from that DC source and then sends it to the grid. Now, this DC link voltage here in a renewable IBR is essentially indicative of the balance of power on the source side and the grid side. By maintaining the voltage here, but by maintaining this voltage here, VDC, at a certain level, at the nominal level, this grid side converter is essentially making sure that whatever power we are extracting from the source here, we are dumping it into the grid. Now, let's take a closer look at that interfacing inverter, the grid side converter. So a very simple structure. I don't want to go through the details of like recent developments and how this thing could be more sophisticated. I want to talk about just the fundamentals. We will have 3 legs for that interfacing inverter with 6 switches, IGBT switches that include freewheeling diodes as well, with a breaking chopper circuit that can control overvoltage, that will protect this capacitor from overvoltages. Now, what this inverter does is that it switches this IGBT such that the voltage here, the voltage on the AC side of the inverter, changes between positive and negative VDC over 2, so half the DC link voltage here. So we have a controller that regulates the voltage here, and now we have a low-pass filter, RLC filter here. The difference between the voltage here at the AC side of the inverter and the voltage at the grid side is going to determine the voltage drop across this low-pass filter. And that voltage drop is going to determine the current that passes through the low-pass filter, which is the current that is fed to the grid by the inverter. So what we're going to have here is a control system that identifies the gating signal for these 6 switches. This controller, for its input, it has a lot of inputs and it has certain outputs, but to make it simple, the main inputs are the voltage at the grid side, the current at the grid side, IG, and the voltage at the DC link. So through these inputs, this controller can identify G1 to G6 such that the balance of power between the source side and the grid side is maintained so that the DC link voltage is kept at the nominal value. Now, these are some examples of the voltages in currents that you see here. So this VT here this is basically a very high frequency voltage. So it includes all of the switching signals here. And what you see here is just a 10 millisecond window. The switching frequency here is in the order of a few kilohertz. So that's why you see a lot of ups and downs for the three phases. And therefore, even though the voltage here is just a 60 hertz signal, because we have very high frequency components here, the voltage drop here includes a lot of switching harmonics. So this is the total voltage drop across the low pass filter. But once you get out the low pass, the low frequency component of that voltage, you get this clean 60 hertz sinusoidal signal. And then this voltage is going to be applied over this simple RLC circuit here, which gives us a similar low frequency 60 hertz clean sinusoidal signal. And this is a quick look at the control system that generates the gating signals for the interfacing inverter. So there is this outer control loop that determines how much power we should extract from the DC link voltage in order to maintain this voltage here. And then this will be the input for an inner control loop, which regulates the current. Another input for that inner current control loop is the reactive power that we want to inject to the grid. So, and that comes from the grid code, the standard interconnection agreement, or if it's Wild West and there is no interconnection agreement, it comes just from the internal references of the inverter. And then through this inner control loop, we're going to identify the current, hence the gating signals for the inverter. Now, back in the old days, inverter-based resources were primarily connected with distribution systems because their power levels were relatively low. So we were talking about maximum a few megawatts. So it didn't make sense to connect those sources to transmission systems. They used to be primarily connected to distribution systems. And in distribution systems, the protection of choice is usually over current. So the relay measures the current, and then based on the magnitude of the current, the relay distinguishes between faults in different zones of operation, in different zones of protection. If the fault is closer to the source, the magnitude of the current is higher. If it's farther from the source, then the current magnitude decreases proportionally. Now, this type of protection faces a lot of challenges in the presence of IBRs. One of the main challenges that it faces is that the control system of an IBR has to make sure that the current level does not increase beyond a certain level. If it increases beyond a certain level, that could damage the IGBT, the power electronic switches of the inverter. So the control system regulates the gating signals such that the current level does not increase beyond 1.2, 1.5, sometimes maximum 2 per unit, even though that's rather unlikely. So typically in the order of, say, 1.2, 1.3, 1.5 maximum. That's the current level for an IBR, which is significantly different from what we see for conventional sources, which have very large overcurrents. So the biggest challenge for overcurrent relays in the presence of IBRs is that the relay is not sensitive enough to detect that there is a fault in this system. That's one of the biggest challenges. Another challenge is that when we have a combination of different types of IBRs, conventional sources connected to the grid, the power system essentially never reaches a steady state. Steady state in a power system is a myth. So we either get very close to the steady state or get far from steady state. So the system keeps changing, which means that sources come in and go out. So the fault current level in the presence of IBRs can be, the level can be very different depending on which sources are in the circuit. So for example, if you connect if you consider a distribution system that is grid connected, then the fault current levels are very high. If that distribution system operates in an islanded mode, like an islanded microgrid, the fault current levels will decrease substantially. So we have very variable levels of fault currents in systems that have high penetration of IBRs. And this could be a challenge for overcurrent relays, even though we have the option of having different setting groups for the relays. I mean, the possibilities for fault current levels are so much that just all different setting groups for the overcurrent relays may not solve the problem. So there have been all of these well-known challenges for overcurrent protection of systems with IBRs. That's why there was a lot of research on this, and there was this conventional wisdom within the protection community that, okay, if you want to protect systems with IBRs, just overcurrent relays don't cut it. You have to use more advanced relays. And maybe this conventional wisdom was culminated in a SIGRE report in early 2015, March 2015, SIGRE Working Group B526. In which they investigated different aspects of protecting distribution systems with distributed energy resources, which is another name for inverter-based resources, even though there are some minute differences. And this is a very extensive report. It's 140 pages. But the essence of that report is that, okay, if you want to protect the system reliably in the presence of renewable sources, just use transmission system relays. And explicitly on page 15 of that report, the SIGRE report says, protection of distribution networks might become more similar to transmission systems, which would solve many of the problems encountered in the distribution networks having greater integration of distributed energy resources. So there was this conventional wisdom there, and it was culminated in this SIGRE report. And in that SIGRE report, they had, as I said, it was an extensive report. So they had models of benchmark distribution systems, and then they said, okay, we connect a DER here, another DER here. So the relay here should be this type of transmission system relay. The relay here should be this other type of transmission system relay. And the main type of relays that they were focusing on were directional overcurrent and distance, directional overcurrent protection and distance protection. For directional relay, it made complete sense because, okay, when you want to identify the direction of a fault, the current magnitude usually doesn't play any role there, or doesn't play a significant role there, unless you're just checking the relative magnitudes of the sequence currents to see if you have to use that current or not. But in general, the current magnitude doesn't play a big role there. So it made sense. And for distance protection, again, it made complete sense there because just for those of you who might not be very familiar with distance relay, it uses the concept of impedance. It measures the positive sequence impedance between the relay and the fault location, and it's a three-phase system. So in order to measure the positive sequence impedance, it uses a variety of equations depending on the fault type. So for example, for a phase B to phase C fault, it uses this equation to measure the positive sequence impedance between the relay and the fault location. And then for a phase A to ground fault, it uses this other equation. And then it finds whether that impedance is in zone 1 or zone 2 of the relay. Now, this process, these equations are independent of the source behind the relay. It's just, they are just looking at what happens between the relay and the fault location. So it shouldn't really matter whether the fault current magnitude is large or small. It's just measuring the impedance between here and here. All of these equations are driven by KVL between the relay location and the fault, so the fault current magnitude should not play a big role here or a substantial role here. So what the distance relay does is that it calculates the imaginary part of this impedance. The real part, the resistive part, could be impacted by the fault resistance, so it's not very accurate. So it measures the reactance of that impedance, and if based on the magnitude of the reactance, it determines whether the fault is in zone 1 of the relay or it's in zone 2, whether it should operate as primary protection instantaneously, or it should have delayed protection, delayed primary or delayed backup protection. So this all made sense back in 2015. Now let's take a look at how this really works. If we model real IBRs with real distance relays, then how does the relay perform really? Is it really the case that the fault current magnitude is the only problem and we don't face any other problem if we use distance relays, as was the conventional wisdom in 2015? So let's take a look at a simple phase B to phase C to ground fault right in front of a generator. So in a conventional system, the sources are synchronous generator. And at the fault location, we could have fault resistance usually. It is rather unlikely that the fault resistance is exactly zero. So there is some level of fault resistance, whether it's small or large. It could be very small, but still zero doesn't really cut it here. By the way, for a significant share of the faults, we have some level of fault resistance. And when we have fault resistance for a distance relay, when we use this equation to measure the positive sequence impedance to the fault, what we get is the actual impedance between the relay and the fault, which is ZF, this impedance, plus a term that is created by the effect of fault resistance, the resistance here, and the current that's coming from the other end of the line, the remote current. So L here stands for local current, R stands for remote quantities. So this is this Arrhenius term that is added to the impedance that we measure. And in this term, we have the fault resistance multiplied by this factor, I call it M here. And this M, which includes the remote currents in the numerator and local current in the denominator, is usually a primarily real number in conventional systems. The reason being that in conventional systems, the angle of this current and this current, the local and remote currents, are primarily determined by the angle of the voltage at these buses. Because conventional sources, synchronous generators, are modeled by voltage sources for fault studies, for fault current calculation studies. And the difference between the phase angles of voltage at the two ends of a line are not usually very large, because if the phase difference between the voltage at the two ends of a line is large, then that would reduce the stability margin significantly. So the voltage difference between the two ends of the line is very small, which means that the angle difference between these two currents is very small, which means that this ratio here is primarily a real number, added to another real number, multiplied by another real number. So this whole term becomes a primarily real number. So whatever this term here adds to this ZF will be primarily resistive, which means that the reactance of this ZBC is not that much difference from the reactance of ZF. So distance relay is not really impacted by is not really impacted by this fault resistance, because distance relay operates based on the concept of reactance, not so much reactance and resistance. So that's what happens in conventional systems. If you have an IBR, the story can be completely different, because the angle of this current here is not, may have nothing to do with the voltage angle here, with the pre-fault voltage angle here. So the angle of this current here can be determined based on the grid codes, interconnection agreements, or if there is nothing there, as I said, it's the Wild West, it's just internal references. So for example, a lot of the grid codes in Europe require significant injection of reactive current. In some other parts of the world, for example, in some parts of the UK, they require primarily active current injection. So this angle of this current has nothing to do with may have nothing to do with the angle of the pre-fault voltage, which means that there could be a substantial difference between the angle of this remote current and the angle of this local current. So for this ratio here, these are all complex numbers, right? These are phasors. It's the concept of impedance, which is a phasor thing. So there could be a significant difference between the angle of the phasor in the numerator and the phasor in the denominator, which means that then this term is no longer a primarily real number. It could have a substantial imaginary part. So an imaginary number added to a real number, multiplied by a real number, it may well have a significant imaginary part. So if this term has a significant imaginary part, added to the imaginary part of this ZF here, that could create a significant discrepancy between the imaginary part of ZBC, the reactance seen by the relay, and the imaginary part of ZF, the actual reactance to the fault. So that could be a big problem for the relay. So as an example, we wanted to show that Sigle work was not considering everything in its conclusion, so we model a Sigle benchmark test system, but the concepts are equally applicable to transmission system, to any system. Actually, most of our publications are in the transmission realm. So we put an inverter-based resource here. We consider the relay that's located at this bus for a fault here. And then we put a fault, we put a BCG fault with actually a very small fault resistance, with just 1 ohm of fault resistance here. And we expected an impedance that is measured here. I mean, not we expected. The normal expectation is that we have an impedance around here because the reactance between the relay location and the fault is this much. And then whatever fault resistance is going to add to it is going to be along the resistive axis. But as you see here, there could be a big difference between the angles of the local current here and the angles of the remote current, depending on the power factor of the inverter, which is again regulated by the grid code, interconnection agreements, whatever. So if the power factor is 0, you see that for the remote current, the angle is negative 100, negative 104. If the power factor is 1, the angle of the remote current is again around the same numbers, negative 98.9, negative 99. So it really doesn't matter that much what the power factor of the inverter is. The remote current angle is almost fixed. But the local current angle can be significantly different. So for power factor is 0, the angle is negative 150. If the power factor is 1, the angle is negative 38, which means that the imaginary part of this term here can be significantly different for different operating modes of this IBR. The fault is the same. The IBR's operating mode is different. So that's why the relay sees something different, which has nothing to do with the fault condition. It's just the source behavior. So even though the normal expectation is that we see an impedance here, for power factor 1, we see that the relay overreaches so much that the impedance falls in the 4th quadrant, and the relay actually doesn't see the fault. And if the power factor is 0, then the relay underreaches so much that the fault is completely outside, that the impedance is completely outside zone 1 and zone 2. So the relay either doesn't operate or operates with a very long delay of zone 3. So we came up with, and this problem that I mentioned here, this is not limited just to the effect of remote in-feed and fault resistance. If the fault is here and you have intermediate in-feed, exactly the same things will happen. But for the sake of, in the interest of time, I don't go through that. I just mentioned the effect of remote in-feed, but exactly the same thing happens with intermediate in. Conceptually, the same thing happens with the effect of remote in-feed as well. So we developed a variety of solutions to address the problems during different fault conditions. So for example, one of the solutions that we proposed was that in order to use this equation for measuring the positive sequence impedance and get this ratio multiplied by the fault resistance, we may use this alternative equation, which gives us again the positive sequence impedance. The difference is that if we have fault resistance, that fault resistance is going to be multiplied by this ratio. And in this ratio, what we have is significant presence of zero sequence current, both in the numerator and the denominator. And we don't have that zero sequence current here in the numerator and the denominator because we are subtracting the currents here. So the zero sequence component will be eliminated. Through the addition of the zero sequence current here, what we are doing, we are adding a significant component of the local current, which has nothing to do with the inverter, because the zero sequence current, the ground current, is coming from the neutral connection of the transformer. It's not regulated by the inverter. So that's why the angle of the numerator and the denominator here are much closer. That's why the effect of the fault resistance is mainly seen along the resistance axis, not along the the reactance axis, the imaginary axis, and the imaginary part of ZF and this new impedance that we measure are essentially similar. Just one example for that case of power factor, unity power factor that I showed you in the previous slide. You saw that for this blue method, this conventional method, the impedance is here. The relay doesn't see the fault and it's zone 1, even though the fault is clearly in zone 1. But if we use this alternative impedance measurement method, we'll see that the fault is exactly located at the expected area. It's not along the line replica impedance because it has fault resistance, but the reactance is similar to the reactance that we measure is similar to the reactance to the fault. So that was for full-scale inverter interfaced sources, which include type 4 wind generators and solar generators, but a lot of the sources that are renewable sources that are connected to the system are type 3 wind farms. In the type 3 wind farm, we use a doubly fed induction generator in which the stator is directly connected to the grid and the rotor is connected through a back-to-back converter. This back-to-back converter can face some troubles during fault conditions. Whenever there is a fault, there is going to be a voltage drop here. This voltage drop here is going to induce, through the interactions between the fluxes of the stator and the rotor, it's going to induce some overcurrent in the rotor winding of this generator. That overcurrent can damage this converter. So a very common technique in order to make sure that this source can ride through the fault, can remain connected to the system during fault conditions and prevent damage to this rotor side converter is to just short the converter here through a circuit called a crowbar circuit. Now, when we connect this crowbar, when we short the rotor winding of that doubly fed induction generator, DFIG, through the crowbar circuit, what happens is that this doubly fed induction generator becomes essentially a squirrel cage induction generator with some resistance in its rotor winding, the crowbar resistance. And the fault current of a squirrel cage induction generator is like this. So like synchronous generators, it has a DC component and it has an AC component. The difference between the fault current here and the fault current of a synchronous generator is the presence of this term in the frequency of the AC component. So the nominal frequency of the system is omega 1, 60 hertz or 50 hertz. This frequency is multiplied by 1 negative S. What is S? S is the slip of this induction machine. Now, the slip of a squirrel cage induction machine is very small. So, for example, positive, negative 1%, 2%. That's it. But for a doubly fed induction generator, because it allows variability of wind speed to a certain extent, this slip can be between negative 30% to positive 30%, which means that the frequency of the AC component of the current here can vary significantly depending on S. If S is negative 30%, then the frequency here will be 72 hertz. If S is positive 30%, then the frequency here will be 42 hertz. So there could be significant variation in the frequency of the fault current. And here I am showing you the fault currents of a DFIG for different wind speeds. So if the wind speed is 8 meters per second, we're going to see this blue curve. If the wind speed is 12 meters per second, then the wind speed fault current is going to be like this. And it is very obvious through visual inspection. You don't need to apply frequency tracking method. Through visual inspection, you can visibly see that the frequencies of these two currents are different. Now, what is the problem for distance relay? The problem is big because when you are using phasor-based relations, you have to make sure that those phasors are related to the same frequency components. You cannot divide a 60 hertz phasor over a 78 hertz phasor. You cannot divide a 60 hertz phasor over a 42 hertz phasor. These are different phasors. These signals have different frequencies, which means that the whole concept of impedance becomes meaningless. So if you just measure the impedance, so if you track the frequency of the voltage, which usually what the relays do, the frequency of the voltage is close to the nominal frequency, and then you update your digital filters based on that, and then measure the frequency for the voltage and the frequency for the current, you're not going to measure the correct phasor for the current. Your phasor for the current will be oscillatory. So as a result, those oscillations are directly reflected in the impedance plane. So you see these chaotic trajectories for the impedance in the impedance plane, and essentially the concept of distance protection becomes meaningless. So we developed some solutions for this problem. We developed a pilot protection scheme based on POT, permissive overage transfer trip, which was detecting the direction of the fault by identifying whether the fault current is generated by a synchronous generator, which dominates the grid. So whether the current is coming from the remote side of the grid, from the remote side of the line, or the fault current is local for the relay. It is the current of the WFET induction generator. And then based on the relative decline rate of the peak-to-peak values of the fault current, we could identify the source of the current, and then that could send a signal to the relay at the remote end of the line and say whether the fault is forward or reverse, and then whether the fault is in zone, whether it's the fault is in the IBR tie line or not. So to make a decision for either immediate trip or delayed tripping. So that was for distance protection. A brief review of what challenges distance relays see. Now, another main element for distance protection is directional element, because usually distance elements are supervised by directional element, and that supervision is even more pronounced for European relays, say Siemens and ABB. So there are a variety of directional elements. I am talking about only one of these directional elements. It doesn't mean that this is the only directional element that faces problems in the presence of IBRs. I'm not cherry picking anything here. It's just in the interest of time, I am focusing on one of these recently widely used directional elements and talk to you about the problems that it will see. So negative sequence directional elements have become widespread and very prevalent in the past decade or so. They measure the angle between the negative sequence voltage, the negative sequence current, and the negative sequence impedance of the protected zone through this equation. And if this angle is between negative 90 to positive 90 degrees, then they detect a forward fault. Otherwise, they detect a reverse fault. This is their main operating principle. Now, what happens if we have an IBR in the system? Now, that current control loop that I showed you earlier is something like this. It's a very simplistic overview, but it can convey the message here. When there is a fault in the system, when there is an unbalanced fault in the system, this voltage, VG, the grid voltage, will become asymmetrical. It becomes unbalanced, right? Now, in the control system of this IBR, what we'll see is that this voltage is actually added to the outputs of the PI controllers that regulate the current of the inverter. So whatever imperfection we see in this voltage here, it's going to be replicated in this VT here as well, due to this feed-forward compensation. You may say, okay, if this causes a problem, just remove the feed-forward compensation and then we'll be good. No. That if we remove the feed-forward compensation, we're going to see a variety of other problems with our control system. Well, first of all, then the control of P and Q will no longer be decoupled. There could be very significant startup transients that are not desired, and et cetera, et cetera. There are a lot of problems that the addition of this feed-forward compensation here solves. But what the other thing that this feed-forward compensation does is that it makes results in imitation of whatever imperfection we have here in this voltage here. In a lot of cases, this is something good, because irrespective of the problems we have in the grid, we're going to have a clean signal here. The problem is during unbalanced faults, and the problem is for the relays. We have an unbalanced voltage here. As a result of the feed-forward compensation, we're going to see a similarly unbalanced voltage here as well. So, for example, consider a fault here, which is unbalanced. This is VG, the grid voltage, which is unbalanced. VT, its low frequency content, is also going to be similarly unbalanced. The difference between these two, the difference between VT and VG, will then become a perfectly balanced voltage. That perfectly balanced voltage divided over RF and LF, this impedance here, will give you a perfectly balanced current, like what you see here. So the current becomes perfectly balanced, even though the fault is imbalanced. There is a very small level of negative sequence current, which is caused by the finite bandwidth of the control system. But that's very small. The first thing, it's very small. The second is unregulated. So it doesn't follow the pattern of negative sequence currents that the relays are familiar with. So if you apply a negative sequence directional relay at the terminal of that inverter-based resource, what you're going to see is a torque angle, negative sequence torque angle that's like this. The fault is forward, so we are expecting a torque angle that's located here. The fault happens here, so you see there are some oscillations in the beginning until the transients of the controller settle down, and then at the end, the torque angle is located outside the forward zone. So the relay incorrectly sees a reverse fault. It thinks that there is a fault inside the IBR. So for example, in the transformer or in the collector system of the wind farm. So we came up with some solutions for this, some protection-based solutions. One of the solutions was we developed a new negative sequence directional element based on the superimposed negative sequence impedance. So instead of using only the angle of the negative sequence quantities, we looked at the magnitude of negative sequence quantities, voltage and current for different system components, inverters, loads, synchronous generators. And then for a relay at the terminal of an inverter, we came up with these two different zones. So instead of just dividing it into two half planes, we came up with these two zones, and then we came up with a certain criteria to identify the angles here, the magnitudes here, and the angles here. And then we showed that if we use this negative sequence directional element in the presence of inverters, then we'll be fine. Now, before I move on to the next topic, as I said, I talked about negative sequence directional element here, but other types of relays. Positive sequence directional element also faces a different set of problems, and phase directional elements also face problems because it's what are phase currents? It's the combination of sequence currents. So if sequence currents does not follow the patterns that the relays are familiar with, then they're not gonna give us a reliable output as well. Then it is very important for distance relays to identify the faulty phase as well. So phase selection is a primary component of any distance relay. It is important for the relay to detect which phases are faulty, to use appropriate relations for measuring the positive sequence impedance, or for single phase reclosing. Now, if we have an IBR in the system, the magnitude of the negative sequence current, again, can be very small. So depending on the power factor of the inverter, we may see patterns in the current magnitude that are far from what the relays are used to. So if a protection system uses the magnitude of the current magnitude-based phase selection, if it uses the magnitude of the currents in order to identify the faulty phase, it may well be fooled by the fault behavior of an inverter. So if we have a BCG fault here, we expect that in a conventional system, phases B and C have the largest fault current. Phases B and C here are the green and the red phases. But you see that the current of phase A is actually larger than the current of phase B, even though phase A is a healthy phase, it's a sound phase here. So this is what we get for a power factor, for a unity power factor in front of the inverter. The fault is a bolted BCG fault. This is caused by unconventional angles of the positive sequence current and the zero sequence current. Conventionally, this generator generates certain amount of reactive current. So when power factor is equal to 1, we're going to see this unconventional behavior. So one might say, okay, let's change the power factor to 0 and then we'll be fine. And that's exactly the case here. So we change the power factor to 0, and then the current of phase A will be the smallest phase current. Phases B and C will have larger phase currents. But this is not the end of the game. If you change the fault resistance to, say, for example, 5 ohms, which is not a large fault resistance, what you're going to see is that the current of phase A at this time becomes larger than the current of phase C. So even though phase C is a faulty phase and phase A is a sound phase, what causes this unconventional outcome, this unexpected outcome, is that we change the fault resistance. The fault resistance is going to change the angle of the zero sequence current, driven by simple KVL equation in the zero sequence circuit. But you don't know at the inverter location that you have some fault resistance. You have been told to keep the power factor at 0, generate only reactive current. So this angle changes, but this angle does not change accordingly. So that's why we get this undesired response. That's primarily caused by the fact that the inverter doesn't know what the fault resistance is, so it doesn't know how much this current angle is impacted by the physics of the circuit between the relay and the fault. So that was for current magnitude-based phase selection. Current magnitude-based phase selection is not very common in transmission systems. It's often used in distribution systems if we want to use selective phase tripping. Transmission system relays, in order to address the impact of weak-in feeds or a variety of other problems, noise and so on, we usually use the current angle-based phase selection, where we measure the phase difference between different sequence currents. So for example, we know that if the fault is AG, then the phase difference between the negative sequence current and the positive sequence current is around 0. If the fault is BCG, then this difference becomes 180 degrees. If it's BG, then it's 120 degrees, and so on. So there are different zones of operations. There are different regions here for the angle between the sequence currents depending on the fault type. And now again, this negative sequence current is a problematic current because it's unregulated and it doesn't follow the pattern of the conventional sources. The same thing for this positive sequence current, because we don't know how to set the power factor depending on the physics of the fault loop, fault location, fault resistance, fault type, and so on. So what happens is that here, if we put an AG fault, we expect that the negative sequence current and the positive sequence current are completely in phase, right? Not so much. This is the positive sequence current, the blue curve, and the green curve is the negative sequence current. And you see that the phase difference between them is huge. We're talking about something more than, say, about 80 degrees, 90 degrees, which falls in the fault type zones for either BG or CG. This one is farther, so this will make it a CG fault. So the relay incorrectly detects a CG fault, even though the fault is AG. So again, one of the protection solutions that we developed for this case was a new phase selection method that functioned based on the voltage at the relay location. You might have seen voltage-based phase selection in some commercial relays as well. This one is different, though. What you see in some commercial relays is voltage-based phase selection. Those voltages are superimposed voltages, which are going to be impacted similar to current-based phase selection, because superimposed quantities are based on fault currents, and fault current is impacted by the fault behavior of the IBR. Here, what we're doing, we're using the total voltage, and the zones of operation will be completely different. So as you see here, so previously, for the current-based phase selection, we had this 180-degree phase difference for I negative and I positive for BCG fault. Here, for BCG, the zone is actually here. It's similar to the AG zone. So what we did here, we found different zones for the angle of the negative sequence voltage and the zero sequence voltage, and this could identify whether the fault is, for example, AG or BCG. And once we narrow down our search to only these two fault types, then distinguishing between these two is very simple using just phase voltage magnitudes. We just check whether the voltage of phase A is the lowest phase voltage or it's not the lowest phase voltage. And that could help us distinguish between a BCG fault or an AG fault. And this is a simple example of such a case. So here we have an AG fault. So we are operating in this zone. And as you see for the negative sequence and the zero sequence voltage, their angles are almost exactly the same. So the relay can then find the fault type very easily using by checking the magnitude of the phase A voltage. So very quick review of recent developments because I'm running out of time. a lot of the recent works that we've been doing have not been based on protection-based solutions for the problems that we discussed. They have been inverter control-based solutions. So we try to regulate the current of the IBR such that those currents mimic certain characteristics of the synchronous generator fault currents so that the relays do not face these problems. Of course, we know that the magnitude of the current cannot be changed because a large current magnitude can actually can damage the switches. But we're trying to make the sequence components as well as the angles of the currents such that with respect to those quantities, with respect to those measures, the current of an IBR mimics the characteristics of a synchronous generator. Because I'm running out of time, I can't go through the details of these control-based solutions. So in one of these studies, for example, in the one that I am showing here, we primarily focus on the generation of the positive sequence current such that the distance relay doesn't face any problem. And as you see here, the angle of that M that I had shown you earlier, if we use this new control-based solution along with existing distance relays. So no change in the relay, just change in the inverter-based source here. You see that these the angle of that M, the factor that was multiplied by the fault resistance, is very small, making that M a primarily real number. So we don't face the problems that I showed you earlier. And as you see, the reactance is similar to the reactance in the presence of IBR is similar to the reactance in the presence of a synchronous generator. In a lot of other works, we try to regulate the negative sequence current, and generation of negative sequence current by an inverter is by no means something novel. The question is, what should that negative sequence current look like? What should be the magnitude of that negative sequence current? What should be the angle of that negative sequence current? So the novelty is inside these equations that have been mentioned in this control diagram, which is outside the scope of the presentation that I'm having here. But I just want to show you that we can solve a lot of the problems that I showed you through generation of negative sequence current, but not any negative sequence current. So negative sequence current has been generated, for example, during the 90s, even late 90s, for motor drive control in order to, for example, suppress the double frequency torque oscillation during asymmetrical unbalanced behavior of the machine. But if you generate those negative sequence currents, the relay problems will not be solved. It will actually be exacerbated. As you see here, through generation of those negative sequence currents, if we have a bolted AG fault, phase A has this green current. You see that the green current is the largest current. So we generate both positive sequence and negative sequence current here. And it's an AG fault. We expect for a conventional phase selection method, we expect all of the sequence currents to be in phase. And that's exactly what happens for the inverter current here. So the current angles that you see, all of them are negative 85 degrees. Now this is a bolted AG fault. Let's change the fault resistance and see what happens. You change the fault resistance, the zero sequence current that's coming from the ground of the transformer, and it's determined by the physics of this fault of the circuit, changes from negative 85 to negative 33. But this control system, this new control system that we developed, again, it makes the current of phase A the largest phase current because it's an AG fault. And the positive sequence and the negative sequence current mimic that angle of the negative sequence of the zero sequence current. You may well say, okay, just measure the angle of the negative sequence of the zero sequence current and mimic that angle. But that happens only for AG fault. You don't know what the fault type is. So if you have a different fault type, if you have, for example, a BCG fault, then these angles should not be exactly the same. And if you use a conventional phase selection method, what existing relays do, then you do not know, you are using just a current for identifying that fault type. So in order to solve a lot of these problems, there have been some significant developments in the past few years. There was a substantial, considerable upgrade to the German grid code, the VDE grid code in Germany, where they made sure they mandated generation of negative sequence current as well, based on the negative sequence voltage at the terminal of an IBR. That solves a lot of problems, not necessarily all of them. In IEEE, we are currently working on the draft of a new standard. We are towards the end of the way. So we started about 2 years, a year and a half ago on development of this standard. I'm mainly affiliated with subgroups 8 and 9 of the P2800 standard, which focus on the protection part of this standard. And there we are trying to identify certain requirements for the current of an inverter to make sure that the relays do not face any problem. We have a very diverse working group of people who are working in relay manufacturing companies, inverter manufacturers, utilities, and a very minute presence of academia from North America there. I think this standard will be released around mid-2021. In the interest of time, I stopped talking about that P2800 standard, even though I had some exciting things to say about it. But anyway, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I hope I didn't cause headache by talking too much.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Hushia, for the excellent lecture you provided for us. Actually, it's a great honor. It's a great honor to us to have you among our keynote speakers in our workshop. So we have some questions here in the chat on YouTube. So let's see some of these questions. The first one, why are researchers using IEEE and IEC standard like voltage and frequency while designing the system? What is the compatibility? What's the significance?
The significance of what? Could you repeat that again? I just want to make sure that I understood the question very well.
Yes, okay. Why are researchers using IEEE and IEC standard like voltage and frequency while designing the system? What is its compatibility, and what is significance? Its significance between them. It's a little bit confused question, but
I'm not sure if I understood the question perfectly, but let me try. Well, we have to make sure that the voltage and the frequency of the system follow some known patterns. So if we have protective devices, if we have control devices, they know what they have to expect. Now, I don't think that there are significant differences between IEEE and IEC standard to cause problems for protective devices or control devices. Again, I am not 100% sure that I understood the question perfectly.
Okay.
I don't know if that could be rephrased maybe later on by the person who has asked it. I appreciate it. Or maybe they can write to me and then clarify what they meant, and then I'll be happy to help.
Okay. Let's move on to the next question. So the next question is when this Chopper circuit consisted on the IGBT and the resistor will be enabled, how sorry?
Go ahead.
Okay. How anti-island algorithms can be used to improve the inverter protection when a grid fault happens?
Okay, so the first part of the question was, when is this going to be activated? It's a very simple control loop. So we just measure the VDC. If VDC is more than 10% larger than the rated value, then that could damage this capacitor here. So what we do, we start switching this IGBT here along with it, which is in parallel with a freewheeling diet. And then we are essentially shorting it through this chopper resistance. And that's one of the gating signals that come out of our control system that I showed here. So we have G1 until G6, which are going to regulate these switches here, switch on and switch off, these IGBTs here. And then we have GCH, G for the chopper circuit here. And the second question was?
Okay, anti-islanding algorithms can be used to improve the inverter protection when a grid fault happens.
Not so much. They cannot be the ultimate solution because it's not just distribution systems. For distribution systems, the problem is not that critical. In transmission systems, the problem is more critical, and we don't have that much of islanding in the case of like, it doesn't happen as regularly as we see in distribution systems, the case of islanding, because the systems are interconnected and they are meshed. But again, we have to look at what specific islanding detection method we're talking about. If you're talking about active islanding detection, then obviously it's irrelevant. If you're talking about passive islanding detection, it might have some uses in improving distribution protection systems, though I haven't seen much about it. I think that needs to be investigated, like how passive islanding detection methods can be used to improve distribution system protection in the presence of IBRs. That could be an interesting idea.
Okay.
But I haven't seen much of it.
Okay, great. Thank you. So let's move on to the next question from Professor Philippe Lopes. Professor Ali, besides the protection issues that may arise due to IBRs, have you ever evaluated the impact of phase angle change on fault location schemes? Since that differential protection is usually reliable, do you think that two-terminal fault location methods will be affected as distance protection, for instance? I think we can divide because Professor Philippe made two more questions. So.
Oh, okay. Yes and no. It depends on the strength of the system. So if the system is strong, the voltage angle does not change much. So whether it's at the remote side of the line or it's at the local side of the line, the voltage angle does not change much. The main question is what pattern the angle of the current follows. See, the deviations in the current angle are much more pronounced, much more profound than the changes in the voltage angle in the system. Even if we have a weak system, the voltage angle does not change as much as the current, change in the current angle by a simple change of the reference current for the inverter. So I say it depends on how much strong the grid is. But even for a weak grid, the changes in the angle of the current are way more important than the changes in the relatively speaking, are much larger than the changes in the voltage angle.
Okay. Let's move on to the next question from Professor Philippe. So, Professor Ali, in your graphics, you illustrate about 90 milliseconds of fault duration. Do you think that power plant intrinsic protection could operate before the phasor-based protection functions?
You mean on the generator side?
It's not clear here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on the generator side, there is this thing. If we have an inverter-based source here, the dynamics of what happens here during the short time spans of faults are essentially decoupled through this DC link. If we have whatever source we have here, it continues to operate within maximum power point tracking operation, right? It doesn't matter. So this converter, what it does is that it extracts the maximum power from the wind and the solar source. It dumps it into this source here. irrespective of whether or not we have a fault here. If we have a fault here, then the protection algorithm that we have here is the protection mean that we have here is essentially the chopper circuit. So there's not that much of a, say, relay protection here that can interact with or can impact the operation of the relays here. These transients here are decoupled from the transients here through this DC link.
Thank you, Professor Ali. I want just to make a brief clarification on my question. First of all, congratulations for your nice presentation.
Thank you.
Mike, it's like a curiosity. I mean, when a fault takes place on the transmission line, the generators feels that something is changing in the system, right?
No.
What I mean?
No. If you have a solar or a wind source, that's not necessarily the case. What happens is that what this generators, so this DC link essentially blinds that generator. So it doesn't see it's not like a direct connection of a synchronous generator. So it continues to type 3 is different. Type 3 is different, but usually type 3 generators use fuses for protection. They don't have relays. And those fuses are usually set such that I'm not that much familiar with how those fuses are set, but except for a relatively old GE relay, which has not been updated since 2007, 2008, unless I'm mistaken. And so there have been some developments that have not been reflected online. Except for that relay, I haven't seen much documentation for relays of type 3 wind generators. Those generators, along with their step-up transformer, are usually fuse protected.
Okay,
thank you.
Okay, let's do the next question from the Professor Felipe too. So, is it an issue for solutions that compensate the controller's influence on monitored signals?
I'm sorry. This is the end of the previous question, so it's not another question.
I see. Okay. So
YouTube is limiting the number of.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I didn't realize that. So, okay, I think we have time for one more question. So I have a question, just a curiosity. Actually, you explained for us the problems that may arise when you have actually, if you don't have any grid codes or interconnected requirements to follow regarding the negative sequence component.
Yes.
So since ground units and distance relays, for example, usually use polarization techniques based on, for example, negative sequence or even in zero sequence quantities. So do you have an issue also for distance protection relays when you use this kind of polarization schemes? Because we have evaluated here and we have obtained some quite strange results, and since the polarization scheme does not actually is not exactly related to the apparent impedance calculated by the relay, but actually the polarization scheme is interfere in how the operation characteristic behavior during the fault. So I suppose that this kind of polarization technique may arise some problems. So if you could share with
exactly, that's an excellent question. The answer is a resounding yes. It does impact how a distance relay functions. We have tested a variety of relays from different vendors. We saw the problems there. some of the research that we did was under NDAs and non-disclosure agreements, so we could not publish them. But the polarization type, particularly if you use negative sequence current, it can hugely impact the operation of a distance relay. The main reason that you didn't hear about it is that I could not talk about it.
Okay, no problem. So,
but at least I can say that it does impact. The reason that, because if I want to talk about it here, I have to put figures and blah blah blah, and then those research results were under NDA, so that's why I didn't talk about that.
Okay, thank you. So once more, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Lecture. So we have no doubt that this topic is a paradigm shift in our protection area. So we are talking about the most recent advance in the area. So thank you so much for sharing your experience with us.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's been an honor for me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Kleber, I would like to say some words to Professor Ali. We are very happy, Professor, for having you here with us. It was a great class on this topic, which has motivated a lot of research here in Brazil as well. So thank you a lot. Thank you a lot. We appreciate it.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. I really appreciate it, and I thank you for the invitation. It's been an honor for me.
Okay.
Thank you. So
thank you.
I will say some words to the audience now. The session Power System 2 is coming. It will start in a few minutes. So please ask the audience to wait a few minutes, and so we can Vai lá.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome to the next section of the WCNPS. So in this section related to power system, we're gonna have 5 more papers. So the first paper is titled Phasor Estimation Algorithms Based on the Discrete Hartley Transform. The second paper is titled Performance Assessment of a Wavelet-Based Differential Protection Scheme in the Inter-Turn Fault Detection in a Transformer. The third paper is related to segmentation and entropy coding analysis of a data compression system for power quality disturbance. The next paper is titled Electrical Noise Simulation, a Practical Approach for ATP Draw Studies. And the last one, but not least, is titled Transient Voltage on Lightning Protection System with Straight Soils and Damage Condition. So let's see now the videos with the presentation of each one of this paper, and after that we open for questions for the authors. Please, Felipe, play the video
ladies
for
and
me, please.
gentlemen. My name is Kleber Silva. I'm a professor at the University of Brasilia, and I'm here to present the paper titled Phasor Estimation Algorithms Based on the Discrete Hartley Transform. I have been doing this work with my colleague Francisco Nascimento, who is also from the University of Brasilia. So it's well known that phasor estimation process plays a major role in modern numerical relays. In fact, digital filtering algorithms must provide bandpass response about the fundamental frequency, good transient behavior, harmonic elimination, and decay indice component rejection as well. The decay indice component is harder to deal with indeed, and it causes an undesirable error in phasor estimation outputs, leading protection scheme to misoperate. For example, distance protection either underreach or overreach the fault point, whereas overcurrent protection may lose selectivity. In order to overcome these drawbacks, modifying DFT-based phasor estimation algorithms have been widely used in real-world application. Even so, we do believe there is still room for improvements. That's why we are here to propose a new phasor estimation algorithm based on the discrete Hartley transform that present advantage over some DFT-based ones regarding the decay indice component rejection. So the discrete Hartley transform was widely used in the past as an alternative way to compute the discrete Fourier transform coefficient. By using the DHT, we can reduce the computational burden in this computation. However, as the time goes by, with the improvements of the fast Fourier transform algorithm, this transformation has not been used for this purpose anymore. So here we present the basic formulation of the discrete Hartley transform. This transformation uses the base function, the function CAS, that comes from cosine plus sine, or cosine minus sine, depends on the argument of this function. So by using this basis function, we can apply the windowing process to compute the discrete Hartley transform coefficient in its complement. So even though this transformation has not been used for the reducing the computational burden on computation of the DFT coefficient, it's important to highlight that this transformation may provide different filtering characteristics, as one can see here by the analysis of the frequency response of the half-cycle filters and the full-cycle filters. As one can see here, these filters have a quite different frequency response. For example, they have a quite different side lobes for interharmonics, and for example, they have different gains for DC component in the case of half-cycle filters. So these filters, the filters from the discrete Hartley transform are different from those used in discrete Fourier transformer. And also, we also highlight here that as the same as DFT, the DHT, the discrete Hartley transform, may also be applied along with the decimation process in such way that we can also calculate the discrete Hartley transform coefficients using the decimation by 2 and using the decimation by 4. Actually, this is the key idea underlying the proposed algorithm, as one can see next. So here we present briefly the proposed algorithm that takes into account that the sampling process, the whole sampling process, is continuously performed by the relay in such way that the analog signal is firstly filtered using the anti-aliasing, a low-pass anti-aliasing filter before it becomes digital data. In such way that whenever we have a new sample acquired, the data window is updated, and then we firstly calculate the DHT coefficients for the even and odd sample set obtained from the decimation by 2 of the data window. And then combining these outputs, we can calculate the real and imaginary parts of the phasor using this equation here. But it's important to mention that these coefficients in red are dependent on the parameter lambda. Lambda, in fact, is equal to the inverse of the exponential term of the decaying DC component. So in order to compute the parameter lambda, we first apply an additional stage of filtering. We use a first order digital low pass filter in order to reduce the impact of the decimation process. Actually, whenever we use a decimation process, the scheme as a whole becomes more sensitive to noise. So in order to reduce the sensitivity to noise, we apply this additional filtering process. Then we apply a decimation by 2 and a decimation by 4 in this filter data, and then apply the discrete Hartley transform for each one of these data set. And we combine these outputs in order to compute the parameter lambda. And now, using the parameter lambda, we can calculate the coefficients C, D, E, and F. Thereby, we can obtain the real part and imaginary part of the phasor without the decaying DC component effect. So, it's important to highlight, it's important to point out here that the proposed formulation can be applied for both full cycle and half cycle data window interchangeably. So we don't need to change nothing except the data window length. So we change only the data window length using the same formulation, and then we can calculate the fundamental frequency phasor without the decaying DC component effect. So we're gonna present some results next. Firstly, we present the transient response of the proposed algorithm applied to a full cycle data window and a half cycle data window, and compare their performance with the performance obtained using two other algorithms, two DFT-based algorithms reported in the literature on the subject. So here we plot the performance of the estimation of the amplitude, of the magnitude of the phasors, and as one can see here, for example, we can see that the proposed algorithm using the full cycle in blue and half cycle in red provides the smaller overshoot and the fast settling time. In fact, as one can see here, the proposed algorithm is able to quickly reach the fault state point, and there is no oscillation, there is no error before after that. On the other hand, the DFT-based algorithms that we evaluated here present quite oscillated estimation here. So these kind of errors may lead the protection function to misoperate. So here we present a massive data analysis. This is a quite simple analysis indeed, in which we performance of an analysis of varying the time constant of the decaying DC component and observe the maximal overshoot obtained. As one can see here, once more, the proposed algorithm provides the smallest overshoot, mainly the full cycle discrete Hartley transformer algorithm. I mean, the proposed algorithm applied to a full cycle data window. So, as a conclusion, we may say that this paper is the first to present the use of the DHT in phasor estimation immune to the decaying DC component. And also, the proposed algorithms provide a smaller overshoot and settling time than some DFT-based algorithms reported in the literature, especially those ones that we evaluated here. And last but not least, the authors do believe the obtained results are preliminary, such that further analysis have been done to even more improve the performance of the proposed algorithm. So, thank you for your attention, and I'm open for comments and questions regarding this paper.
Hello everyone, my name is Rodrigo Medeiros, and my presentation at workshop on communication networks and power systems is entitled Performance Assessment of a Wavelet-Based Differential Protection Scheme in the Interturn Fault Detection in a Transformer. So the main issue addressed in this paper lies in the fact that the interturn fault detection is still a challenge for traditional power transformer differential protection schemes, because the transformer load current in these faults in general can be confused with the fault current. As an example, we can see this figure. This figure illustrates an internal fault involving few turns on the while winding, and there is almost no difference between the magnitudes of the currents before and after the fault initiation. Furthermore, the sensitivity of the traditional phase differential unit decreases significantly with the increase of the transformer loading, and the conventional algorithm usually detects interturn faults at a severe stage, and this fact can be dangerous for the power transformer health. So all these limitations of the traditional power transformer differential protection can be overcome with the application of the wavelet transform. In order to give support to the previous commentary, recent works in literature proposed the use of the new wavelet differential units as a replacement of the traditional phase and negative sequence units. For example, these new wavelet units are named as 87TW and 87QW respectively. And this paper presents an extensively comparison between the performance of these two new differential units, new wavelet differential units, and their respective conventional ones, regarding the detection of several interturn faults on the both sides of the power transformer for different power transformer loading scenarios. The existing wavelet-based differential protection, according to Medeiros 2018, runs with the following steps: the preprocessing where the sampling rate used is equal to 15.36 kilohertz. And following, the wavelet transform is applied directly on the coherence. The version of the wavelet transform is real-time boundary stationary wavelet transform, where the dB4 model wavelet is used. Another routines, the phase magnitude adjustments, differential coefficients, differential energy, and the application of the new wavelet units, the phase and negative sequence differential protections. All these steps are similar to steps verified in conventional techniques. The only difference lies in the fact that this method uses the high frequency components of the coherent transform coherence instead of the conventional techniques that use the low frequency components obtained by a phase estimation process, for example. The simulated databases in this paper were turn-to-turn and turn-to-if faults on the Y winding, as well as turn-to-turn and turn-to-if faults on the delta winding. So all these faults were simulated by considering a variation of the percentage of the turns from 1 until 98%. Also, the angle delta of the remote source was varied with delta from minus 35 degrees until minus 65 degrees in order to investigate the system load variation effect. As results verified in this paper, firstly, a comparison between the wavelet and traditional phase units for a light load condition for delta equal minus 35 degrees. The wavelet unit presented a success rate of almost 100% with an average time delay of 0.1 milliseconds. On the other hand, the phase unit presented a success rate of only 81.89% with an average time delay of 15.29 milliseconds. For the negative sequence units in light load condition, the wavelet negative sequence unit presented a success rate of 100% with an average time delay of 0.4 milliseconds, and the negative sequence traditional unit presented a success rate of 95.41% with an average time delay of 38 milliseconds. For heavy load conditions, the wavelet phase unit presented success rate of 98.72% with an average time delay of 0.4 milliseconds, and the traditional phase unit presented a success rate of only 68.62% with an average time delay of 80 milliseconds. Regarding the negative sequence units, for delta equal minus 65 degrees, that is in heavy loading conditions, the negative sequence, the wavelet negative sequence unit presented a success rate of 99.23% with an average time delay of 0.67 milliseconds. On the other hand, the traditional negative sequence unit presented a success rate of 91.33% with an average time delay of only 40 milliseconds. That is bigger than 2 cycles at fundamental frequency. The performance summary of the wavelet and conventional units studied analyzed in this paper. For the wavelet units, in general, the wavelet negative sequence unit was the best, presented 100% of success rate on light and medium loads. For the conventional units, the traditional phase unit was strongly affected by the load system variation. This unit presented a success rate of only 68.62% for delta equal minus 65 degrees. And the negative sequence unit was less affected, presented success rates varying between 95.41% and 91.33%. All the results verified in this paper are summarized in the table 1. As conclusions of this work, 2 points deserve special attention. There is efficiency and time delay. And in general lines, the wavelet differential protection scheme was quite efficient, faster, and independent of system load variations. The bibliography used in this presentation. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I am Luis Fernando Gontijo. I am honored to be here and present my research today. My article to the WCNPS'2020 is called Segmentation and Entropy Coding Analysis of a Data Compression System for Power Quality Disturbance. This presentation is divided into 6 sections. First, the signal data bank used in simulations. Second, the voltage and current signal coding system. Third, the dynamic bit allocation algorithm. Fourth, the segmentation window analysis. Fifth, the entropy coding analysis. And sixth, some conclusions. The signal data bank is composed of 60 voltage records and 36 current records. Voltage and current signals are sampled in 256 times per cycle of the fundamental frequency. Each sample has 16 bits in a 60 Hz distribution system. Both voltage and current signals have intake composition, several disturbances such as voltosegs and harmonics. Only the A phase of the voltage and current signals were used for the simulations. The sampling rate of the system is 15,360 samples per second, and the simulation carried out in this work run in the databank present in the reference improved transient data compression algorithm based on wavelet spectral quantization models. The voltage and current signal coding system is shown by the diagram and was first proposed in the paper called Improved Transient Data Compression Algorithm based on wavelet spectral quantization models. The first stage of the discrete time segmentation of the input waveform by a window of size and samples. The second stage applies the discrete wavelet transform. The third stage quantizes the transform coefficient with a dynamic bit allocation algorithm. The fourth stage is the entropy coding of the quantized coefficients. The fifth and final stage is the data packing. The coding is the reverse process of the encoding. The first stage starts with the packing of the encoding data file, allowing access to each encoding segment. The second stage, the entropy is the decoding of each frame. The third stage applies the inverse quantization, obtaining the transform coefficient of each subband. The fourth stage consists of the inverse discrete wavelet transform. Finally, the fifth stage concatenates each segment of the coefficient obtained to generate the reconstruction waveform. The waveform. Yeah, the quantization done by the dynamic bit allocation was first present in the paper called "Improved Transient Data Compression Algorithm Based on Wavelet Spectral Quantization Models." The process allocates a bigger number of bits for coefficients with higher energy levels and low frequency. Those carry great amount of information for the transformed signal. The DBA algorithm take into account the spectral envelope of the transformed signal, then choose the number of bits for each subband. Each coefficient with the same subband of the transformed signal is quantized with the same number of bits. The coefficient in the approximation subband is quantized according to the first equation of the slide, and where Bm is the number of bits of the subband at the m level. In the equation, x max is the maximum absolute value of the transformed coefficient. The other subband's coefficients are quantized according to the second equation, where uppercase M is the number of subbands in the transformed signal, lowercase m is the subband that is being quantized using the μm coefficient, and D indicates the transform coefficient that is being quantized in the mth subband. Here, just an illustration of the quantizing process. The coefficient in the first subbands are quantized with Bm equal to 4. The other coefficient in the other subbands are quantized according to the distribution of the fixed spectral shape. This fixed spectral shape has different ways to be projected, but thus are always the crescent curve limited with theta max and theta min. Theta max indicates the maximum quantity of bits given to sample in a certain subband, and in the same way, theta min indicates the minimum quantity of bits given to samples in a certain subband. For example, in the slide, theta max is equal to 16 bits and theta minimum is equal to 4 bits. This section analyze the different size of segmentation windows in the encoding and decoding system. Window size equal to 256, 512, 1024, 2048, and 4096 samples was used. The results obtained in this section used the wavelet family of the 5. The fixed spectral curve used is the decreasing exponential, and in addition, Hofmann entropy coding, while used in the literature, was applied. The initial value of theta max and theta min was 16 bits and 15 bits respectively. The figure shows that the compression rate results for different signal-to-noise ratio levels obtained for different segmentation window size. Each point of this, the figures indicate different levels of theta max and theta min. For the first point, we have theta max equal to 16 bits, and theta minimum is equal to 15 bits. For the second point, we have theta max equal to 15 bits and theta minimum equal to 14 bits, and so on until theta max is equal to 7 bits and theta minimum is equal to 6 bits. As observed in the figures, the compression rate is higher for higher segmentation window size, considering each SNR levels. This is due to the less space needed for lateral information. The figure in the slide confirm its hypothesis. The decrease of overhead information beats proportion while the segmentation window size increase, favoring the compression results for large segmentation windows. Now, in this section, we analyze the influence of entropy coding algorithm used in the entropy coding stage of the encoding system. For the simulation, we used Hofmann coding, arithmetic coding, and the context-based arithmetic coding. This algorithm uses each symbol probability of occurrence given observation of the previous symbols. The idea here is in this algorithm is to use the bias in the series of coefficients present in the input signal vector. For the simulations, in this analysis, we use the configuration of the code and the code system. The window size used in the simulation is equal to 1044 samples. The results obtained the section will use a wavelet family of the 5. The fixed spectral profile curve used is the decreasing exponential 2. And for the entropy coding stage, we use the three possible coding algorithms: Huffman, arithmetic, and context-based arithmetic coding. At the initial value of theta max and theta min are 16 bits and 15 bits respectively. As observed in the figures, the context-based arithmetic coding algorithm have better compression ratio values for different signal-to-noise levels. Given the context in which the symbol is encoded, each has greater probability of occurrence. This way of calculating the cumulative probability of symbols occurrence makes better updates in the coding intervals, presenting a more effective version than the conventional arithmetic coding algorithm. Since the signal used in this work are mostly sinusoidal, except for intervals with disturbance, the context-based arithmetic algorithm tends to show good results. This is due, of course, to the good symbol prediction when observing the symbol that occurred previously. Some conclusions: just greater signal compression was observed for the same S and R levels when large segmentation window size was used. For the entropy coding algorithm, it was observed that the context-based arithmetic coding algorithm showed higher compression radius values at the same S and R levels. This improvement is a result of most of the input signals being sinusoidal. The knowledge and memory of the statistical characteristics of each encoding coefficient provides better values of cumulative probabilities used to update the coding limits in the arithmetic coding algorithm. Finally, some alternatives for future studies related on the representation system are the implementation of different entropy coding algorithms and the recursive coding of several signals in the same file. Thank you. And this was the reference used for the research, and thank you for your attention.
Hello everyone, my name is Felipe Lopes. I am from the University of Brasilia, and I am here to present the paper Electrical Noise Simulation, a Practical Approach for ATP draw studies. This paper has been developed in partnership with my colleagues Nilo Ribeiro from Eletronorte, Gustavo Cunha, Tiago Honorato, and Professor Kleber Silva from University of Brasilia. This paper is motivated by the increasing importance of transient-based power system monitoring functions. Indeed, a lot of high-speed protection and fault location algorithms have been reported in the literature and also embedded in actual devices which analyze instantaneous values and traveling waves in time domain. In this case, the analysis of high-frequency components is of utmost importance, and so the electrical noise influence can be critical because they can distort the signals as shown in this figure here. So, a way to evaluate the electrical noise influence during the development of time domain functions, the use of real systems waveforms that contain already noise present in the waveforms is a good choice. However, real records are not always available in such a way that the way to best represent these transients is using electromagnetic transient program called here EMTP programs. Even so, even when we use EMTP programs, we have noticed the need for electrical noise simulation directly in the simulation platform, in such a way that in this paper we propose a solution to emulate noises in the alternative transients program, which is a type of EMTP program that has been widely used worldwide. When we do not have real-time simulators available, the ATP can be used to simulate power systems in order to test real devices. To do so, playback tests based on contract files generated by ADP are used. And looking towards the simulation of noise, we can think that the emulation of electrical noise directly in ADP environment could be a good choice. However, to do so, the model's language available in ADP environment would be required to be used. But this programming language, the routines implemented using this programming language are applied dynamically during the simulation, and this language has a reduced number of functions in such a way that emulating electrical noise by means of these routines could be not practical. Another way to think about noise simulation, considering signals taken from ADP, is to export ADP records and use external programming or mathematical platforms in order to create noise signals and then to export them directly to the device to be tested. However, in this case, we would need to generate contract files, which is also a task that can be complicated for many people, and depending on the format of these contract files, the format required to build these files. So the proposal in this paper consists on interacting the ADP with the MATLAB program, which is considered a good mathematical platform with promptly available functions that are capable of simulating electrical noise. Then we take these noise signals, import back into ADP environment, which is then responsible to generate contract files that can be used to test real device. This is our main goal here. And the proposed solution is divided into 3 simple steps. The first one consists in the electrical noise generation. Basically, we here simulate the power system using the ATP draw. So we have as a result the sig-in, which is a signal without noise. Then these signals are imported into MATLAB, where we use this very simple routine here to add a white Gaussian noise into the input signal sig-in. To do so, we consider an user-defined signal-to-noise ratio, which is proportional to the measured power in the input signal, considering a given seed random stream to generate this noise. And so as a result, we have the signal sig-noi here. And then by subtracting the noisy signal with the sig-in from the sig-in from the noisy signal sig-noi, we can estimate a pure noise signal, which is called here noise. This procedure is also performed in MATLAB environment. Then, in the second step, we take this noise signal and we upload its samples into the empirical source type 1 available in ATP draw in such a way that we can reproduce into the ATP environment the obtained noise signal. Finally, we just take this empirical source and we connect the source into an emulation noise circuit in which we take the signals from the system and the noise signal. We transform these signals into tax variables in order to allow their superposition, and then we take the obtained noisy text signal into a system signal by means of tax source. So we can do this procedure, we can carry this procedure out to voltages and currents the same way, just paying attention to the types of this source you are using. To demonstrate such an application, we considered a transmission line modeled in ATP draw, and this transmission line was modeled considering real data taken from a line in operation in Brazil, and in each line end we connected the noise emulation circuits in order to add noise to voltages and currents. And then we simulated also some faults in order to illustrate a practical example to which the proposed approach could be useful. So here we illustrate some results. We can see that by varying the signal to noise ratio, we indeed emulate different noise levels as expected, so that we can control these noise levels, varying the case from only a slight noise case to very critical noise case here, as you can see here. And finally, just to demonstrate a practical applications example of traveling wave studies, if we consider a signal, a fault record here, taken from a current transformer, if we consider a zoomed area here, we would see in the microsecond time scale some steps, and these steps are related to the moment at which traveling waves reach the Montoya terminal. So in practice, we have in the market today some device that use a filtering process to extract traveling waves information, which respond to step change as a triangle-shaped outputs. And when we consider different noise levels, we can see that the noise presence can affect the visualization or even the detection of these transients, which are usually required by many traveling wave-based solutions. So, as conclusions, we can say that the proposed approach takes advantage of the ADP transient simulation functions. Indeed, EMTP tests are the most realistic ones that can be carried out in today's technology. Existing MATLAB electrical noise simulation functions are also taken into account so that we can simulate different signal to noise ratio values from the measured input signal power. And as a final conclusion, we can state that the proposed approach is useful for tests in real device, tests in ATP draw models, and also to reproduce real noise into the ATP environment. So really believe that the proposed approach can be useful for many research around the world. So that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Hello everyone, my name is Anderson de Araújo. I'm going to present the work Transient Voltage on Lighting Protection Systems with Stratified and Damaged Conditions. The other authors are Walter de Azevedo, José Aníbali, and José Pissolato, and we are from Unicamp. Ground systems are essential to provide safety during thunderstorms. So, an accurate ground system model is required to compute the electric potential rise. In this context, vertical and horizontal electrodes that compose this ground grid system can be represented by transmission line theory, and then a lumped representation is obtained using the vector fitting technique. In this paper, we are presenting transient currents and voltages are investigated for a real LPS, lighting protection system, which is subject to a lightning strike. We consider these conditions for homogeneous and stratified soils, and the condition that the ground system is perfect, meaning like whole, and damage, when there is a rupture in one of the conductors. First, we have a general representation of a LPS system, which is formed by upper grid, lighting rods, Dow conductors, and the ground grid, which is horizontal and vertical electrodes. For modeling the Dow conductors, we are using the component line ZT in ATP software. The upper grid is modeled by transmission line JMRT model, and the vertical electrode, when we consider stratified soil, we use these formulas here to compute the equivalent soil resistivity, and then we compute the admittance and apply the vector fitting technique, which representative circuits is obtained. For the horizontal electrode, use these equations to calculate the parameters using the pi section representation, and each segment, the length of each segment must respect this criteria over here, lambda over 10. If we guarantee that condition, we can represent this electrode by a lumped circuit. As numerical results, we have here first a test, like the validation. So we have this system, LPS system, which we apply a lightning current at the corner, and we measure the currents in 8 different points. Here is our reference, which is explained in the article, and here are our results that we obtained with our model. And then when we represent horizontal electrodes by the lumped circuit theory that was explained before, we have homogeneous soils and stratified soil, which we apply the transmission line theory to compute the impedance, and we can see here the both response when we have the transmission line theory and then when we apply the lumped circuit theory. And here we have the impedance, and then we have the magnitude and the phase. So we can see here both models, they match perfectly from that frequency range here. Then our model will be studied using the upper grid represented by JMRT transmission line model, Dow conductors represent for single transmission lines, and the ground grid system as horizontal and vertical electrodes. Here are the parameters, geometrical parameters, the soils, so two conditions. So when we have homogeneous soils would be 1000 ohm meters, and when we have stratified soil 1500 meters. And other details you can check in the article. First, just one thing more, so we also consider the whole condition, so there is no rupture here in the ground system, and then we apply a rupture that these dashed lines here, and this point is disconnected from the ground system grid. First, we analyze the currents, which is the currents in segment A prime and A and AB. So I will just return here. So it would be that current here, and then the other current flowing that direction, considering the whole system condition and the rupture when this damage. So we can see here when the whole condition we have these currents, but as we have the failure, the damage condition, we have the current AB, they increase significantly. This is for the homogeneous soil, and then when we have the stratified soil, we can see they present lower peaks in comparison for the first case, but they present similar behavior as in the damaged condition. They almost are the same currents. This is explained because in this condition, in the stratified soil, the soil resistivity is lower than the first case. So it is expected to have lower currents. Now we are considering the voltage in 5 points different along the grid. So would be the point A, B, C, D, C and D along the grid, the ground system grid. So we return here, we have in this condition for homogeneous soil, we have almost 900 kilovolts in this condition. And here, when we have the rupture, we see for the first case, the increase up to 1200 kilovolts. And then when we have the stratified soil, we have lower peaks in comparison with the homogeneous soil. But even though when we have the damage condition, they will present the highest peaks. To summarize here, we have put all the data in a table so we can have how to quantify the magnitude of these peaks. So we can see here when we have the rupture, the current increase in for the segment AB, they increase for the normal and the rupture condition significantly in some for both scenarios. Concerning the voltage, we can see like the point A prime, they have present a significant variation. This variation is computed considering the hole and the damage condition. So the reference you can see here. So for the homogeneous soils, the point A and the point D have present, we highlighted these values. And then when we look at the stratified condition, they also present the significant, like the highest and the lowest values for the points, for all the points studied. As conclusion, the lumped parameter can be used to represent horizontal and vertical electrodes and be incorporated in ATP software. The currents have presented a significant variation in damage condition. Transient voltage present a pronounced increasement in the damage condition, and as advantage of this approach, we can represent any arrangement of ground system and consider the frequency dependence on the soil parameters and other layers of soil and ionization effects that can be considered using the lumped representation for the grounding system. I would like to thank you to FAPESP, CGTI, and Unicamp. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentations provided by the authors. So now we start a section of questions for the authors. We have some questions here in the chat on YouTube, and I select one of these questions to for each paper. So the first paper in which I was an author and I present the paper, I read for myself the question. So the first question was from the Professor Felipe Lopes. Professor Kleber, did you test the proposed algorithm considering short data windows? If so, the frequency response impacts are similar to those expected for traditional solutions Yes, Professor Felipe, it's a very interesting question. Actually, as you can see in the paper, we developed a formulation that can be used for a full cycle and a half cycle data window interchangeably. But for a shorter data window, we need to change our formulation because we take the advantage of the symmetry of a scene or consine function in order to take our formulation. So in order to develop our idea. So if you have now a data window that is not a multiple of a half cycle, you need to change your mind and take a different way. So that's why we did not consider a short data window. So the next question for the next paper, let me see here. Okay, why using wavelet transform rather than other filtering techniques? Is there an advantage that justifies its employment?
Dear Felipe, thank you for your question. The wavelet protection method is designed for currents sampled at a sampling rate of 50.36 kilohertz, which is enough to evaluate the fault-induced transients by using the dB4 mother wavelet, right? In addition, the current version of the wavelet transform applying in this study, the real-time boundary stationary wavelet transform, uses the boundary effects of a signal slide window during the beginning of the transient occurrence. So we have a protection method very sensible and fast for this application. Another point that deserves attention is that this research is under development and it has returned quite good results, for example.
Okay, Rodrigo, thank you so much for your answer. So the question for the next paper, so it's made by myself. Have you ever evaluated whether the proposed method could be applied for long-term records straightforwardly, such as data acquired from PMU units?
Yeah, Professor, thank you for your question. Also, I may not be so clear when I presented or when I subscribed to the paper, but the system we created is used to long-term signals. Yeah, the signals used, we had steady state paths and the paths with disturbance and so on, but we don't use just the fraction with disturbance. Yeah, we use the entire signal from the data bank. So I think I answered your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So a question for the next paper, Professor Felipe, it's a question from Leticia Gama. Professor Felipe, what is a common noise level typically found in voltage and current signals in power systems?
Okay, Professor Kleber, thank you for the question, Leticia. This is a very good question because there is no consensus in the literature on the typical values of noise, electrical noise on power systems. But from some literature, we can find some values around in between 40 dB and 60 dB of signal to ratio value. So it's like, but we have read some papers that report other levels, but this in this range is the most typical one in our opinion, although there is no consensus on that.
Okay, thank you, Professor Felipe. So let's move on to the question for the next paper. So it's a question from Professor Amaury Martins. So the question is, for lightning discharge, it's intuitive to think that the current penetration depth only reaches soil layers closest to the surface due to the high order frequency components, more affecting the ground potential rise. On the other hand, for lower frequency, the deepest soil layers has a preeminent effect due to the infinite thickness assumed in the stratified model. Did you observe this effect in your simulations? Based on your results, which layers more affect the voltage response?
Hello everyone, thank you for the question. We consider just enlightening these charts for now, and just only two stratified soils with two layers. We are carrying out more simulations about low frequency signals, which has more impact on the first layer. For now, we are just carrying out for high frequency signals, which we want to extend for more layers of soil to investigate the impact of the penetration of these currents.
Okay, thank you so much, Anderson. So let's move on fast for next round of questions. It's a question for the first paper, so I will ask for myself. So Professor Kleber, it's a question from Tiago Souza. Professor Kleber, have you analyzed the performance of the DHT for non-nominal frequency conditions, as it leads to errors for DFT-based techniques due to the leakage effect? It's a very good question. It's an excellent question. Actually, since as the same as DFT, so the DHT use digital filters with side lobes and the frequency response, as you can see in the paper, and I show in the presentation. So the DHT suffer from the same inaccuracy from the the same inaccuracy that DFT suffers. So actually, in real world application, the relay and somehow overcome this problem in a different way. So we have a different strategy. One of them is a kind of an interpolation. So you need to estimate the frequency, interpolate the samples, and apply the algorithm for the interpolated sample, maintaining the same number of samples per cycle, for example. So we have a different solutions for this. Okay, let's move on to the next, the question for the next paper. Okay. Let me see. Okay, speed up power transformer protection is of utmost importance. Indeed, as fast as you can clear the fault, less damage is caused to the equipment. On the other hand, you need to ensure there is no fault strip for external faults. Please, could you further comment on how the security of the proposed algorithm has been evaluated?
Professor Kleber, thank you again for your question. It's an interesting point. Besides to detect internal faults, the wavelet-based differential protection is equipped with an additional external eventing detection routine. So this routine was not shown in this presentation because the main purpose of this paper was to present the performance of the protection, of the wavelet protection, for interturn faults during different loading scenarios. However, I can say this routine is quite efficient, and recent papers published about this routine. And basically, this routine, this external fault detection routine, operates when the restraining energy increases abruptly, and at the same time the operating energy almost unchanged, right?
Okay, okay, Rodrigo. Thank you for your answer. So we don't have more questions neither for the third nor for the fourth paper. So let's do the
I think you hear me, Rodrigo, understand?
question for the Professor Amorigo. Yeah, more. Okay, there is a question for the fourth paper here. I'm sorry. So for the fourth paper, actually there is the third one too. Professor Felipe, through the analysis made, do you believe that filters currently available in the literature are capable of suppressing the influence of this noise? It was a question provided by the Moisés Jr.
Okay, thank you for the question, Moisés. I had a little problem in your audio, Professor Kleber. Could you please repeat the question?
For sure. So the question is, Professor Felipe, through the analysis made, do you believe that the filters currently available in the literature are capable of suppressing the influence of this noise?
Okay, thank you for the question. This is an interesting question. In my opinion, no. The answer is no. That's why most travel and wave, transient based. When I mention travel and wave, I take some examples of travel and wave based device, which simply disable their functions when the noise level is above a given threshold. So in my opinion, these filters are not capable of suppressing this noise because if they were capable, probably these functions will not be disabled. So in my opinion, not. It will depend obviously on the cutoff frequencies used. It will depend on the coefficients, the frequency response, and some filters will suppress better than others, but my answer is no.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Felipe. So we have one more question here for the paper number 5. So I can't see here another question for the paper number 3. So let's move on to the last question in this section. So it's a question from the Professor Amaury Gutierrez. Let me see the question here. I think I saw a different question here. Okay, yes, this one. The authors seem to have worked with a two-layer soil model. However, there are studies reporting that natural soils are often composed of 3 to 5 layers, which complicates the form of the greens function that represent the ground potential rise. Have the authors worked with soil models composed of more than 2 layers?
Thank you for the question. For that work, we didn't consider more layers, but I use a software called FICO, which basically use method of moments, and there I can build a soil and the structure of the grounding electrode with any layers that I want to implement, and also including the frequency dependence on each layer. So for the next step, we are going to analyze the influence of more layers of soil. The main idea was just propose a lumped representation when there is a rupture. And the idea of stratified soil was just to make a comparison. As we have soils with different layers, we have a lower resistivity than one single layer of homogeneity. It's going to be included for the future studies.
Okay, Anderson, thank you so much. So I would like to thank for all the authors for the excellent presentation, excellent quality research papers. So I see here some more questions, but I'm sorry about that, but we need to move on to the next section. That's why we need to close the section now. So let's put our hand together for the authors and congratulate everyone. Okay, thank you so much. See you in the next section. Bye.
Continuing the presentation, I'm going to chair this two next joint lecture. My name is Francisco Damasceno. I'm a professor at the University of Brasilia. This first presentation is challenging in power system HVDC multi-feed configuration and hybrid microgrid. This talk will be presented by Dr. Nelson Martins. Dr. Nelson Martin is an active professional in the IEEE PES, Power System Dynamic Performance Committee, and SIGRI Committee. His research interests have embraced small signal stability, controller design, power plant tests, power flow controls, FACTS and HVDC controls, power system harmonics, blackouts, and system restoration, dynamics, model analysis, large-scale eigenvalues methods, and model reduction. He was elected a member of the U.S. National Academy of Engineering and the Brazilian National Academy of Engineering, ANE, and received the 2015 IEEE PES Praba Kundu Power System Dynamic and Control Award. It's an important award conceived by IEEE. After 41 years' work, he retired from CPEL, the Brazilian Electrical Energy Center, in February 2020. He is an honorary member of SIGRI Brazil and an IEEE Life Fellow. It's a pleasure receive Dr. Nelson here. He is a distinguished lecturer, and he has had participating of other editions of WCNPS. Please, Dr. Nelson. In the sequence, we have the presentation of the Dr. Glaucus talks, and at the end of the Glaucus presentation, we have questions. Please, Dr. Nelson.
Thank you, Professor Damasceno, and all my colleagues, organizers of this fifth workshop in University of Brasilia, sponsored by IEEE. University of Brasilia is my alma mater since I graduated in July 72. So that's a long time ago. And very pleased to be participating again in this event, high quality event, and interacting with you all. My talk today has the title of Challenges in Power System HVDC Multi-Feed Configurations and Hybrid Microgrids. And this is a very bold title, and the presentation is much simpler and reduces to 3 parts. First one, dealing with the large capacity multi-feed HVDC configuration that we have in the southeast region of Brazil. And this material is extracted from a SIGRE session 2020, which just happened, was held in August, September this year. And this paper is authored by Paulo Gomes and myself. So this is the geoelectric map of the HVDC links, 6 of those, 6 bipoles, arriving into the southeast region in 4 inverter stations, enabled to feed up to 20,000 megawatts of power. And therefore, it's vital to conduct static and dynamic analysis to assess dynamic interaction and potential risks to security related to DC multi-feed configuration. And then define operating measures, protection and control to avoid and mitigate eventual system disturbance of various nature, such as power voltage instability and adverse control interactions, commutation failures in multiple inverter stations caused by fault in the receiving end AC transmission, and that can then lead into power angle instability and frequency dip problems. So it's a whole lot of events that can happen, and that operators and planners must prevent that through good design and good operation. So, going to the DC multi-feed interaction indices, as defined by working group of Seagrave D441 in 2008, we have this single short circuit ratio on the left side of the screen, circled by in red. This is when you have a single HVDC link feeding power into an AC receiving system. And on the right side, you have a kind of a more approximate index made to cater for the multi-feed case, in which you have several, 1, 2, 3, 4. In the example shown there in the figure, you have 3 inverter stations feeding power to bus A, so which is a multi-feed then characteristic, in which the commutation failure in one inverter bus following a short circuit can ignite commutation failures in the neighbor one or in all of them. And this is happening in the Brazilian system. When you have a fault in the receiving end, the other inverters, 3 inverters, have a hiccup. And they never failed together yet, but so this is a risk that has to be constrained through good operation and more reinforcement to the system, as we'll see further. So we'll bypass that and go to the interaction indices computed using CEPEL software, on a HEDE for power flow, on a tank for transient stability simulation, on a very large system model, having 7,300 buses, 10,500 lines, and generating units, 706 generating units for the medium load condition, which contained in these slides, the results, and 496 units dispatched in the case of light load. So you ask, why not heavy load? Well, because the problem we'll study relates to disconnection of lines for maintenance, and this is explained in the next slide. And we see here that short circuit level of these individual 4 inverter buses, whose names are above: Ibiúna, Araraquara, Estreito, Terminal Rio. They are all above 20,000 MVA, which apparently is okay if you consider individual inverter stations. And their DC power injection range from 2,700 megawatts up to nearly 6,000 megawatts in both medium and light load conditions. Now, these numbers in red, they are first the short circuit ratio, which is the case in which I'm considering individually the inverter stations, not their effect combined. And you see that the numbers shown there range from 4.5 up to 7.5. So they are very comfortable if we had single HVDC inverter stations arriving there. But when you have many, you must consider this MISCR, multi-feed SCR, which is at the bottom of the table. And you see that these range from 2.5 to 3, and which are already in the zone of concern. So we'll discuss this further. And here is the system operator tasks. The ONS in Portuguese has to manage the scheduled transmission maintenance outages to ensure system security, which has to be ensured along the daily curve on a 24/7 by the system operator. So these disconnections for maintenance purposes are requested by the numerous transmission agents and have to be scheduled accordingly by the operator through detailed studies. The figure on the right shows the geoelectric map with more details of the AC receiving network. And if you add up all those lines emanating from the 4 black dots, which are the inverter stations, you see that there are 37 lines coming out of these 4. So we'll pay attention to each one of those in the next slide. So we switch out individually each one of these 37 and compare, in this case, the short circuit capacities at the 4 inverter buses, each one represented by a different color. So in green, blue, yellow, and red. And you pay attention to the one that shows the sharpest dip. On the X axis, we have the names of the various lines that are disconnected individually. And you see that the one showing the sharpest drop is the one you won't be able to read, is the Estreito Jaguara line, 500 kV, which is a short line, just over 100 kilometers, something of the sort, or a bit over. And so we must pay attention to this. That's when the short circuit capacity of the Estreito bus shows the deepest, the largest dip. Now, instead of just the short circuit capacity, we show the multi-feed short circuit ratio, in which we consider simultaneously the 4 inverter buses. Same color code for the 4 inverter buses. And we see again that the sharpest drop in this index, multi-feed short circuit ratio, is related to the same line outage, which is the 500 kV Estreito to Jaguara transmission line. So consider now that on top of that, during light load and medium load is when you have to conduct the planned outages for maintenance or even for voltage control. When the system is under light load, you have a lot of reactive power generated by these unloaded lines, and voltage gets high values, and you must switch out lines just to preserve voltage, since we never have enough reactive power compensation ability, synchronous condensers to compensate the voltage. Anyhow, now we do a sensitivity study for the light load, which is shown in the first 2 columns. For case A, that's the original generation dispatch. And in case B, I synchronize another 20 units, which were idle in the first case. And I connect them to maximize system inertia and short circuit capacity. So I add another 3,000 MVA generation capacity to the southeast. And in case C, instead of adding these 20 units in all stations in the southeast, I simply perform a system reinforcement by adding a synchronous condenser of 300 megavar right at the Strato 500 kV inverter bus. And we see from the numbers in red that I have equivalent benefit. When I add case B or case C, the numbers of multi-feed short circuit ratio are slightly larger than case A, showing some benefit. So adding synchronous condenser to the inverter buses more than they have now would be recommended. So this is one of the conclusions of the paper, apart from obviously duplicating the line between Estreito and Araraquara, which is foreseen for the year 2024. So this will be carried out. So in conclusion, synchronous condensers help improving the multi-feed short circuit ratio, of course maximizing system inertia by adding extra generating units is also recommended to minimize frequency nadirs, frequency dips, but these dynamic simulations are out of the scope of this paper. And of course, we must also praise our hydroelectric generation with storage reservoirs that we have in Brazil that can effectively compensate the intermittence of this growing renewable generation and add operational flexibility to the system, and remind ourselves that the operator has to deal with 30 transmission line disconnection requests per week from the numerous transmission agents that might then wait for the operator's approval after detailed system studies. So CEPEL, which is the research center I worked for 41 years, just retired, is looking for methods to further automate this transmission line maintenance scheduling studies to make it increase the productivity of the powers of the national system operator. And I'm providing here some link. The slides will be available to you, and the link there is from the ONS website, which makes available reports on the studies of the reinforcement up to the year 2025. So this concludes part one, and we jump straight into part one of the presentation, in which I, expressing my love for CEPEL, I once again talk about it and highlighting the Smart Grid Lab, which is being inaugurated next month. And its features and then nice figures to follow. So those are facilities for experimental research and testing of stationary and dynamic characteristics of the interface between distributed energy resources and the power grid. And this lab has multiple purposes, like R&D, like having a test bench for power hardware in the loop tests with new equipment, either Brazilian made or imported, and for services will be performing component testing of power devices and also of software and communication devices. We are talking about cyber physical equipment. So the expansion of this lab will be determined according to the distributed energy resources penetration in Brazil and the needs identified. The components are various. It's listed, they are listed here, but I'll be describing them in the next slides, like this one of the power hardware in the loop test bench, which will be inaugurated next month. They are already doing in December. They are already doing tests on it, on parts of it. And we have here the figures for the power amplifier, for the real-time simulation system, in which we have the Opal and we have RTDS also, parallel computers on real time, and the HUT, which is the hardware under test. In this case, power inverters. So, application example, extensive tests of modern power distribution hardware with embedded microgrid controllers can be carried out in the lab environment that emulates actual system conditions. This is some event reproduced that occurred in Germany, and it's referred to in this paper as the 50.2 Hertz risk, because the inverters would disconnect at this level and with catastrophic consequences. Didn't occur. And the low voltage microgrid with its various components, photovoltaic panels, diesel generator, batteries, control system design and implementation, connection to the real grid or emulated in real time, three-phase 400 kVA load, and wind power emulated. And here is a low voltage microgrid diagram in which we have a photovoltaic, we have batteries, and we have a diesel engine. You can, this forming the grid here. We're not showing here grid forming inverters yet. So the grid forming here is from this diesel engine and or either other source also. And the application example here is to test renewable generation, load management, and energy storage sizing scenarios to identify cost-effective operation alternatives and gain opportunities for different clients, stakeholders. Component testing of power devices. So the focus is on photovoltaic inverters. Here is a test to see if the hardware under test shown in the center part of the figure, which is a photovoltaic inverter, is performing in conformity with the standards. And we have two power sources, one modeling the PV panels. In this case, we have actual PV panels there, and power source 2, and which is modeling the grid source, the distribution grid source, and some instrumentation, and power analyzer to verify the harmonic generation of the whole setup, etc. So here, another setup of component testing in which we are verifying the IEEE standards for islanding prevention measures. And we are again having the hardware under test, which is the inverter. And we have a programmable load. This is a Chinese equipment, and this power source are Regatron types, which are Switzerland made. Swiss made. So component testing of power devices, again, this is a low voltage right-through test of the same power inverter, and which successfully performed for this standard testing. Now the component testing of communication devices, because we have a cyber physical equipment. So this is here is a test setup for the smart grid interoperability standards testing. And so we'll be testing here the software on the test and also the implementation of the whole setup, which involves softwares and several commands, of course, and automation. So these are overviews of the installation. Sorry, this presentation is not updated. I could have a real photo here. Here's a internal installations, which is already getting the modules, the equipment inside, but since inauguration will be next month. And the current status is that civil works are being concluded in December. Let's advance 1 month. And the microgrid architecture and controls are defined and wait the completion of the installations that still needs sponsors. It's been approved, and this will happen in March for the conformity tests. The initial capacity of the lab is 200 kVA at low voltage, but there is physical space and infrastructure capacity to allow its expansion to 4 MVA and 13.8 kV. So the contact person there is Wagner Duboc and others. So the address here is provided for Duboc, and there is Oscar also, and other colleagues in CEPEL. The phone number is there, and also the email contact. And now we go to the last part of the presentation, part 3, in which I'll be talking about the NEST network, which is a Canadian effort involving multi-universities, academy, industry, utility, and government stakeholders to develop, test, demonstrate, and commercialize innovative energy storage technologies. So this involves nearly 9 million Canadian dollars. Period is from July 2015, and it's being extended to 2021, June. There are 24 projects, 15 universities involved. Investigators are 27 full professors, 100 plus students, and there are 25 partners, right? Private companies, utilities, aid agencies. And it's divided into 4 themes. One is energy storage technology. Second is power electronics. Third theme is power system integration, in which you see their impact into the whole network, and this verified through detailed simulations, as we'll see next. And theme 4, economics, policy, and regulation. All these have different chairs. Their names, Hamdan, Lucien Shang, Claudio Canizares, and Miguel Anjos, are shown in the bottom of this color boxes. And there is also an internationalization working group and also branch, and a commercialization branch, which is led by 2 professors from Ryerson University. So these are the 24 projects. I don't have time to go through them, so you have a look afterwards. And these are the high qualified personnel and outcomes. High qualified personnel has been trained 350, and undergraduate 77, postdoctoral fellows 90, PhD 99, masters 84. And the total output from this project is 545, having 167 journal papers, which is unbelievable, and 163 conference papers, 9 patents, and 35 technical reports, and others from wider impact magazines and other kinds of journals. And many events, 92 events, and participants 1,800, nearly 1,900. And these here gloomy dark color suits are the professors involved. They are glad, but they should be a very cold day. And here an indoor picture, very lively participants of one of these events. And I was in this particular one here. I am the second one in the left line, second in line, in the leftmost line. And I'm smiling happily in being a member of the international advisory group of this successful network. So now summarizing 5 projects, one from each one of these. Project 1.3 is design and testing of energy accumulator of compressed air underwater facility. It's 4 kilometers offshore in Lake Ontario, and it has 1 megawatt hour and can deliver through its inverter up to power electronic converter up to 660 kilowatts. It was the first of its kind, compressed air. So this is a design of full top energy storage. Professor Bala Venkatesh is responsible for this project. So designed, developed, and installed and field tested the world's first pole mounted energy storage system, smart one, with 16 kilowatt hour energy storage and meant to support a 50 kVA pole top distribution transformer. Stores off-peak and discharge electricity during peak hours to help load curve smoothing and peak shaving, and is able to respond in real-time data. So project 2.5, control systems of second life batteries. Those are batteries from various electric vehicles, Tesla, Chevrolet, Enerdell, Nissan, etc. And as cars are out, as the batteries outlast the cars have a average life of 10 years, and the batteries go to 15, 20 years. So you get these batteries for free from these cars and assemble them for power system, energy storage, and then you design universal control strategies for mixed arrays of these batteries, having to respond to different rates of pickup loads. And then you also conduct performance degradation. Next slide. project 3.5, operation and control of power systems. So this is led by Professor Claudio Canizares. He developed models for the energy storage systems, for simulation programs, for optimization models, like optimal power flows, energy optimization, and also dynamic simulation tools for power system operation and control, and evaluate their contribution and impact to energy storage systems of the overall power system of operation. I'm providing the link below for this particular energy storage device shown in this picture, which is the high performance flywheel energy storage. So it rotates at about 8,000 RPM, and it's 3 meters long and buried underground. So they have a 4 megawatt plant near Ontario, near Toronto, sorry. Okay, now project 4.6, that's the social acceptance of energy storage systems. So this, one of the projects of this, within this master project, was to develop and maintain the Canadian energy storage activity database, which is shown, which can be accessed in this link provided. And since 2018, the database received more than 3,000 visits with 13,000 page views. And with this, I conclude my presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Martins, for the nice presentation and to inclusion many applications in modern power systems. Now we switch to the next lecture. This lecture will be presented by Dr. Glauco Taranto. Dr. Taranto is professor at COP, and I will read your CV. Professor Glauco obtained a BSc from the State University of Rio de Janeiro, the MSc from the PUC, also from Rio de Janeiro, and PhD from the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in US. All in electrical engineering with emphasis in power system. In 2006, he was a visiting fellow in Centro Elettrotecnico Sperimentale Italiano, Milan, Italy. Dr. Taranto is a professor in the electrical engineering department at COP, Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. He is the chair of the Power System Stability Subcommittee of the IEEE ESDP Technical Committee and the chair of the Task Force on Integrated Relay Models in RMS Dynamic Simulation, sponsored by the BSC-SC. Is also editor of the IEEE Transaction on Power System from 2016 to 2020. Member of the Steering Committee of the International Conference on Smart Grid, Synchronized Measurements and Analytics, senior member of IEEE and CSS, and member of SAIGRE. Dr. Glauco, please.
Thank you, Professor Damasceno, for this introduction. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me, Professor Rafael Souza and Felipe Lopes. I'm very glad to be back to the WCNPS. I was I was in Brasilia 2 years ago in the third one, and I have prepared a short talk to you about the integration of relay models in phasor-based or RMS, if you will, dynamic simulation tools. I think is a very good site to talk about protection, because there are so many power system protection experts in this conference. So this is the presentation outline. I'll talk about why we were doing this. Then I will talk about the relay models and power system studies. Then I will focus more on the three-phase RMS simulation, and then talk the node breaker topology representation instead of bus branch representation. Then user-defined relays. Only one, I'll have time to show only one simulation, and then final remarks. So with the motivations, why are we doing this? Recent blackout reports have pointed out that overly conservative relay settings have contributed to unnecessary trippings. The need of enhancing the models of protective relays in simulation tools is a worth continuing effort, especially in tools that can simulate very large power systems. And also, I am chairing this IEEE PES task force, which is titled Integrating Relay Models in RMS Dynamic Simulation, which is basically the title of my talk, where we tackle positive sequence models and also three-phase models in RMS simulation. So if you are interested in becoming a member, please let me know. I'm not talking about power system stability. I just want to show you where is the focus of our analysis. We are focusing more at the angular stability of the system and in the transient or short-term stability, transient or large-scale, large perturbation stability. Okay, those are the motivations. Then let me talk how we model relays so far in power system analysis. We will talk about the steady state models, where basically are those tools that run just a steady state, no chronology involved. And then the positive sequence RMS dynamic, and the transient EMT, electromagnetic transient, the framework for hardware in the loop, and the focus that I will talk more is the three-phase RMS dynamic, which is not very common yet in all over the world. So what are the pros and cons of each one? Let's talk about the steady state model. So the advantages are you have a lot of commercial software available with very large relay libraries that you can use. It's very fast, simple, very applicable to large networks, but there are some advantages, of course. As I said, no chronology is captured. For instance, you have impossibility to represent over or under frequency relays. So moving to which kind of software we have? We have I'm talking about the ANAFAS, Eletrobras, CEPEL, and also the Aspen program. And there are others. Of course, I'm just pinpointing some of the software. The positive sequence, the representation is in phasor domain. So advantages, you have a representation of chronology. You can represent over and under frequency relays. You can represent out-of-step protection, and is applicable to large networks. Disadvantage, you don't have such a large library as you can find in the steady state programs. You have an approximate solution for unbalanced faults because your models are positive sequence only. And you also cannot model the ground and neutral relays. What kind of software am I talking about? I'm talking about Anatane, I'm talking about the Siemens PSSE, and also the GE PSLF. Also, you go to the MTP, so you work with voltages and current in sinusoidal waveforms. You have pros high fidelity models, cones, large computational time, and also the use of equivalents to represent very large power systems. What kind of software? PSCAD and EMTP-RV, just to give you some examples. Then you have the hardware in the loop. When you have the pros, no simplification, because as Nelson showed in the Smart Grid lab, you can put the software, the hardware in the loop, and there is no simplification. So you use the actual relay in that case. Disadvantages are the high cost, and you're not readily available for protection engineers. I'm talking about RDDS and POPO-RT. So what about three-phase RMS simulation, which is not very readily available? So you have a three-phase phaser. I'm talking about RMS phaser. So the advantage you still can represent the chronology like the positive sequence RMS dynamic, but here you have access to the neutral and ground protection. It's made possible. Computational effort is smaller than the EMT tools. Of course, is larger than the positive sequence tools. This is the disadvantage. I'm talking about here Digzilent in German software, also Eurostag, and we ourselves do something at COPE. It's a software that we call Simulite. It can simulate three-phase RMS software, and if you are interested to test this free academic version, you just go there, just go it and you find. Okay, what you have to model, right, in the three-phase RMS, you have to have three-phase models for transmission lines, for switches, for electric machines, synchronous machines, with it's a big amount of work that compared to the positive sequence models that you have. So there are a lot of, there is not too many investigations, I would say, in this three-phase synchronous machine models. There is something, of course, but I think this is not very spread. So with this DER coming in, you have to have also three-phase models in phasor domain for studies in large system. So I am showing here just current injection, three-phase current injection model, controlled current injection using Norton equivalents, and synchronous induction machines. You have to have the three. So there is a whole bunch of three-phase models that you have to incorporate. Okay, how about the topology? Of course, all positive sequence software usually use the bus branch representation for the topology, but if you are able to use the node breaker representation, you have a better fit to represent the protections, because then you can very readily make the protection to act directly to the breakers. So every time that you have a status change on switches and circuit breakers, this kind of tools has to have a topology configurator that has to run to see if the system is islanded or not. So it's not so easy like the bus branch representation. Of course, when you run the topology configurator, you can end up with a bus branch representation of the network. So how about the relays? The relays, you have usually you have a base relay when you have a trip and a block function, or also a remote trip and remote block function that opens a circuit breaker. You can also have a close function to close the circuit breaker, for instance, if you are trying to represent the synchro check relays. Then, having a base relay, you can make any kinds of relays for by user-defined relays. I am showing here overcurrent relay. I'm not going through this, but you measure the currents, and then you have inverse type of curves. Then you allow the user to make up the relay, okay, using the basic functions of the conventional relays. Okay, I'm finishing up. As I said, I have a short presentation. So I'm showing here a test case of a differential relay of a transmission line. So this is a part of the Brazilian interconnected power system. It's an area close to Nelson's homeland, near Mato Grosso do Sul area. So this is an actual line, and I am everything is represented here as three-phase RMS. Then you have I want to simulate phase A to ground fault in this transmission line, and then here is the solution of for phase A. You have here at T in your simulation. This is a time domain simulation, right? At time at T0, the relay sees the phase A here at the blocking zone, and at 0.5, the phase A moves to the tripping zone. And just to give you to show you how the other two phases B and C behave. So they are here at the same point at t equal to 0, and then phase B moves to this point here, and phase C moves to this point, but they are at the blocking zone, so you can trip the right phase. So this is impossible to do in a positive sequence type of tool. Of course, you can do it in EMT type solutions, but not. But the focus of this task force that I am promoting here is that to bring to the large scale simulations the ability to model three-phase models. Okay. Okay. Final remarks and future works. The system dynamics are completely linked to the protection operation. So this is being very. There is a strong force from the NERC in US to that the simulation tools should better model the transmission. The protection system. So this is what I said, the better protection modeling, better evaluation of the protection strategies. RMS representation allows the analysis of large-scale systems. So the focus is on large scale. That's why we keep the RMS phasor domain. With the three-phase and node breaker representation, you increase your. Of course, there are some types of relay that is still remain possible to represent, but you enlarge very much the protections that you can model. So other protections can be accommodated now. Okay, and this is a propaganda for a panel that will happen hopefully in person, right? Face-to-face panel in Washington, D.C. next year at the general meeting. This was a paper that was a panel approved. It's integrating relay models with RMS dynamic simulation. We have panelists from GE, from EPRI, from HPPA, from COPE, from Arizona State University and then the University of Strathclyde. I hope that you can be there. So once again, thank you for this invitation. It's an honor for me, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Glauco, for the presentation. We have some questions from the chat, and I will start from question to Dr. Nelson. The first question is from the Professor Kleber. Dr. Martins, as you have properly pointed out, the multi-feed effect is a reality on the Brazilian power grid, causing interaction of our different LCC HVDC links and in turn successive commutation failures take place in the converter station. As a consequence, we have seen significant issues for the dynamic of the whole system. In your opinion, a special system integrity protection SIP scheme focuses on detecting consecutive communication failures could be used to overcome this problem. If so, have you ever seen such kind of system installed around the world?
Okay, thanks, Professor Kleber, for the question. And nice question, which I cannot answer definitely. I'm no expert in the area. It's difficult, but I believe not yet. It's because these requires very high speed, because if you have 100 milliseconds commutation failure in one bipole, let us say, you may lose already 4,000 megawatts. So this is already a major upset to the transient angular stability condition. And also, when you have a failure in one, you may upset the others as well, which may fail also. So having AC faults at the receiving end that might collapse more than one HVDC link will be catastrophic. And of course, the HVDC links already have their internal controls, which are protection, which is equivalent to the low voltage right through, which is reduced current order. And then after a commutation failure, they ramp up the power. And this may take, I don't know, up to 400 milliseconds or more. So this imbalance is something that is much worrisome. I don't know how much I can, and of course, in case of a collapse of one bipole, or imagine a couple of bipoles, I have to have very fast protection, special protection schemes, as you've spoken. with very little checking, probably just topology-wise. I think there is no time for processing. So it has to be structural based. And of course, trying to balance generation and load, islanding. It's a complex thing. I think technology is not up to this point at the moment. But it's a topic of research and of much studies, mostly using the real-time simulators like ONS and other companies have. I think the ONS, the real-time simulation studies they conduct, have the 4 inverter stations modeled. But I don't know what they have or what is their design concerning protection. Okay, that's all I can say.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nelson, for the response.
Can help.
I switched the discussion to Professor Glauco. I have a question from the audiência, from the chat. The question is from the Professor Felipe. Do you believe that disregarding the relay's transient response can be a critical assumption for some specific protection assessment aspect among those who are interested?
Yeah, I think, as I am understanding, the transient Philippe's talking about is the very fast dynamics, right? The transient magnetic, right?
Correct.
That's it, Glauco. I'm interested in knowing if when you disregard those high-speed transients, if there is some aspect among those that you are interested to investigate, if these aspects can be somewhat confusing, or if we cannot conclude that thing that we want to conclude, like that. Just
No, I think it is important. The fast transients, of course, they are important, and I think they are becoming more important because the dynamics of the power system as a whole is becoming faster because of DER penetration. So we saw this morning, not this morning, the early this afternoon, talk about this Professor Huchiar, right? And these big animals, they behave as the control says, and so there will be a large interactions between the controls and the protection, because the protection so far has the electrical machine behavior intrinsically in the basics of the protection. So this is becoming very this is becoming different, and then I think the transients will become more important than they are now. Of course, what I am supporting, the three-phase phasor domain, I will not get that right. I'm trying. The focus of this task force is to give a step, another step for the large scale situation. Then we are trying to. So you see, I am more interested in the out-of-step protection, and of course we will never end up if one. My view is that we will never we have only one tool for everything, right? The EMT will have the value, and but you cannot use EMT for the BIPS, for the Brazilian interconnect system as a whole. So far, not yet, but who knows if the power, the computation tool increases by 100 times more in a few years. But so far, no. So I am something in between. I'm trying to get something between the positive sequence, RMS, and the EMT. So the three-phase RMS is something between. So you cannot study these fast transients.
Thank you, Glauco. We have a limit of time, and other question from the audience. Then I will limit to two more questions, one for Nelson and other for Glauco. For Nelson, this question is from Professor Felipe. Considering that most multi-infeed events occur due to disturbance like faults, do you think this problem could be reduced by applying high-speed protection?
Yeah, the protection is already very high speed. At 500 kV level, you get 100 milliseconds or 80 milliseconds. That's what I had in mind. So I don't know if they have reduced, but I don't think. I think this is the kind of delay time between fault inception and but there is the breaker even, huh? Breaker plus relay. So you want to make the relay the fastest possible so as to reduce. And also, to minimize that, I would go to more expensive design. Don't try to save money in synchronous condensers. Put synchronous condensers right at the inverter buses and improve your short circuit ratio and multi-feed short circuit ratio. So you reduce that. The other thing, have more machines connected. Synchronous condensers will help this also. They have low inertia, but you can also have it with higher inertia. Now there is a trend. Manufacturers sometime before would just boost the reputation, inflate the reputation of static VAR compensators and reduce to zero the image for the synchronous condensers. Now they've seen the opportunity of making money converting old thermal stations into synchronous condensers. Old thermal stations, they are discontinued. They get the generators and put a fast exciter to it, sometimes adding some flywheel, and you get a good synchronous condenser. Sometimes for another 20 years after some refurbishing, or 30 years operation. So we are in a time in which the manufacturers are having to deny what they said before and see the value of the synchronous condensers. And of course, fast protection is always one of the answers, one of the most effective answers. But as Glauco said, with the wind power photovoltaic, these are inertialess generation mostly, and they then cause reduce the inertia, system inertia. And so the rate of change of inertia, the so-called rock-off, becomes faster. And the dynamics becomes faster with bad consequences to the system. So you need faster controls, and as long as you make them faster, controls or protection, you have more chances of reaching stability or taking the wrong action. That's the... Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nelson. I switch to the last question to Professor Glauco. This is a question from Professor Kleber. Admittedly, the complexity of the system has increased tremendously in the last decades, since much more. Inverted based renewable sources have been integrated into the grid, and ever more HVDC links and FACTS devices have been used. Maybe one way is to use the co-simulation schemes in which different software are integrated into the same simulation environment.
Okay.
Have you ever evaluated such kind of simulation scheme?
Okay, thank you, Kleber, for the good question. This, yes, there are, not myself, but there are works going on with the co-simulation when you have the EMT and the RPS card, right? Talking with the positive sequence tool. I know that I saw some works from I think it was PSSE and EMTPRV, if I'm not wrong. If I'm wrong, I may be wrong with the names of the softwares. Okay, there are some drawbacks on this, and to challenge this co-simulation, the one thing that is also increasing is the dynamic phasor modeling, which is the software that CEPEL is working now. It's called the ANA HVDC. This is also another way of trying to put together these, let's say, electromagnetic and electromechanical dynamics all together. We don't see yet as a killing application for this type of tools yet. They are being developed, but I think that there is a need to show that we need those tools. Okay, I don't see yet application that tells me that, okay, this is the thing that everybody has to follow and forget about everything else. I don't see it this way. Okay, I think they are still in research, and I don't know, but there are these two avenues that people are trying to follow: the dynamic phasor and the co-simulation. Okay.
Thank you. We have another question, but unfortunately we have not time to go on. Then we thank you, both of you, Dr. Nelson and Glauco, for the presentation and to share your experience with us and to participate in this workshop again. Then I come back the word to Dr. Felipe.
Thank you for the organizers, and thank you, Nelson, to having me with you in this panel.
Okay. It's been an honor participating, so we'll switch off now.
Dr. Nelson,
thank you
very much for your presence here today. Thank you. Okay, we'll go now to the power systems session number 3. I would like to say to the audience that we are starting in a few minutes.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being with us. My name is Amauri, and I will be the chair for our last technical session for today, Power Systems 3. We have some interesting topics to share with you. The first paper is titled Analysis of the Frequency-Dependent Lumped Parameter Transmission Line Model. Then we have the work Generalized Power Grid Reduction Technique. The following paper is Electromagnetic Interferences Between Power Lines and Pipelines Using EMTP Techniques. And finally, we have a case study of the maximization of daily revenue of hydroelectric power plant in Brazilian power market. I will launch the video presentations now and then follow up with the questions from the YouTube chat.
Hi, I will present our work, Analysis of the Frequency-Dependent Lumped Parameter Transmission Line Model. First, I will talk about transmission line representation and the frequency-dependent lumped parameter model. Then I will present the objectives of our work, the proposed methodology, results obtained, and finally, conclusions. The transmission line can be described as longitudinal parameters which are the resistance, the inductance, the capacitance, and the conductance. One approach to represent the distributed nature of the transmission line is by lumping the distributed line parameters into line sections. The classic lamp parameter model represents each section by a pi circuit. Each pi circuit divides the transversal admittance of the transmission line into two shunt circuits that are placed at the beginning and at the end of each pi section. The longitudinal parameters is placed between both shunt admittances so that each pi circuit is as the one shown here at the right of this slide. An update to the lamp parameter model is the frequency-dependent lamp parameter model. Here, the rational functions and equivalent circuits are used to represent the frequency dependence of the longitudinal parameters, as that can be seen at the bottom of this slide. The state equation that describes the frequency-dependent lamp parameter model can then be written and directly solved in the time domain by using numerical methods of integration. One issue with the previous representation of this model is that it has only been described for two scenarios, that is, open circuit test and short circuit test. That is why in previous representations, input vector U contains only the voltage at the sending terminal of the transmission line, and from this model the only possible outputs are the input current, the output current, and the output voltage, as you can see in output vector Y. Thus, the objective of our work is to present the generic state space model of the frequency-dependent lamp parameter model, show that the frequency-dependent lamp parameter model is accurate when compared to the J-Mardy line model, both in the frequency domain and in the time domain, show how the number of lines, sections, and the quality of the feeding affect the performance and accuracy of the frequency-dependent line parameter model. To represent the frequency dependence of the longitudinal parameters, we use vector feeding to feed the longitudinal impedance to a rational function. Then the residues and poles of the rational function are associated to an equivalent circuit. This circuit is placed in each frequency-dependent pi section so that the cascade of the frequency-dependent pi section is the one shown at the bottom of this slide. We represent the generic state space. We present the generic state space formulation of the frequency-dependent lamp parameter model, which is composed by matrices A, B, C, and D. Details about each matrix can be found in our paper. The objective of our work was to present the generic state space representation of this model. As a result, we have as inputs the current at the input terminal, the current at the output terminal, and we expect from this model the voltages at the receiving and sending terminals of the transmission line. To show results, we simulated transmission line shown in this slide, and we calculated the longitudinal impedance as a function of the frequency. We can see here that a rational function fitted with two poles can only represent the longitudinal impedance up to 1 kilohertz. In both graphs, both in the resistance and the inductance, we can see that the rational function fitted with 6 poles, it can represent up to 10 kilohertz. But only a rational function fitted with 10 poles can represent the longitudinal impedance with little error up to 1 megahertz. In the frequency domain, we compare the frequency-dependent lamp parameter model to two other well-known models, The first one is the analytical frequency domain solution of the transmission line, which is the blue solid line. We have here the both diagram for all models, and we compare the analytical frequency domain solution of the transmission line to the GMRD model and show that the GMRD model does not represent the transmission line perfectly. We also presented how the frequency response of the frequency-dependent lamp parameter model varies as a function of the number of poles used to feed the longitudinal impedance and as the number of cascaded elements used to represent the transmission line. We can see here, for example, that a transmission line that is fitted with 4 poles and that has a cascade of 10 frequency-dependent pi sections can only represent the transmission line up to 10 kilohertz. As we increase the number of frequency-dependent pi sections and the quantity of poles used to feed the longitudinal impedance, we can see that we can accurately describe the ratio between the input voltage and the output voltage of the transmission line. Now, in the time domain, we simulated both models, the GMRD line model and the frequency-dependent lamp parameter model for various scenarios. Here, in this slide, we can see 2 scenarios. The first one is an open circuit transmission line that has a 1 pu DC voltage source at the sending end of the transmission line, and we can see that the voltage that the curves obtained with both the GMRD model and the frequency-dependent lamp parameter model are basically the same, with almost no error. We also simulated a high-frequency transient, which is when we simulate a 1.250 microseconds current source at one of the terminals of the transmission line and leave the other terminal open-circuited. We can see at the bottom of this slide that the curves obtained with both models are practically the same. This indicates that the frequency-dependent lamp parameter model is accurate for the representation of both low-frequency and high-frequency transients. Since the objective of our work was to present the generated state space representation of the lamp of the frequency-dependent lamp parameter model, we presented the generic state space equations of this model, and to show the capabilities of this model, we simulated the following scenario. We connected a AC voltage source to one terminal of the transmission line and connected a diode in series with a resistor to the other terminal of the transmission line. As expected, we can see here that the voltage at the receiving end of the transmission line has both positive and negative semicycles, whereas the current has only the positive semicycle. This can be also used in another simulations that contain nonlinear and time-dependent devices. Finally, we presented the generic state space model of the frequency-dependent lamp parameter model. So this model is now not only limited to the simulation of short circuit and open circuit tests. We also compare the performance of the frequency-dependent lamp parameter model to other accurate time domain transmission line models, and also with the analytical solution of the transmission line. We made the comparisons both in the frequency domain and in the time domain. Results show that the frequency-dependent lamp parameter model is accurate and can be used for the accurate simulations of the transmission lines. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hi everyone, It is a great pleasure to be participating in this conference. I would like to thank for the organization for making it possible to happen during these tough times, and I would also like to thank for the audience that is attending to this workshop. So our work was entitled as a generalized power grid reduction technique that was developed by me, by my colleague Victor, and by our professors and advisors Anécio Gileres and Josh Kurmani. So as an introduction, I would like to present the motivation of our work. So it was requested a robust circuit reduction technique to be applicable to distribution system studies. So for this reason, it was necessarily to take into account some inherent characteristics of distribution systems as multi-phase lines, unbalanced loads, different topologies, and eventually some load variability throughout the day. So in order to cover all these requirements, our formulation was based on primitive admittance metrics. So by taking a look on these three buses with multi-phase lines, we can see how the primitive admittance metrics are built. And by using those primitive admittance metrics, we are able to build our full admittance metrics that will describe the entire system. And by using the full admittance metrics, we are now able to derivate for our reduction formulation. So let's say that we were trying to remove the bus 2 out of the system. So this would be the inner bus removal case. So here we have how would be the equivalent line parameters, and here you have how would be the load allocation factors that would be responsible to place the load from the bus 2 into its adjacent buses. Here we have a terminal bus removal case when we would be interested to remove the bus 3 out of our example system. So I would like to present the weight matrix concept. So for each bus elimination, we are not placing the load on its adjacent buses right away. Basically, what we are doing is that we are computing the load allocation factors, and then we are placing all those allocation factors into the weight matrix. So by the end of the overall reduction process, we are going to be able to place all loads from the original system directly into the buses that remaining on the reduced system. So now I'm going to present it to you the overall reduction process by taking and using these 10 buses meshed feeder as an example. So for the initialization process, the user will select all buses of interest to be retained on the equivalent system. Therefore, we're going to import all the lines parameters. We're going to also import the loads as a vector array. And then we're going to perform the topology detection, and the topology information will be placed into a incidence matrix. So this incidence matrix will allow us to manage and update the topology of the system accordingly. So after all data imported, now we're going to perform a auto bus selection that will select all derivation buses of the system. So derivation buses are buses that are connected with more than 2 branches. Also, we will auto-select some buses that are connected to special elements as transformers, regulators, generators, inverters, and others. So now our system is ready to be reduced, and now we can note that we have one terminal bus passive of reduction and also one inner bus passive of reduction. Let's start by a terminal bus elimination. So basically, we compute the load allocation factor that will be responsible to place the load from the terminal bus into its parent bus. We remove the respective branch, we compute the equivalent line, and then now we can note that this bus is no longer a derivation bus anymore, and now it's passive of reduction. So here we have the inner bus elimination case, where for this case we compute the load allocation factors that will place the load of the respective bus into its both adjacent buses. And then we compute the primitive admittance matrix, and now we have the equivalent system. So what if would happen if the user has not selected any bus in the initialization process? So we would have 2 more buses passive of reduction, then we would repeat the overall process again, and we would converge to a parallel branch. So note that this case only occurs when we have a meshed topology. Basically, we merge all the line parameters and we continue with our reduction process. And here we have an equivalent 3 buses reduced feeder of our 10 bus example. On this flow chart, it basically summarizes all the steps that are just presented to you. It's important to mention that this closed loop guarantees the maximum reduction capability of our technique. And then we can take a quick look, and then we can go over to the results. So for the results, we choose a IEEE 123 node stats feeder system, mainly because of these unbalanced characteristics. So other than using a voltage magnitude difference, we choose to use a phasorial relative error in order to make our evaluation more accurate, and also by indirectly evaluate the unbalanced conditions of the systems. So for our first study case, we performed a reduction rate sensibility analysis where we reduced the same system by steps of 5%, and for each step we evaluated 500 times, and then we took the average values and plotted on this chart. So we could achieve a high accuracy, and the simulation time was 63% faster. For our second study case, we evaluated the robustness of the reduction technique for different topologies. So here we have a radial feeder, and by closing some normally open switches, we can achieve a meshed feeder. So here we have the equivalent radial feeder with 13 buses, and here we have the equivalent meshed feeder with 16 buses. And here we have the results. So we can see a slightly higher difference for a radial topology that can be explained due to the higher reduction capability of the system in comparison to a meshed system. For our next study case, the proposal was to verify the capability of the technique for time series simulation, and then we evaluate the losses throughout the day. For this case, we used a modified test system with some PV penetration. So on the right hand side, we can see the equivalent circuit diagram, and then we can note on the chart that the higher variations are observable when we have a higher loading condition on the system. So our last study case was done with the purpose to evaluate the technique in a real high-dimension complex system, and for this reason, we choose an IEEE M1 test feeder system. So here we could achieve a high accuracy as well, a high dimensionality reduction too, and the simulation time dropped 3 times. So in order to conclude, I would like to highlight the contribution of our work. So it was developed a power system reduction technique applied to radial and non-radial topology grids that it's also applicable to multi-phase unbalanced systems modeled with neutral wire. I would also like to mention some advantages of our work that presents a high voltage accuracy, a significant simulation time reduction, is essentially independent of the load operation point. It's applicable to power flow and to dynamic simulation that allows us to make some fault studies. So thank you for your time and have a good day.
Hi, my name is Caio Messiaja, and I will present an article entitled Electromagnetic Interferences Between Power Lines and Pipelines Using MTP Techniques. Case of electromagnetic interferences between transmission lines called source circuit and pipelines called target circuits in the same right of way have become more frequent and complex due to industrializations of the countries and the increasing of the restrictive environmentals. As a consequence of electromagnetic interferences, risks to the facilities and people involved may appear, and it is necessary to predict these risks and make the facilities safer. This work presents an improved model to predict the effects of induced voltage in steady-state regime with arbitrary geometry composed by obliquities, crossings, and parallelisms. Similar studies using MTP techniques has been reported in the literature. However, these studies uses simple geometries composed only by parallelisms or only by crossings. In real case, source and target secret paths sharing the same right of way are not completely parallel, since there may occur obliquities and crossings between the facilities. For this reason, in this model, the target sequence is subdivided and is approximated by equivalent parallelisms with equivalent lengths and equivalent distances. The subdivision points make each region's boundary determined from the intersection of the projections of the circuit line towers with the closest point to the target circuit. In case of obliquities between the circuits, the equivalent distances can be calculated by the square root of the distance 1 and distance 2, and the distance 1 and distance 2 rate needs to satisfy this condition. If this condition is not satisfied, the oblique segment is subdivided in two or more equal until it is met. For crossings, a circumference with 10 meters radius is centered in the crossing, and the intersections with the target circuits determines the distance 1 and distance 2. The equivalent distance 1 and equivalent distance 2 can be calculated with the half of the distances respectively. For each couple region, the proposed methodology used a P-model, which self and mutual impedances are calculated using the power series expansions of the Carson's formula. To test the model, one hypothetical case is studied. The system is composed a three-phase untransposed transmission line that operates at 115 kilovolts, single circuit, and triangular phase conductor arrangement. The line is energized with 830 amperes per phase, ABC sequence, and 60 Hz. An underground carbon steel pipeline buried at 1.5 meters deep and with 16 inches diameter shared the right-of-way with the transmission lines. These figures represent the XY plane, which shows a perpendicular crossing between source and target circuit. These figures show the induced voltage along the pipeline, and the results obtained using the proposed methodology are compared with the results of the right-of-way software. Consider the induced standards for the calculations of electromagnetic interferences. The error is calculated as the normalized root mean square deviations, which represents the overall discrepancy between the responses. The responses obtained by the proposed methodology are in accordance with the reference software and accurate, present discrepancies of 4.36% between the responses. Considering this scenario, the maximum voltage induced in the pipeline is 18 volts, which violates the 15 volt safety limit established by NACE. To reduce the induced voltage, it is chosen to use ground resistance at the pipeline ends. These figures show the induced voltage along the pipeline for different grounds resistance values. This figure shows which the induced voltage vary according to the value of ground resistance employed. And using a ground resistance of less than 1 ohm at the ends of the pipeline, the induced voltage meets the safety criteria established by NACI. So, these works present the main innovation. The main innovation of this article was the subdivision technique employed to represent arbitrary geometries in terms of equivalent parallelisms. And one hypothetical case is studied, and the proposed methodology is valid and results has excellent precisions, with less than 5% discrepancy with the industry standard software for electromagnetic interferences. Strategies to mitigate the risks to which the pipeline was bolted are analyzed, and 1 ohm at the ends of the pipeline was effective to reduce the original volts, and approximately 50% make it the facilities according to the safety criteria adopted. So I appreciate your attention and I appreciate your time. Thanks and have a good time.
Hello everyone, my name is Jonas. We have made a study case of the maximization of revenue of hydroelectric power plant in the context of the future power market of Brazilian power system, which will bring this possibility to operate using our price of electricity. The presentation outline is as shown in slide 2. First, I will speak about a little bit of the technical aspects of Itaipu power plant. Then we'll speak about the concepts that we use for maximization of the revenue of power plant on Brazilian power market. Then I will show the method that we used, and also I will speak about the development that we made. I will show some results and the final considerations of the study that we made. Itaipu power plant is a power plant located at the border between Brazil and Paraguay, and we have 20 generators of 700 megawatts. So we are able to generate the maximum of 14,000 megawatts, which is our installed capacity. We have 2 substations, 26 main transformers, 12 transmission lines, short transmission lines, and our dam have 196 meters height, and our spillway is able to spill as much as 62,000 cubic meters per second of water. To generate all that capacity, there is main process of our company. Most of them from the operation point of view are shown on this slide, which is the team that determines the water availability, that made the forecast that we use to know how much water we have to generate. There is a process of coordination of maintenances, which tries to put the equipment on maintenance where there is no water available. There is a team and a process to determine the transmission capacity, which involve simulations and the solving of several dynamical phenomena, and also a team that tries to coordinate our generation with the load of the load center. Itaipu has been operating for more than 30 years, and we gathered some experience on the field and improved those processes that I just have shown. Thus, we have also raised our performance, which is the ratio of our achieved production and our feasible production, reach as much as 90% and above 90% in most of years, and in the last years of our operation, which are the numbers that are shown in red on this slide. The market rules that are in Brazilian power markets are somehow changing. There is an effort to bring in 2021 the hour price for electricity, and this hour price for electricity will bring some opportunities for power plants to sell the surplus of the long-term transactions on this short-term electricity market. So, in this context, what we have today is that the operators negotiate the fulfillment of the schedule with the NSO of the Brazilian power system, and we are trying to bring this new type of operating, which is to negotiate the goal of generation that we can bring using information of power market. So we develop a routine that considers short-term price for maximizing revenue, and it is based on an optimal power flow solution to maximize the revenue considering the price, our price of the electricity of our market. Using this information, which is called in Brazil the shadow price, which is the precification without the operation of the price. We have this information already. We make this study and we gather some results. In this slide for the September 19th, the last September 19th, we had obtained a gain of 4.3%, just to illustrate the results of our routine, and which is considerably significant, because when we talk about the generation of entire power plant, it can be significant amount of money. One thing that we saw also is that the shape of generation can change significantly. In this slide, in the light gray, we have the schedule for that day, and in dark gray, we have the optimal generation. So we can see there is a significant change in the shape of the curves. Mainly, the shape of the optimal generation is get closer to the shape of the pricing of the day. So, based on this study that we have made, there is a few power market changes occurring in Brazilian power system, which can bring some opportunities for raising the revenue of power plants. Using this type of proposition that we made in the paper, we can increase as much as 5% of the revenue, which is considerably significant. And for this to be operation, we are aiming to do an application that is compatible with a supervisory system. Then we can bring it to the operators. Thank you all, and especially the organizing committee of the workshop on communication networks and power system. Bye-bye.
So, excellent presentations for this session. Now we will start the round of questions. The first question is for the first presentation, Pablo. The question was asked by our colleague Luisa, which is, based on your studies, how do you expect the variability of soil resistivity with the frequency to influence line transients evaluated using this lumped parameter model?
Hi. So previous work have established that soil's electrical parameters, permittivity and resistivity have variations regarding frequency and humidity. The transmission line works as a low-pass filter. So if you have short transmission lines, you can transmit high frequencies. If you have long transmission lines, you can only transmit low-frequency signals. It is well known that the soil resistivity varies with frequency. So what happens is when you're talking about long transmission lines, it doesn't matter much. It doesn't affect much to the result if there are if the permittivity of the soil varies with the frequency at high frequencies. What happens is if you read the works by Bisacro and Portel, is that at low frequencies, let's say, for example, between 0 and 1 kilohertz, it doesn't affect much the variability with the frequency. So what you have is that for lines that are 100 kilometers and above, the high frequency signals are not transmitted to the other end of the line.
So, okay, thank you. The next question is for Pedro. The question was asked by Professor Kleber, which is there any influence of the loading model on the proposed technique performance?
Thank you, Professor Kleber, for the question. So it wasn't evaluated for this moment, the influence of other loading models, but I guess given our formulation, that we should not notice some higher deviations from our constant power models. So that's my answer. And for further work, we are trying to evaluate this effect.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. The next question for presentation number 3, Caio. It was asked by Professor Kleber, which is, unfortunately, most of the time, data is not readily available, such that it is not possible to use detailed models of power apparatus and other facilities, such as pipelines and traction lines. Therefore, as a rule of thumb, what can be done to improve transient studies, even without using detailed models described in the paper?
Hi, thanks for the question, Professor Kleber Melo. And the most difficult available data is the soil resistivity measurements, and you can use higher values of resistivity, and you can make a conservative methodology to increase the values and thus the facilities are safer.
Okay, Professor, if I may, I was the co-author of this work, and I would like to include some considerations in Caio's response. Actually, there is a common practice in the market, which is the company that arrives after the other is responsible for the interference study if this happens. Okay, actually it is pretty common in the market to perform this kind of study. Okay, it usually happens during the design stage of a power line or of a pipeline. We have some hundreds of cases in the state of São Paulo. I worked myself personally involved in a variety of such problems. Actually, what I would say, based on my experience, is that this kind of information is available, and it happens quite often. Okay. So, moving on. The next question is for presentation number 4, Jonas. The question was asked by Luisa, which is, have you analyzed the effects of seasonality in your results? How does it perform in 1 month or maybe 1 year?
Thanks, Professor Amaury, for the introduction, and for Luisa for the question. It was not our first goal in this work to evaluate the seasonality, but as an answer for someone that asked us to do it recently, we did make a short evaluation of the seasonality to see how it will be the gains of revenue in a longer period. And what we saw is that in the average, it doesn't matter too much. There is what matters much for the study that we did is the variation in the short period, in the intraday. So if the price in the single day varies too much, like 10%, then you can make it most of it. But it doesn't look that way or varies lesser, then you cannot do too much. So the seasonality and our evaluation, which is a fast evaluation, doesn't matter too much. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we move on again for the first section. Pablo, we have this question from Professor Damasceno. Why the preference for using J-Marty model in simulations for the frequency-dependent LPM? Maybe for a single line, the fitting is very well appropriated.
So we chose the J-Marty model because it's the only model that we could find that it was free to use. We tried using the model that is available in the PSCAD. However, for the student version, you can only use the frequency-independent line model. Since we are taking into account the frequency dependence of the line parameters, we chose the J-Marty line model to make the simulations and use it to compare with our proposed model.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next question for Pedro. It was asked by Luisa, which is, regarding the evaluated systems, does mutual couplings between phases are taken into account? Under this approach, is the information about mutual couplings preserved in the reduced system?
Thank you, Professor Amaury, and thank you, Luisa, for the question. So the answer is yes. Mutual coupling between phases is addressed within the primitive admittance matrix, and since the equivalent lines parameters are computed based on these submatrices, yes, we are taking it into account, and the equivalent lines are computed accordingly based on those parameters.
Okay, excellent, Pedro, thank you. I'm monitoring the chat. I'm waiting for more questions related to the third presentation. So in the meanwhile, I will ask Jonas a question sent by our colleague Gabriela Martins. She says, we have shadow price values for a longer period of time. Why wasn't it considered in the study?
Hi, Gabriela. Thank you for the question. What we wanted to know for this first approach that we did is that if we are able to develop and implement a system. So you see, it's not how much that we are gained that was our first goal, but what we must do to solve this problem. And if we solve this problem, will be our colleagues able, or I don't know, interested to put it in the operation room, so we have fewer problems before showing how much can we gain to solve internally. So what we did was try to evaluate which was the formulation that we have to develop, can we do it internally, and it will work on a SCADA system or supervisory system. So I think that was mainly the main reason that we did not look all periods of shadow prices. But thank you for asking that. I hope we can move on this study and consider a longer period of shadow prices and also everything that our chamber is giving to us. Thank you.
Great, Jonas, thank you. I guess we have time for one more round. I have this question for Pablo. It was asked by Professor Felipe, if I'm right, yeah. Which is, what is the main motivation to use lumped parameters? It would be the need for simulation of very short lines, including frequency dependence. And then the question follows, waves propagation is simply disregarded, or a cascading of lumped models would be required to emulate this phenomenon?
Thank you for the question. Our motivation for this paper was to show that the frequency-dependent lump parameter model works well with short and long transmission lines and that are submitted to low frequency and high frequency transients. What happens with the classical lump parameter model is that it causes periodic oscillations, so it's not a good model for the simulation of long transmission lines or high frequency transients. When we include the frequency dependence of the longitudinal parameters, the frequency dependent lump parameter model works well for the simulation for both short and long transmission lines and for the simulation of low frequency and high frequency transients. So that was our main motivation with this paper.
Okay, Pablo, thank you. I have a question myself for Pedro. I was curious about your model. I see that in your paper you worked with power flow problems, basically. But what I want to ask is this formulation suitable for short-circuit analysis? Can you provide some more details?
Sure. Thank you, Professor Modi, for the question. It is a really good question. So this technique output for us a line parameters with concentrate parameters, and then also the loads that we can reattach into the equivalent buses. Therefore, we can choose to retain on the system the buses that are that we're gonna to make a study regarding generators and transient effects on those generators. So in order to make those studies, you can still make some dynamic studies, dynamic simulations regarding fault studies by using our technique and applying the equivalent reduced model.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Next question, we have one question for Caio. It was asked by our colleague Letícia Gama. She asks, did you use a transposed or untransposed transmission line in the case study? What differences do you expect in the results if the line is transposed or untransposed?
Hi, thanks Leticia for the question. And on the line, it's an untransposed line, and I think if you use an untransposed line, the induced voltage will be lower, because we don't have induced current in the shield wires, and this affects the induced voltage directly.
Okay, thank you, Caio. One more question for Jonas from Professor Felipe. Has the proposed approach been applied in Itaipu? If not, is there any expectations on do that?
Thanks, Professor Felipe. Yeah, we did not apply it to Itaipu because there is a lot of talking, and we are wondering how many problems that we have to solve if something changes, but we still have some time to work on it. So we are trying to get ready for when the time comes. But I will say to you that I have a great expectation, but I also see great challenges, and a number of those challenges will be talk to the people that can make it happen, and maybe convince them that is a good idea. So some managers are interested, some people talk to me, but we are in I can say in a slow walking right now. But I will let you know if it happened or when it comes to the time that we are closer to do something like this. Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you. I think we are on time now. I would like to thank all the authors that are sharing this moment with us. Our colleagues from YouTube who are following us right now. I would like to invite everyone to clap for our heroes that supported this work with their papers. And I guess this ends our final session for today, Power Systems 3. Thank you everyone for watching.
That's it. Thank you, Amaury. Thanks for all the authors. I would like to ask you to see the YouTube chat. There are a lot of questions that people is doing now there. So maybe you can exchange more information with all the audience further than those that were presented here. Okay? Thanks a lot. So now I just wanna say to the audience that we are finishing our first day in WCNPS. I'd like to thank all of you, thank all the authors, thank all the reviewers, and I appreciate very much the attention. And so see you tomorrow. Thank you for your participation.